Chapter 44-29. Lin Fei did not feel that he had done anything wrong. Anyway, he had already gotten what he wanted. With this heaven-reaching apprentice order, he only needed to head to the county and he would naturally be able to join the heaven-reaching church. Speaking of which, he was more or less excited. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to improve his strength. From the heaven-reaching apprentice order, Lin Fei also heard some news. There were very few of them outside. As for whether the heaven-reaching church would admit it or not, that was another matter. At least for Lin Fei, it was an opportunity for him to have a breakthrough in his strength. Not long after leaving Nanyang City, Lin Fei felt that someone was following him. The person following him was quite skilled. If not for Lin Fei being different from ordinary people, he would have really been followed. It should be that many people were jealous of the heaven-reaching apprentice order, so they arranged for someone to follow him. Naturally, it was the news released by young Master Dajiang. It was hard not to be tempted. It represented an opportunity. It seems that killing is inevitable, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't plan to stay in Nanyun County any longer. Originally, Lin Fei planned to stay in Nanyun County for a period of time to understand more, but it seemed that he could not stay any longer. The heaven-reaching apprentice order would cause a lot of trouble. So. Just when Lin Fei was frowning, several streams of light directly attacked. So there were already people coming. When these streams of light got close to Lin Fei, they instantly turned into an inescapable net. So it was to trap Lin Fei here. Such a method was quite amazing. Who was Lin Fei? In an instant, he had cleaved apart the inescapable net of light. If you want my heaven-reaching apprentice order, you have to take your lives. Otherwise, you are not qualified. After breaking the inescapable net, Lin Fei immediately counterattacked. Since they wanted his heaven-reaching apprentice order, they had to be prepared. There was indeed a group of people in the distance. They were also very interested in this heaven-reaching apprentice order. Even if they didn't use it themselves, it would still be worth a fortune just by peddling it. The Nanyang Chamber of Commerce's people who participated in the auction spread the news that this person used 35,000 medium-grade spirit stones to buy the Tong Tian apprenticeship order. He was definitely a local tyrant. The important thing was that the other party only had the strength of a Jindan. This was their opportunity. If they didn't take action now, then when would they? Hurry up and hand over the Skypiercer disciple token. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. These people who came were quite confident. They were all golden core experts. After all, it was a golden core. There was strength in numbers. The sword light was like flowing water, instantly taking away the lives of these people. As soon as the ring was taken, Lin Fei instantly left. The day began. Lin Fei had been targeted by someone. Wave after wave of people came to stop Lin Fei. The news from the outside world was even more varied. He had a net worth of hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones and the Heavenly Apprentice Order. There were even people who said that this person had entered the Cave Void ancient tomb and obtained a Cave Void treasure. All kinds of topics were added together. For a time, the entire Nanyun County became lively. Countless experts came out in full force just to find traces of Lin Fei. Originally, with the strength of such a golden core expert, everyone did not think much of it. But as wave after wave of people continued to fall, blood flowed like a river. For a time, everyone was dumbfounded. How could the strength of a golden core expert be so strong? He was ridiculously strong. He had already killed hundreds of golden core experts. Lin Fei originally thought that killing a group of golden core experts would naturally make people retreat. In the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. These people were not like what he imagined at all. Instead, they kept coming like a tide. Lin Fei was blocked by another group of experts. But when this group of experts came, Lin Fei realized that he might have to be ruthless. Because the people who came were Yuanying experts. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Skypiercer disciple token. Maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise you will die. On top of a mountain, Lin Fei was surrounded by 3 Yuanying experts. And the one who spoke was a young man in red. He had an arrogant temperament and looked as if he was going to eat up Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not know the person in front of him, but he could see that this person had great ability in the Nanyun County. That's right. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in the Nanyun County. He was being chased by these experts. He really did not leave the Nanyun County for a while. Did you hear what our young master said? Hand over the Skypiercer disciple token and all your assets. Also, take off your cloak and let us see if you are Lin Fei. A Yuanying expert stared at Lin Fei and said coldly, "Our young master has a temper and is patient. If you don't hand it over, then we will make our move. At that time, even if you are strong, you will still die here." The Yuanying experts blocked Lin Fei's way. Among these 3 Yuanying experts, 2 were early Yuanying and 1 was middle Yuanying. It could be considered a big scene. And the young man was a golden core great perfection expert. His aura was thick and dense. He probably had many treasures on him. Did you hear what we said? I, young Master Tian Luo, am not joking. That young Master Tian Luo smiled faintly. Otherwise, my patience is limited. Once my patience runs out, you will be finished. You will have wasted your life's worth of strength. Lin Fei had not been in the spiritual realm for a long time. He had not been in the Nanyun County for a long time, but he already knew some of the experts in the Nanyun County. Of course, he also knew some of the people in the younger generation that he could not afford to offend. And among them, young Master Tian Luo was one of them. Because his father was the 3rd strongest Yuanying expert in the Nanyun County. This was terrifying. At the same time, Lin Fei also knew why the other party came to find him. He was afraid that they were eyeing his hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. In Nanyang Chamber of Commerce, he could spend 35,000 spirit stones in one go. If he could obtain the Heavenly Connection Apprenticeship Order, he would be able to earn a lot. Millions of low-grade spirit stones would naturally not move anyone. But when the news spread out that there were hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones, it was completely worth it for these young masters to make a move. Anyway, he did not need to make a move. A Yuanying expert would naturally be able to get it. You are young Master Tian Luo. No wonder you have the guts to block my way. Lin Fei said. Actually, I should advise you not to have any ideas on me. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. Young Master Tian Luo laughed out loud. Seems like you did not take my words seriously. Fine, you will have to pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Destroy it. The Yuanying expert instantly made his move. 3 treasures directly smashed down. Chapter 44:30. The 3 nascent soul realm cultivators had already made their move. The 3 treasures came crashing down with great power. Bullying the weak? They didn't care at all. After all, young Master Tian Luo was the 3rd young master of Nanyun County. Only the other 2 young masters could suppress him. He wouldn't give face to ordinary people and would kill them as he pleased. This time, young Master Tian Luo was eyeing the Heavenly Master token and the hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. If he could get his hands on it, he would be able to make a huge profit. After all, hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones were very tempting. Even if it wasn't that much, a few hundred or 200,000 would be a huge profit. This was a real cultivation resource. It wasn't easy to find them usually. Even if it was Tian Luo Prince, he only had a few thousand middle-grade spirit stones. There were a lot of low-grade spirit stones, millions of them. It was useless to put them on top of middle-grade spirit stones. When the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators made their move, Lin Fei knew that he would be exposed this time. After all, nascent soul realm cultivators were different from golden core realm cultivators. For golden core realm cultivators, Lin Fei didn't even need to use much strength to kill them. But nascent soul realm cultivators were different. They needed to go all out. The life-reaping sword was instantly unleashed. Bang 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 bang. It swept across the 3 treasures and instantly blocked the wave of attacks. The 3 nascent soul realm cultivators looked at each other and were a little surprised. Sure enough, the rumors were true. This kid's strength was indeed very strong. But that was all. After the treasures were repelled, they came crashing down again. This time, the power was stronger than before. Young man, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more useless it is. Just obediently surrender. After the sword light flashed, their magic weapons were unexpectedly repelled. The force was even stronger than before. As soon as their treasures flew out, another inconspicuous sword glow swept past them. The 3 nascent soul realm cultivators' eyebrows twitched as they instantly felt danger. Clatter. The treasured armors on their bodies were actually cut open by a single slash. Even their flesh was broken. Fresh blood flowed. This time, they were completely shocked. They had met a powerful cultivator, and it was the kind that hid their strength. Young master, be careful. This person is an expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. He even has an insightful void weapon. 3 nascent soul realm experts were injured with just a single slash. He immediately informed young master Tian Luo. They were here to protect young master Tian Luo. If young master Tian Luo was killed, it would be troublesome. Golden Core Peak. Insightful void weapon. I know who you are. You're Lin Fei. At this moment, young master Tian Luo was enlightened. A ripple appeared in front of him. After the ripples appeared, several sword lights swept across it. Kacha kacha. After the shattering, the sword light crushed over his body. You found out too late. If you dare to target my things, then be prepared. A figure appeared beside Lord Tian Luo and took away the ring. You actually dare to kill young master Tian Luo? I'll fight you to the death. The 3 nascent soul realm masters were caught off guard and saw their young masters being killed. In fact, they couldn't even see how this person did it. Their faces were filled with panic, endless anger, unease and fear. They knew that with young master Tian Luo's death, they wouldn't have a good ending either. All of this was caused by the person in front of them. They also knew who this person was. It was that Lin Fei who stole the insightful void weapon. Now it's your turn. Since Princess Tian Luo is dead, you guys can go on your way. In an instant, they attacked. They were fighting with their lives on the line. The killing move of the 3 nascent soul realm experts was still very strong. If they killed this person, they might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, if that lord was angered, they would definitely die. That lord was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert. In addition to his own magic treasure, he could fight against a perfected nascent soul realm expert. He was considered very famous. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit on the throne of the 3rd expert in Nanyun County. In this Nanyun County, the throne of the 3rd expert was quite valuable. They naturally knew the meaning behind it. Hence, they only wanted to kill this person. Who would have thought that this person was that Lin Fei? He hid himself so deeply. If they knew that this person was Lin Fei, they wouldn't have agreed to let young master Tian Luo deal with Lin Fei. Now, not only did they not get what they wanted, they even lost their lives. Even their lives could not be guaranteed. It was as if there was a huge sword above their heads that could cut them down at any time and kill them. This was not the first time that Lin Fei fought against a nascent soul realm expert. Now, his strength had increased to a certain extent. In addition to the Life Through Heaven legendary sword in his hand, his explosive power was much stronger and faster. The 3 nascent soul realm experts could not block it at all. They kept on retreating. Voila! Lin Fei's sword pierced through the chest of a nascent soul realm expert. With a kick, he flew down. He turned around and attacked another nascent soul realm expert. Another early-stage nascent soul realm expert was pierced through. The armor on his body could not block the Life Through Heaven legendary sword at all. After all, this was an insightful void weapon. One sword could break through the defense of ordinary armor. More importantly, Lin Fei's speed was also extremely fast. They could not block it at all. The remaining middle-stage nascent soul realm expert turned around and ran without saying anything. If he did not run now, he would definitely die. As soon as he turned around, a figure appeared in front of him and pierced him with a sword. Actually, if you had held on a little longer, you could have lived longer. Unfortunately, you chose to run away. Master will definitely come to kill you. You can't escape. The nascent soul realm expert instantly crushed a talisman in his hand. It turned into a green smoke. When Lin Fei saw this, he cursed inwardly. He did not expect the other party to have such a move. He took the storage ring and immediately left. Who killed my son? I want you to pay with your life. At this moment, a loud voice echoed throughout the entire Nanyun County. Countless experts were alarmed. An expert from Nanyun City flew out. Like a stream of light. Many experts recognized him at a glance. This person was the 3rd expert, Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm expert. What's going on? Who killed Heavenly Lion's son? Isn't he a little too daring? This is great. That person probably can't run far now. Lord Tian Luo was actually killed. Something big happened. The news spread in an instant. Countless people were shocked. Who didn't know that Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm Expert only had this one son? And the one he doted on the most. In the end, he was actually killed in the Nanyun County. Wasn't this a monstrous disaster? After Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm Expert chased after him, countless figures followed. These were all good friends of Heavenly Lion Nascent Soul Realm Expert. Naturally, they came to help. Along the way, they came to see who was so bold. Chapter 44:31. The entire Nanyun region was in an uproar. The Heavenly Lion made a move. Countless people were shocked, but even more incredulity arose in their hearts. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who dared to kill the son of the Heavenly Lion. Wasn't this the same as provoking a tiger? When the Heavenly Lion was angry, even 9 bulls couldn't hold him back. In the Nanyun region, everyone gave him some face. Lin Fei knew that there was a bit of trouble when he heard the voice. That's right. It was just a bit of trouble. Although his opponent was a nascent soul powerhouse, most likely a late stage or even a full-fledged nascent soul cultivator, Lin Fei still had the strength to fight. The God Tree of Life had grown a lot, so Lin Fei's physical body naturally improved a lot. Coupled with his growth speed and movement technique, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Lin Fei didn't stop either. He used his movement technique and moved quickly. This movement technique was very fast, not slower than moving a treasure. Of course, this was the benefit of having a strong physical body. It was a pity that Lin Fei's physical body hadn't reached its peak yet. Otherwise, once he used his secret technique, he would be able to travel thousands of miles in an instant and no one would be able to catch up. The Heavenly Lion followed along and naturally saw his son's corpse. His eyes were bloodshot. His son, Tian Luo, was his inheritor. He didn't expect him to die in front of him. He waved his hand to keep the corpse and chased after Tian Luo. The positioning was very accurate and there was no deviation at all. But as he chased, he found some problems. Because the opponent's speed was a bit fast, even with his full strength, he couldn't catch up. He couldn't help but frown. Just which damned old thing dared to be so ruthless towards my son? No matter what, I will uproot the power and clan behind you. The Heavenly Lion immediately thought that the opponent was his enemy. Only those enemies would dare to do such a thing. The inheritance was broken. Then the Heavenly Lion naturally wouldn't be polite. He would definitely destroy all of the opponent's forces. This was the only way he could vent the anger in his heart. The more he chased, the more he couldn't catch up. This gave the Heavenly Lion a bigger headache. If they couldn't catch up to him, it would be troublesome once he entered another county city. After all, if a nascent soul powerhouse like him entered another county city, he would be targeted by other nascent soul powerhouses. Even though he did not do anything, it was hard to guarantee that no one would do anything in the dark. Therefore, he had to stop these people in the southern Cloud County first. Sky Lion immediately took out his communicator and sent a message to his good friend. Let them block the path ahead. That was the only way to stop them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The nascent soul realm cultivators who had caught up from behind were also dumbfounded. The Heavenly Lion actually did not catch up to the other party. This was because it used a treasure. His speed was top-notch. It was indeed quite surprising that he couldn't catch up. At this moment, Lin Fei's speed had reached its limit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in front of him and countless beams of light shot over. Sir, you should stay here and wait. Someone wants to see you. The aura of a nascent soul powerhouse appeared in front of him. There was indeed a nascent soul powerhouse who stopped Lin Fei. He didn't want Lin Fei to leave. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, it was normal to be targeted. Especially in the southern Cloud County, it would be abnormal if there weren't a few experts. Lin Fei didn't say a word and attacked. The nascent soul realm powerhouse obviously didn't expect the sword lights to arrive in an instant. This person attacked in an instant. As soon as he took out the treasure, his body was hit by a series of attacks, causing his expression to change drastically. Because the armor on his body was actually cut open, leaving behind many cracks. Damn it, you actually have an insightful void weapon. What the hell? Lin Fei relied on his movement technique to get close to the nascent soul powerhouse. With the Tong Tian sword in hand, coupled with the 5-element sword intent, his strength became even stronger. He easily broke through the opponent's defense. In an instant, The nascent soul powerhouse's expression changed and he retreated. He knew that he was in big trouble. After all, a person with an insightful void weapon wasn't easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he might suffer a huge loss today. More importantly, the opponent's sword technique was too fast. He could only passively block and block. If he knew this would happen, he would have scrammed as far as he could. Lin Fei's sword technique was unbelievably fast. He suppressed the opponent and attacked fiercely. The nascent soul powerhouse felt a chill in his heart. How did such an expert appear? He couldn't hold on at all. Cracks appeared on the armor on his body, and his heart was bleeding. After all, it wasn't easy for a nascent soul powerhouse's armor to be obtained. But now, under such a fierce attack, the cracks were shocking. If it was an ordinary armor, it would have been easily broken by the opponent. He had probably died countless times already. Even now, he was barely holding on. Just as Lin Fei was about to make his move, another figure from the mathematics path chased after him. In an instant, he attacked. Dao friend Fong, don't panic. We are here to help you. These nascent soul powerhouses were friends with the Heavenly Lion. Naturally, they didn't mind doing him a favor. But when they saw that a nascent soul powerhouse was actually defeated, they were shocked and wanted to take down the opponent. In an instant, Lin Fei was besieged by several nascent soul powerhouses. Among these nascent soul powerhouses, the weakest was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. There were even some in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The pressure was still quite great. Lin Fei attacked one person fiercely. It was the nascent soul powerhouse who was previously called Dao Friend Fong. The nascent soul powerhouse surnamed Fong was cursing in his heart. He couldn't block it at all. Clatter. The armor was broken. A sword pierced through his body. Then, Lin Fei's fist landed on the opponent's body. Endless power surged out and instantly blew up a nascent soul powerhouse. You dare to block my way, this is the result. The nascent soul powerhouses who were still attacking Lin Fei were all dumbfounded. Their movements slowed down. A nascent soul powerhouse in the middle stage was killed just like that. And it happened right under their noses. This was simply slapping them in the face countless times. For a moment, they all felt that their strength had been cultivated in vain. They couldn't even take down a person. He instantly understood that this person was definitely a veteran Yuanying stage powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way he would have such strength. At this time, they were a little regretful. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have made a move. Such a person, if they were alone, they wouldn't have been his opponent. Although Lin Fei seemed to be injured, no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Just as these people were delaying, the Heavenly Lion finally caught up. You killed my son. Today, I will take your life to pay for it. A stream of light directly attacked. It turned out to be the treasure of the Heavenly Lion. The meteor all arrived in an instant like lightning. It brought up a whirlpool and shattered the void. Lin Fei turned around and slashed at the meteor all. So what if I killed your son? If you don't listen to me, I will still kill you. So what if you are in the late stage of the nascent soul realm? Chapter 44-32. Lin Fei's words stunned everyone on the spot, as if they had heard wrongly. That was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert. The name of Heavenly Lion, who didn't know of him in the southern Cloud County. Someone actually said such words to him. This was no less than a slap to their faces. As for the few nascent soul realm experts who besieged Lin Fei just now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. They retreated one after another. At this time, they really didn't want Heavenly Lion to make a move. Anyway, they didn't have the guts. Didn't he see that a nascent soul realm expert was killed? It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this realm. In the blink of an eye, one of them was killed. Just thinking about it was a little frightening. Fortunately, the fight didn't last long. If it were any longer, they wouldn't be able to stop him at all. This person was definitely a veteran expert. He might even be a peak nascent soul realm expert. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion was also very angry, but then he suddenly frowned. He smelled the smell of blood in the air. This guy killed again. He swept his gaze across and saw these good friends, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Because one of his good friends seemed to be gone. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He couldn't say that this person killed him, right? That was a nascent soul realm expert. No matter what you say, my son was killed by you. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Why don't you follow me back now, or I will do it myself? Lin Fei laughed. Forget it, I will do it myself. He instantly attacked. The life-taking sword was slashed one after another, emitting a terrifying aura of death. In an instant, it exploded to the extreme. In an instant, a sword shadow appeared in front of Heavenly Lion. His movements were slower by a beat. Although he was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert, speed was never his forte. The other party had already arrived in front of him. A faint light blocked in front of him, but it immediately shattered. Heavenly Lion's body was hit by dozens of swords. Every sword cut through his treasured armor, and his heart was instantly stupefied. Insightful void weapon. This kid actually has an insightful void weapon. The Heavenly Lion had suffered a great loss in just one encounter. If you don't show me your true abilities, then you're dead meat. Lin Fei's mastery of life-taking sword had reached the point of perfection. In addition to this insightful void weapon, it could be said that he could kill people with a single sword strike. His prowess was greatly boosted. The Heavenly Lion instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The cracks on the treasured armor reached deep into its depths. Even the people in the distance were secretly sucking in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that this person was actually an expert in close combat with a sword? This sword technique was unbelievably fast, and they couldn't keep up with it. If they were to encounter him, they would not be a match for him. No wonder this person dared to kill Tian Shi's son, Lord Tian Luo. He must have been too arrogant and was killed by the other party. He really deserved it. The more the Heavenly Lion resisted, the harder it became. The other party's sword intent was too fast. Basically, he couldn't block every single sword. In any case, he was always slower by a beat. The other party came from all directions and moved at an astonishing speed. His advantage was gone in an instant, and he felt extremely aggrieved. He finally understood why a nascent soul cultivator was killed. He couldn't withstand it at all. The defense of the treasured armor on his body was quite strong, but he couldn't use this technique at all. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many mistakes. His mistake was quite ridiculous. He couldn't beat him. He really couldn't beat him. The Heavenly Lion didn't dare to continue fighting. This person was really too strong. Just this sword technique alone was enough to make him unable to withstand it. At that time, he would be killed by the other party if he was careless. Gritting his teeth, he took out a talisman and instantly pinched it. His entire body turned into a green smoke and disappeared. The scene of the Heavenly Lion made the nascent soul experts present dumbfounded. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei's attack failed. The Heavenly Lion expert in front of him had already disappeared. His gaze swept across coldly. Everyone, do you also intend to come up and try my sword technique? If that's the case, then you can come up. I'm quite an easy person to talk to. The nascent soul experts of the Nanyun County didn't dare to move. Even the Heavenly Lion couldn't withstand it and used his treasure to escape. If they came up, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? My family's rice has just been cooked. I have to go back and take a look. You have also cooked. I have also cooked. Let's all leave together. My family's clothes haven't been collected yet. My disciple seems to be sick. I have to go back and take a look at him. One after another, in the blink of an eye, these Yuanying stage masters dispersed. No one dared to stay on the spot. Lin Fei's surroundings became empty. He shook his head slightly. He really overestimated these nascent soul experts. They actually didn't even have the guts to do this. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. Of course, this also made Lin Fei understand one thing. It was naturally different with an insightful void weapon in his hands. Under normal circumstances, the treasured armor of a nascent soul expert wouldn't be easy to break. But now, these treasured armors were easily broken. A good weapon was indeed very useful. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that if he had an insightful void weapon, he would definitely be targeted by other nascent soul experts. As long as it wasn't a top-grade weapon, there really wasn't much to care about. Lin Fei also quickly left. The experts in the Nanyun County all thought that the Heavenly Lion could catch up with the person who attacked, but in the end, an unimaginable news spread. The Heavenly Lion was not that person's opponent. Instead, he escaped. Even the nascent soul experts in the Nanyun County were not willing to make a move. All of a sudden, Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had heard wrongly. They really suffered a huge setback. There was even news that the person had an insightful void weapon. A golden core cultivator had an insightful void weapon, and he could even unleash terrifying swordsmanship and speed. Such a monstrous person instantly caused countless people to speculate. But no one chased after him. And such news spread like wildfire in the Nanyun County. Even the nascent soul expert, the Heavenly Lion, directly chose to stay in his house. No one knew what this person was thinking, what he wanted to do. But everyone knew that he had suffered a huge loss this time. His son was killed, and even he wasn't a match for the person. If not for his good luck, he might not have been able to return. No matter which news it was enough to move them. Of course, the news had also spread to the nearby counties. Everyone just chuckled and didn't think much of it. A golden core expert holding an insightful void weapon. How ridiculous and unbelievable was this? However, some people began to appear in the Nanyun County. These people came and disappeared quickly. No one knew what they were doing. Chapter 44-33. Tongtion County. This was the county city where the Tongtion School was located. Heaven's Reaching Prefecture, which was named after the Heaven's Reaching Church, was also the most meaningful one among all the prefectures. It was also one of the top 3 among the top 10 counties. Nanyun County paled in comparison to Tongtion County. The difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Compared to Tongtion County, who didn't know about the Tongtion School? It was one of the top 10 immortal sections. Joining the top 10 immortal sects would give one a chance to reach the pinnacle. It would also give one a chance to become an immortal. In the spiritual realm, everyone hoped to break through to become an immortal. However, it was too difficult to become an immortal. Even so, the top 10 immortal sects were still the sects that had the highest chance of becoming an immortal. Anyone who came from the 10 great immortal sects had great backgrounds and statuses. Who wouldn't be courteous to them when they were outside? The closest city to the Tongtion School was called Yuanyang City. This Yuanyang City was very big and lively. In an inn, many people were eating, drinking and chatting. Suddenly, one of them said, "Have you heard? Recently, something interesting happened in Nanyun County. I heard that a gold core expert slapped the face of a Heavenly Lion nascent soul expert. It is said that he even killed a nascent soul expert. Now, the entire Nanyun County is in an uproar." It was unknown who suddenly mentioned it, but it attracted the attention of many people. "I know about it. My friend's brother's brother is in Nanyun County. I heard that it was a big deal. That Heavenly Lion is a nascent soul late-stage expert. His son was killed and even he was slapped in the face. In the end, he used a teleportation talisman to leave." That's not possible. A gold core expert is a match for a nascent soul late-stage expert. Even if he is at the peak of the gold core realm, it is impossible. This must be a rumor. I also think that this should be a rumor. If he is really that powerful, he would be able to break through to the nascent soul realm. Very quickly, there were people who took over and expressed their disapproval of his words. After all, Nanyun County was a small place compared to Tongtion County. In Nanyun County, a nascent soul late-stage expert was considered very powerful. But in the Tongtion County, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was nothing more than an expert. There were emptiness realm experts in Tongtion County, the so-called insightful emptiness realm experts. Everyone knew that reaching the insightful void level was difficult, but here in the Tongtion County, it wasn't difficult at all. On the contrary, it was very easy. For example, the Sky-Reaching Church had many insightful emptiness realm experts. It was even rumored that they had super experts who had surpassed the insightful emptiness realm. Otherwise, how could Tongtion County maintain its position as one of the top 3 among the 10 major counties? Furthermore, they were from the 10 great immortal sects. Without some strength, how would they dare to shout out such a slogan? Sitting in an inconspicuous place, the black-cloaked man was quietly eating. This person was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. After scaring away those nascent soul realm cultivators, Lin Fei went straight to Tongtion County. After passing through 3 counties, fortunately, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Finally, they arrived at the Heavens Span County. Yuanyang City was the closest place to the Heavens Reaching Church. He planned to gather some information here and see how he could enter the Heavens Reaching Church. Although he already had the Heavenly Master's token in his hands, he was afraid that there might be an accident if it was really that useful. Lin Fei came here to inquire about the news. Today was the third day that he had come out to eat, but the information he had obtained was not much. I hope I can get some good information today. Lin Fei prayed in his heart and picked up a mouthful of food. At this time, he heard a voice, which made him frown slightly. Have you heard? The Heavens Reaching Church is going to recruit disciples again. It can't be. It's happening again so soon. Didn't they say it's once every 5 years? I think it's only the 3rd year now. Someone asked curiously. And one of the late-stage gold core experts, who obviously had a high status here, said proudly. That's because you don't know. My relative is a personal disciple of the Heavens Reaching Church. I heard that this time it's the 3000th birthday of a patriarch of the Heavens Reaching Church. Therefore, they will recruit disciples temporarily. If you want to be apprenticed, you should seize the opportunity. Lin Fei had been in the spiritual realm for a long time. Naturally, he knew that the lifespan of the practitioners in the spiritual realm was very long. However, it was not easy to live to 3000 years old. He could be said to be an old expert. It turns out that it's the patriarch's 3000th birthday. No wonder he wants to recruit disciples. I have to go and have a try. I heard that with the Heavens Apprentice Order, I can be apprenticed to a sect. I don't know whether it's true or not. I have to get one first. Someone had mentioned the Heavenly Apprenticeship Order. Lin Fei suddenly became spirited. He had a Heaven's Apprentice Order in his hand. If this Heaven's Apprentice Order could be used, it couldn't be better. If it couldn't be used, he had to find another way. The Heaven's Apprentice Order you mentioned is a thing of the past. Don't think that with the Heaven's Apprentice Order, you can be apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. That's a thing of the past. Since 100 years ago, the Heavens Reaching Church has not fulfilled this promise. The Gold Core expert said with a smile. I heard that as long as you hold the Heavens Apprentice Order and go to the Heavens Reaching Church, you can only get a cultivation method at most. Of course, you can also have an advantage over others. That is, you can participate in the assessment. If you pass the assessment, you really have the opportunity to be apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. This is also a small advantage over others. Lin Fei had already expected this. He knew that the effect of the Heavens Apprentice Order would not be so good. After all, Nanyun County was a small county city. There were a few counties in between. It was very normal for the news to be misleading. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity that he got the Heavens Apprentice Order for nothing, but it didn't have any effect. Of course, the only thing that made Lin Fei feel lucky was that with the Heavens Apprentice Order, he could be one step ahead of others, which was a small advantage. Don't think about being apprenticed to the Heavens Reaching Church. This time, ordinary people don't have the opportunity. He has sent an invitation letter to the first and second-rate forces. Only those who get the invitation letter have the opportunity to enter the Heavens Reaching Church. The Gold Core expert seemed to know a lot of news, and spat out another piece of news. Lin Fei frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he understood what was going on. It should be a signal sent by the old ancestor to the forces of the Heavens Reaching County. For those people of the big forces, it was definitely an opportunity. I'd better wait for the recruitment 5 years later. This time, it's a competition for the disciples of families with powerful backgrounds. I heard that those disciples of families are coming to the Heavens Reaching Church. Chapter 44-34. For Lin Fei, it was very useful to get such a piece of information. At least he knew one thing, and that was that the Heavenly Apprentice Order was not that useful. Of course, another thing was that he had the opportunity to join the Heavenly Reaching Church. No, to join the Heavenly Reaching Church. Lin Fei was not too interested in being a disciple. If not for the treasures left by the Heavenly Tree in the Heavenly Reaching Church, Lin Fei would not even bother to come here. But for him, if he wanted to improve his strength faster, only the Heavenly Tree had the ability to do so. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for another 2 years. Although 2 years was not a long time, Lin Fei did not want to waste a single second. After all, he had caused quite a commotion in Nanyun Prefecture. Who knew if the Heavenly Lion would find someone to deal with him? Therefore, he had to take precautions against this matter as soon as possible. He heard them disperse. Lin Fei came down from the restaurant, his brows furrowed. He felt that if he wanted to join the heavenly reaching church, he had to find a more reliable way. From the words of those people, Lin Fei was more certain of one thing. That was the heavenly reaching church. They were probably taking back the heavenly apprentice order, but it was not possible to let these people join the heavenly reaching church. After all, the heavenly reaching church was not like the past, which had become one of the top 10 immortal sects and was famous. Naturally, they could not casually accept people. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to give the opportunity to join the heavenly reaching church to these geniuses. It would be great if he could get an invitation from them. This way, he would have a greater chance. Who knew if he would be treated well if he took the heavenly apprentice order? If the difficulty of the test increased, it would be the biggest trouble. And it was more conspicuous. Therefore, it was very reasonable to use this invitation to join the heavenly reaching church. Lin Fei left Yuanyang City. He decided to find a few people near the heavenly reaching church. As for who he could find, it would depend on his luck. Anyway, he was targeted by him, so he had to hand over the invitation. At the same time, on the other side, in front of an inconspicuous house, a figure appeared in front of him. He gently knocked on the door. An old woman came out. "Come in." He turned around and walked back. At this moment, the figure outside the door also walked in. It was like a small tavern. It was very quiet and there was a lantern hanging on the wall. "I want to kill someone." His voice was very hoarse. If Lin Fei was here, he would have recognized it. This person was the Heavenly Lion. He was right. The Heavenly Lions were indeed going to take revenge. He had become a huge joke in the southern Cloud County. A late nascent soul realm cultivator was actually scared off by a golden core realm kid. He even used a teleportation talisman. This was the shame of the Heavenly Lion's entire life. "I want to kill a guy called Lin Fei." In order to kill Lin Fei, Sky Lion gritted his teeth and came to the Twilight Tavern. He was right. It was called the Twilight Tavern. It was a very nice name, but under this nice name, there was another name that made people tremble in fear. The Dusk Tavern was an organization of assassins. Their strength was inferior to the top 10 immortal sections. It could be said that no one who was targeted by the Dusk Tavern could survive. But if he wanted the people of the Dusk Tavern to kill someone, the price was very high. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would feel the pain. The Heavenly Lion couldn't suppress his anger this time. No matter what, he wanted Lin Fei to die. As long as Lin Fei didn't die, his heart would not be at peace. "Are you sure that the person you want to kill is called Lin Fei?" "Wait a minute. We will help you check." The Heavenly Lion didn't wait for long. Not even half an incense stick of time had passed. There was an answer. "The Lin Fei you want to kill is a very mysterious guy. He is very strong and the peak of the Golden Core realm is not the end. His strength can reach the middle or even the late nascent soul realm. He is also very good at keeping his life. So if you want to kill this person, the price is not small. Are you sure you want to kill this person?" The Heavenly Lion took a deep breath. "I am sure that I want to kill this person. No matter the price, even if I have to sell everything, I will kill this person." Killing this Lin Fei only requires 10 upper-grade spirit stones. 10 upper-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was the exchange, but upper-grade spirit stones were too difficult to find. So the price was already quite expensive. Although the Heavenly Lion was prepared, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out 10 upper-grade spirit stones. "I don't know how long it will take me to see Lin Fei's body. The shortest is 1 month, the longest is 3 months. I will definitely bring this person to you. This is the promise of the Dusk Tavern." "I believe you." The Heavenly Lion turned around and left. After the Heavenly Lion left, the news spread in an instant. Of course, as for Lin Fei, he was completely unaware of it. He didn't know that he was targeted by the Dusk Tavern. It was a special force that was on par with the top 10 immortal sections. Even the top 10 immortal sects couldn't do anything to the Dusk Tavern. They even tried to annihilate them a few times, but it was still useless. Instead, they had to pay a painful price. After a long time, they finally minded their own business and no one could do anything to the other. The Dusk Tavern wouldn't easily make a move on the people of the top 10 immortal sects, and the top 10 immortal sects wouldn't make things difficult for the Dusk Tavern either. This formed a very harmonious scene. Lin Fei was already close to the sky-reaching church, but he wasn't very close. He was hundreds of kilometers away. The closer he got, the more he could feel the extraordinariness of the sky-reaching church. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air as he sensed the powerful aura that was extremely obscure. He knew that this was the true confidence of the top 10 immortal sections. They were indeed powerful and invincible. It was no wonder that the sky-reaching church could become one of the top 10 immortal sections. They lived up to their name and no one dared to provoke them. Lin Fei began to search silently in this area. However, after pondering for a while, he felt that something was wrong. The distance was too close. Once he made a move, he would be noticed. Therefore he chose a direction. He decided to intercept them 100,000 kilometers away. As for whether he could successfully intercept them or not, it was purely a matter of luck. If he made a move at such a distance, he could completely suppress the movement. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. After waiting for a few days, no one passed by at all. Even if there were, it would be a large group, and they wouldn't dare to make a move easily. After all, if these people were killed, there would definitely be some movement. If they had a big background, it would naturally cause trouble. Therefore, if Lin Fei wanted to find someone, he would look for those who were very inconspicuous. He didn't believe that all the people who came would come in such a mighty and menacing manner. Wait, I think I heard something. On a towering tree. Lin Fei suddenly stood up and frowned slightly. He actually felt the aura of energy fluctuations. Someone was making a move nearby. Chapter 44:35. Lin Fei did hear the noise, and the energy fluctuation wasn't small. It was a gold core expert. Of course, there was also the aura of a nascent soul powerhouse, which was very eye-catching. Without saying a word, Lin Fei directly followed the aura fluctuation. He had to understand the situation first. There were actually people fighting in such a place. This shouldn't be a small matter. Second young master, I can only say that you are unlucky. This time, I can't give you the opportunity to enter the heaven-reaching church. A cold voice was heard. Then there was another voice, which seemed very angry and unwilling. You were sent by Big Brother. How can he do this? I am from the Lin family. This place is originally mine. No one can take it away. Lin Fei was very fast. In a few breaths, he arrived at the place where the fight took place. He stood on a tree. There were many corpses lying in front of him. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. At this time, the most eye-catching thing was that a middle-aged man had pierced a young man's chest with a sword. The young man didn't die on the spot, but he was about to. His eyes were red, and he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with anger and unwillingness. The Lin family doesn't need people like you, so you have to give up this place. The young master will come to take this invitation letter soon. At that time, he will attend on behalf of the Lin family. The middle-aged man said coldly again. Lin Fei, who was in the tree, understood what was going on. It was the so-called family infighting again. Obviously, this guy in front of him was killed by the so-called Big Brother. What he wanted was that invitation letter. After all, with this invitation letter, he would have the opportunity to enter the heaven-reaching church. If he could successfully become a disciple, he would be able to enter the top 10 immortal sects. It could be said that he had reached the sky in one step. Such an opportunity was actually given to a junior in the family instead of the so-called Big Brother. This naturally caused the so-called Big Brother to be angry and dissatisfied. He secretly tried to kill him. He was prepared to act first and report later. He wanted to cook the raw rice into rice first. Once he entered the heaven-reaching church, even if the family knew, they would only turn a blind eye to it. Lin Fei had seen this kind of situation many times. If it weren't for the words invitation letter, Lin Fei wouldn't have taken it seriously. With this invitation, things would be different. After the sword was pulled out, the person called Lin Yun's eyes dimmed and he stopped breathing. The middle-aged man took the storage ring from the man. He then took out an invitation from his storage ring. This invitation letter was quite different, because it was specially made by the Heavens-Reaching Church, and outsiders could not imitate it. Finally, I've got it. I can explain it to the young master. Lin Yun, you're not qualified to join the Sky-Reaching Church. Don't even think about it. No one in the family will allow you to join the Sky-Reaching Church, you bastard. The middle-aged man packed up his things and prepared to leave. He welcomed the young master. As long as they had this invitation, there were no requirements on the invitation at all, because the heavens-reaching church only recognized people by this invitation letter. Not bad. It seems like you've done this a lot. Just as the middle-aged man turned around, a ray of sword light leisurely arrived. It slashed across his neck. The middle-aged man saw a figure standing in front of him. He didn't even know when the other party appeared. His whole body turned black and he completely lost consciousness. It was naturally Lin Fei. A nascent soul realm master like him couldn't resist the power of Lin Fei's sword if he wasn't prepared. Not only did he obtain the storage ring, but he also obtained the invitation letter. This invitation letter was indeed different. It seems that I'm lucky to get an invitation letter. This family infighting finally benefited me, but I still have to clean up the so-called young master. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Lin Fei quickly scanned the contents of the invitation letter. Fortunately, there was no special rule on who should go. This invitation letter was sent to the so-called Lin family. The Lin family could send whoever they wanted. This was quite satisfactory for Lin Fei. When he entered the heavens-reaching church, he would have nothing to worry about. Lin Fei's sword intent swept and buried all these corpses. Then he turned around and began to prepare. He knew that the middle-aged man must have sent a message. As for where they would meet, it should not be far. Therefore, all Lin Fei had to do was to wait for the rabbit. A few days later, there was really a group of people in this area. The leader was a young man, who was a little similar to the so-called Lin Yun, and the aura on his body was almost the same. Naturally, Lin Fei did not hold back and attacked, wiping out all of these people. For him, killing these people was just a matter of a few swords, and it wouldn't take long. But for Lin Fei, it would solve a big problem. After killing them, Lin Fei decisively destroyed the corpses. He didn't even leave a trace of clues. He would hide for as long as he could. After all, this spiritual world was more or less dangerous. Who knew what accidents could happen? Lin Fei was completely relieved. With this invitation, Lin Fei went straight to the sky-reaching church. Along the way, he made some slight changes. Especially his face. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of secret methods. Therefore, he used a secret technique called the rebirth technique to slightly transform himself. At first glance, he might be a little similar to Lin Yun, but his aura was also a little similar. No one could figure out the reason. Even if the sky-reaching church was guarded by the ancestor, Lin Fei was very confident. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Fei rushed to the sky-reaching church. At the foot of the mountain gate of the sky-reaching church, a lot of people had gathered here. One wave after another. They all entered the sky-reaching church with an invitation. After arriving here, Lin Fei realized that the sky-reaching church was really rich, occupying an area of tens of thousands of miles. The whole mountain gate was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. From time to time, people could see mascots. Each mascot had a great origin and background. It could be seen that the sky-reaching church was really different. When Lin Fei came to the foot of the mountain, he could feel the emotion of the divine tree of life. It was a very excited emotion, which also made Lin Fei more sure that there must be a lot of treasures left by the divine tree of life in the sky-reaching church. There were even other things. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Fei wanted to enter the sky-reaching church more than anyone else. As long as he entered the sky-reaching church, his divine tree of life was very likely to improve rapidly and grow up. Chapter 44-36. After seeing this scene, Lin Fei was even more glad that he had gotten the invitation letter. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for him to come here. Lin Fei used the rebirth secret method to simply disguise himself. When he stood there, he did not attract anyone's attention. Although some people glanced at him gently, they did not stay for a long time. Lin Fei was already prepared. He decided to pretend to be a disciple of the Lin family with a new identity. After killing the Lin family, Lin Fei deliberately searched the Lin family with the soul-searching skill. He really knew something about the Lin family. There were many disciples in the Lin family, and Lin Yun was just a concubine. She didn't have any status. He was very talented. Therefore, it was not a surprise that there was one more disciple of the Lin family. Lin Fei decided to use his real name, Lin Fei. As for the slight change in his appearance, he naturally wouldn't be noticed by others. Standing at the foot of the mountain, someone soon came to greet him. First, he showed his invitation letter. After some registration, he was taken in. There was also a disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church to lead the way. Our Heavens-Reaching Church is different from other places. After coming to the Heavens-Reaching Church, you can move freely, but you can't go to some places. Once you break into the sex formation, even if your family members come, they can't save you. You should remember this clearly. The disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church who led the way was an inner disciple. His strength was not very strong. He was only at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. However, this middle stage of the Gold Core realm was more powerful than the middle stage of the Gold Core realm outside. He was almost at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. His strength should not be underestimated. As soon as Lin Fei entered the Heavens-Reaching Church, he felt that it was very unusual. It was a blessed place. Practicing here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Of course, this was not too interesting for Lin Fei. His greatest interest was to get the treasures of the Heavens-Reaching Church. The more he entered the Heavens-Reaching Church, the more he could feel the existence of those treasures. This is sect leader Tong Tian, the first ancestor of our sky-reaching church. His strength was unfathomable. In the end, he became an immortal. Even though he was an immortal, he was a top-notch immortal. In the end, he crossed the boundary and left. Lin Fei and the others followed them to the square of the Heavens-Reaching Church. There was a statue that was 100,000 feet tall, and it gave off a majestic aura. Standing there, it was like a peerless expert, causing people to shiver. At the same time, they felt a trace of respect for it. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the statue of the Tong Tian sect master. He sensed a terrifying sealing power from the statue of Tong Tian. Although there was only a trace of it, in Lin Fei's opinion, this trace of power could kill all the experts once it was unleashed. There was no doubt that this should be the power left by Tong Tian before he left. It was definitely the power of an immortal. The 10 great immortal sects are indeed different. To think that they would have such a trump card up their sleeves. If an immortal were to make a move, he would definitely suffer a huge loss, let alone other people. Their position is very stable. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze. He originally thought that the statue was already very powerful, but he did not expect that something not far away made Lin Fei slightly surprised. Taoist friend, may I ask what that is? It looks extraordinary. Lin Fei suddenly asked. The leading Gold Core disciple looked back. After seeing that thing, he couldn't help but say with a smile, "Your Excellency, you have a good eye. That's the origin of our sky-reaching school. It's a sky-reaching tree, but it's already dead." What Lin Fei saw was a sky-reaching tree. The sky-reaching tree was almost 300 meters tall, but there was no aura of life on it at the moment. It just stood there. At this time, a young man next to him said with a smile, "I've heard of the sky-reaching tree. It's said that it fell in our spiritual realm and was considered the #1 divine tree. One can comprehend many sky-reaching secret techniques by cultivating on the sky-reaching tree. Unfortunately, after several battles, the sky-reaching tree died. I'm not sure if this is the sky-reaching tree that was left behind." The Gold Core disciple said with a smile, "You're right. This is indeed a sky-reaching tree. It's used as a souvenir." Lin Fei did not expect to see such a huge sky-reaching tree here. It was only 300 meters tall, but it was well preserved. The Tree of Life had already released a strong emotion. Lin Fei suppressed it with great difficulty and told the Tree of Life that there was no hurry. Sooner or later, it would completely refine and absorb this sky-reaching tree. You've seen a lot of sky-reaching tokens, sky-reaching master token and other things. They were all taken from the sky-reaching tree and refined. The sky-reaching church disciple said again, "If you're interested in this sky-reaching tree, you'll naturally have a chance to know it after you join the sky-reaching church. Now, I'll take you to your resting place." The interior of the sky-reaching church was very large. Not long after, they flew to an area. This area had pavilions and waterside pavilions. It was very extraordinary. "This is the resting place we use to entertain our distinguished guests. You can stay here for the time being." Lin Fei and the others were arranged to stay in a room. There was also a butler here. If there was anything they needed, they could inform the butler. Lin Fei moved in smoothly. He was not in a hurry to go out. On the contrary, some disciples of various families began to wander in the sky-reaching church. The The sky-reaching church was bigger than they had imagined. It had an area of tens of thousands of miles. There was also a city in the sky-reaching church, which was very lively. This was what Lin Fei found out after asking the butler. If you're bored, you can take a walk in the sky-reaching city. It's a relatively lively place. According to the butler, although they had come to the sky-reaching church, they still had to wait for some time. After all, it was not the day of the ancestors' 3,000th birthday banquet yet. During this period, in addition to practicing, they could also walk around the sky-reaching church. Therefore, after staying for 2 days, Lin Fei decided to go to the sky-reaching city to have a look, hoping to gain something. The sky-reaching church was somewhat different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It did not have such a great sex aura. It was like coming to an ordinary city. It was very lively, but most of the people were disciples of the sky-reaching church. These disciples not only opened shops here, but also took the initiative to sell things. Most of the disciples in the sky-reaching city were outer disciples. They were used to serve the inner disciples. In the sky-reaching church, there were 4 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, personal disciples, and the last Holy Son. Outer disciples naturally had no future. However, they were treated well in the sky-reaching church. They could open shops to sell things. Therefore, the sky-reaching city was formed. Some of the shops selling goods here naturally had some inner sect disciples and elders supporting them from behind. Therefore, the sky-reaching city was also very complicated. Chapter 44:37. Heaven-reaching city was very lively. There were disciples of the heaven-reaching church everywhere. Every disciple of the heaven-reaching church had good strength. Lin Fei didn't have a purpose for coming here this time. He just wandered around casually. He went wherever he found interesting. He found a lot of things. During this period, he also met some talents of the first-rate and second-rate forces. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and they even knew many people of the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to them. He came to heaven-reaching city purely to join in the fun. He wanted to see what was there. What interested Lin Fei most was a street in heaven-reaching city. This street was very large, but there were all kinds of things being sold here. Those disciples of the heaven-reaching church sat down casually and put down their things, which formed a bazaar. As soon as Lin Fei came here, he saw a lot of things. There were elixirs, weapons, treasures, and so on. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could buy them. Of course, these were not the only things that interested Lin Fei. Instead, it was the natural medicinal materials. Some of these medicinal materials were quite old. Since he knew that the divine tree of life could also absorb these natural medicinal materials, Lin Fei naturally also targeted these medicinal materials. The older the better. On the first day, Lin Fei harvested a medicinal material more than 5,000 years old. On the second day, he harvested 2 medicinal materials more than 3,000 years old. It was a good harvest. Although it had a little effect on the improvement of the divine tree of life, it was also a good thing. Therefore, on this day, Lin Fei came here early in the morning. He felt that he would be luckier and encounter more things early. Maybe he could find something good. As soon as he arrived in Sky Connect City, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. However, they soon relaxed. Because the divine tree of life had a slight fluctuation. This time, the fluctuation was very exciting. Lin Fei was happy for the first time. It seems that I'm lucky today. There should be something good here. It should be a medicinal material with a good age. Let me see what I can find today. To Lin Fei, this was definitely a big mistake. It would be great if he could pick it up. Moreover, the current Lin Fei was not short of spirit stones. He could be considered a nouveau riche. With the guidance of the divine tree of life, Lin Fei did not hesitate at all and headed straight into the depths. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei actually saw something that had stirred up the tree of life. It was a very ordinary medicinal herb that was casually placed there. If it wasn't for the tree of life sensing it, even Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to guarantee that this herb was good and valuable. This was because it was too ordinary. If it was thrown there, even 10 people might not be able to see it, not even Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist, isn't the price of your grass a little too high? It's actually marked at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. That's not cheap at all. Although this place was remote, several disciples of the heavens-reaching church had already arrived. These disciples were all looking at this grass because it was marked at 10 middle grade spirit stones. This price was already very, very high, so it made them even more curious. Sitting there was a middle-aged man who was silent. Finally he said coldly, "Anyway, it's only 10 middle grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it." After that, he closed his mouth again. For the disciples of the heavens-reaching church, 10 middle grade spirit stones for a grass was very high. With this money they could buy medicinal pills. Why would they waste their time on this grass? It was not worth it at all. Therefore, after looking at it for a while, he left. All of a sudden, it was empty again. Lin Fei hurriedly walked up to it. Standing in front of this grass, he carefully looked at it. Although this grass looked very ordinary at first glance. However, Lin Fei could still see that something was amiss. This stalk of grass was extraordinary. It even possessed a hint of charm that was unique to the heavens and earth. No wonder this grass was marked at 10 middle grade spirit stones. If he guessed correctly, this grass had at least lived for tens of thousands of years. It was at least 50,000 years old. This was the best medicinal herb that Lin Fei had encountered. "I want this grass." Lin Fei did not want to talk nonsense. After all, he had to buy such a grass. At this time, the middle-aged man was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the voice, he suddenly raised his head and was a little surprised to see the young man in front of him. "You are not a disciple of the heavens-reaching church." Of course, Lin Fei was not a disciple of the heavens-reaching church because his clothes were different. He nodded slightly. "I am not a disciple of the heavens-reaching church. Does it have anything to do with me buying this grass?" The middle-aged man came to his senses at once. After all, the 3000th birthday banquet of the old ancestor in the sect was about to begin. It was said that a batch of disciples was to be recruited. He was afraid that these disciples were sent by these family forces. "Are you sure you want to buy it for 10 middle grade spirit stones? Don't regret after buying it. This grass is hard for me to pick." The middle-aged man did not expect that someone would buy it at such a high price. After all, he had snatched it from the hands of several nascent soul realm demonic beasts. He had put in a lot of effort and almost could not get it back. Therefore, he felt that this grass should be very valuable. However, he could not recognize what it was for a while. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Since I've already bought the thing that caught my eye, I will definitely not cause any more trouble for you. I can still afford 10 middle grade spirit stones. After all, I'm not that poor." Lin Fei laughed and threw 10 middle grade spirit stones to the middle-aged man and took the grass. The middle-aged man held the 10 middle grade spirit stones in his hand and felt a little bit. It was like a dream. He actually sold this grass just like that. Some people in the surroundings also noticed this scene. After all, they all knew that a grass cost 10 middle grade spirit stones. They did not expect that someone would really buy it. It was really a case of having too much money and nowhere to go. If it were them, they would not buy it even if they were beaten to death. 10 middle grade spirit stones were enough to buy a magic weapon. Moreover, it was a powerful magic weapon. Which family's young master was this? He was actually so rich. He did not even blink and actually spent 10 middle grade spirit stones to buy this grass. "Thank you for your support, Taoist." The middle-aged man kept the middle grade spirit stones and thanked him profusely. These 10 middle grade spirit stones would be of great help to him. After Lin Fei received this grass, he unexpectedly found out the name of this grass. This was the first time he encountered this grass. It turned out that this god tree of life had such a subtle effect. He originally thought that this grass was only 50,000 years old. He did not expect it to be 100,000 years old. This grass also had a big name. It was called Lucky Grass. Just when Lin Fei was about to look at it again, a figure came to Lin Fei's side. "Taoist, I don't know if you are selling this grass. I will pay 50 middle grade spirit stones." Chapter 4438. Lin Fei was in a good mood at the moment. After all, he had encountered a 100,000-year-old herb. It was called Lucky Grass. The origin of the Lucky Grass was not simple, because it could increase the success rate of refining elixirs by a certain amount. It could be said to be a very rare treasure. However, this disciple of the heavens-reaching church did not recognize it. Of course, for Lin Fei, this Lucky Grass was only for the divine tree of life to refine. As for refining elixirs, he really did not care that much. However, for those who could refine elixirs, this lucky grass was a priceless treasure. Not to mention other things, its value alone could increase a lot. At this moment, the middle-aged man had just put away the medium spirit stones. The next second, after hearing this voice, his entire face changed. He looked back and was shocked. After a while he said in a low voice, "Elder Wang." The surrounding people also heard this voice and naturally recognized the person. It was Elder Wang, an expert in alchemy of the heavens-reaching church. This Elder Wang liked to search for all kinds of medicinal herbs in this area the most. He would appear from time to time, so everyone knew him. However, he did not expect that this grass, which was priced at 10 medium spirit stones, would actually become 50 medium spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Even the middle-aged man himself was shocked. He did not expect that the price he marked was a little low. Lin Fei looked back and saw a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. The Elder Wang they were talking about frowned slightly. "Sorry, this grass is still useful to me, so I will not sell it." Elder Wang frowned slightly. "Then can you let me have a look at this grass? I think this grass looks like a grass that I know." Lin Fei also heard from the ears of the others that this Elder Wang was an alchemy master. He most likely recognized the use of this lucky grass. Of course, Lin Fei would not let him have a look. He was afraid that it would cause some trouble. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have already put this grass away. It is too troublesome to take it out. Moreover, I have already bought this grass. If you want to buy this grass, you can only try your luck." Elder Wang did recognize that this was the lucky grass, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard what the other party said, he was even more certain that this was the lucky grass. He lamented that his luck was a little bad. He had actually come a step too late. Someone had beaten him to it, and it just had to be a young man. He was not a member of the heavens-reaching church, which made him a little unhappy. After all, the effects of a lucky grass were extremely great. When refining an ancestral cauldron, it would at least provide a certain probability of success, which was absolutely useful for alchemy experts. The middle-aged man immediately took out the middle-grade spirit stone. "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry. I'm not selling this grass. Can I trouble you to return it to me?" How could Lin Fei not see that this middle-aged man wanted to curry favor with Elder Wang? He wanted to sell this grass to Elder Wang and leave a good impression. Elder Wang's face was obviously filled with joy. Lin Fei was not someone else. How could he return this grass to him? He did not lack these 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Therefore he chuckled and said, "I have already bought this grass. Now you want me to return it to you? What the hell is this? Does your heavens-reaching church intend to bully the weak?" As one of the top 10 immortal sects, Lin Fei naturally knew that they would not bully the weak. Especially at this time, if this matter was spread out, he would probably be laughed at to death. After hearing this, Elder Wang's face changed slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. How could our heavens-reaching church bully the weak? I'm just interested in this grass. How about we talk about it?" How could Elder Wang do such a thing? If it was somewhere else, he might have some ideas. However, in the heavens-reaching church, he really did not have any ideas. After all, this time, a lot of God's favored ones had come and their backgrounds were not small. The heavens-reaching church was not afraid of them. However, if this matter was spread out, they would lose face. Although Elder Wang was also an elder in the heavens-reaching church, he was just an ordinary elder. If this matter was really blown out of proportion, he would naturally lose face. Therefore he changed his idea. It was better to have a good talk with this young man in front of him. Lin Fei thought for a moment and was quite interested in this idea. After all, he did not know much about the heavens-reaching church. What he wanted was to refine something made of heavenly wood. Perhaps, this person in front of him might know about it. "I saw a tea house over there. How about we have a seat together? Anyway, this grass is dispensable to me." When Elder Wang heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could get his hands on it. Although the price was a little high, it was still quite cost-effective. After all, this was a lucky grass. If other people knew about it, there would be another competition. "The tea in that tea house is quite good. We can go and have a taste." The two of them walked out of the street one after another. They arrived at a nearby tea house. At this time, the tea house was very quiet. Elder Wong booked a private room with great familiarity and asked someone to serve tea and some snacks. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. You can even recognize this lucky grass. Ordinary people really can't. Elder Wong said after he sat down. Lin Fei said with a smile, I've read a lot of ancient books, so I have a good understanding of these strange things. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to encounter this lucky grass. I wonder how you plan to exchange for this lucky grass. You know, although this lucky grass is a little useless, it has a good effect when refining pills. Elder Wong also wanted to see how much Lin Fan knew about this lucky grass. It would be best if he could understand it in a short period of time. He would fool him if he could. But now, it seemed that he could not fool him at all. Lin Fan knew this lucky grass very well. If he didn't spend a lot of money, he might not be able to exchange for it. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine. No matter what, he had to exchange for it. After a long time, many people would come to snatch the lucky grass. It was quite disadvantageous to him. I wonder what you want. Why don't you name a price first? As long as I can afford it, I will definitely satisfy you. After all, I, Elder Wong, am a man of my words in the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei took out the lucky grass and put it on the table. He was not worried that the other party would snatch it away. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than his life-taking sword. I heard that the heaven-reaching church has refined a lot of treasures with the heaven-reaching tree. I'm quite interested in this. I wonder if Elder Wong has this way. If you do, then this lucky grass. Lin Fei picked up the cup, took a sip, and looked at Elder Wong with a smile. Chapter 4439. Wang Yun could not figure out where this kid came from. After all, there were quite a number of experts here this time around. Especially the geniuses, there were quite a number of capable ones. However, to be able to identify this lucky grass at this age, he must have read a lot of books and been studying for 5 years. Such a person was definitely rare. Especially when he heard that the other party wanted to refine something from the heavenly tree, Wang Yun was very surprised. He was already prepared to be slashed by the other party. After all, this was a lucky grass. If he had this lucky grass, he would be more confident in refining pills. Especially recently, Wang Yun was preparing to refine a batch of high-grade pills. However, the ingredients were too hard to obtain. Therefore, he did not dare to open the furnace. However, with the lucky grass, it would be a completely different story. He could open the furnace with peace of mind. At the very least, he would have an 80% chance of refining a high-grade pill. The gains he would gain would be unimaginable. However, he did not expect this young man to not demand an exorbitant price, nor did he slash him. Instead, he wanted the item refined from the heavenly tree. To others, the item refined from the heavenly tree might be very rare. However, to Wang Yun, it was not too much of a problem. After all, he was an elder of the Heavenly Crossing Church. Although his position was not very high, it was not difficult for him to get his hands on this item. This was something that Wang Yun was confident of. Young man, are you sure you are not wrong? You want the item refined from the heavenly tree? Wang Yun asked again. He was afraid that he had heard wrongly. Therefore, his tone was a little nervous. Lin Fei smiled. I have admired the heavenly tree for a long time. Since I have such an opportunity, I naturally have to broaden my horizons. Furthermore, it is just a stalk of grass. What do you think? It is useless to me. This was the nicest sentence Wang Yun had ever heard. He could not help but laugh out loud. That's right. You're right. This grass is indeed useless to you. I'll definitely help you refine the items that you want from the heaven-reaching tree. However, with my abilities, I can only help you get 5 items at most. Wang Yun took a deep breath and raised 5 fingers. 5 items refined from the heavenly tree was indeed a lot. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was more than he had imagined. However, when Wang Yun looked at it, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that the other party thought it was too little? Therefore he added, how about this? I'll get you 8 pieces through my connections. Those heavenly reaching tokens can't be compared with them. They're definitely good stuff, which can only be obtained in the heavenly reaching church. That's right. Lin Fei was just a little surprised. After all, he could easily take out 5 treasures from the sky tree. It was definitely not something like the sky token. He was more expectant about the items of the heaven-reaching tree collected by the heaven-reaching church. He didn't expect that when he frowned, the other party would actually bring 8 of them. This really made Lin Fei very surprised and happy. He was not afraid of more. The more the better. That was not a problem at all. 10 pieces. I want 10 pieces. The heaven-reaching tree isn't something worth paying attention to anymore. As long as you give me 10 items refined from the heaven-reaching tree, this grass is yours. I'm a man of my word. If Lin Fei didn't ask for a few more treasures from the heaven-reaching tree, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. He believed that Wang Yun would definitely agree to it. Although 10 items from the heaven-reaching tree wasn't a lot, it would still require some time. However, Wang Yun still agreed to it quickly. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to get it. If he were to look for someone else, there would definitely be a way to get it. It was just a small price to pay. To Wang Yun, this was nothing at all. 10 pieces then. No problem. I can pay you a deposit first. In order to prevent any unforeseen problems, Wang Yun took out 2 items from the heaven-reaching tree from the storage ring in his hand. They weren't heavenly-reaching tokens. One of them was a flying sword refined from the heaven-reaching tree, while the other was a huge disc refined from the heaven-reaching tree. Both were treasures. They could be considered as low-grade magic treasures. In the spiritual world, these weren't unremarkable at all. After all, magic treasures could be categorized into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade magic treasures. Above that would be void treasures. Therefore, low-grade magic treasures were really unremarkable. Of course, since they could be refined from the heaven-reaching tree, they would naturally have a certain level of capability. I'm a man of my words. Since I've accepted this item from you, I'll naturally leave this lucky grass for you. However, you'll have to be fast. After all, there are quite a number of people who know that you're interested in this grass. Therefore, more people will come knocking on your door. Lin Fei smiled as he reminded Wang Yun. Of course, Wang Yun knew about this. I'll definitely come and look for you tonight. Lin Fei smiled. In that case, I wish us a happy cooperation. After all, I like to end things quickly. Who asked me to admire the items from the heaven-reaching tree? Within the Heavenly Reaching School, there was a huge stock of items from the Heavenly Reaching School. It was just that they weren't allowed to leave it outside. Who knew what the higher-ups were thinking? In any case, this item was really of little value. Even the Heavenly Reaching Apprenticeship Order was the same. It was completely useless. Wang Yun left without even finishing his tea. He already knew where Lin Fei resided and his name. Therefore, he would naturally be able to find Lin Fei. What he needed to do now was to gather the remaining 8 items from the heaven-reaching tree. He even felt that the more valuable the items, the better. Only then would the other party be willing to give this lucky grass to him. Although he had already taken 2 of the treasures from the heaven-reaching tree, he was still somewhat worried. Who knew if this kid had exchanged the lucky grass with someone else? Even if he did, Wang Yun would have nothing to say. After all, there were quite a number of big shots in the Heavenly Reaching School. Lin Fei slowly finished the pot of tea and walked out of the tea house. Lin Fei no longer planned to go to that street. After all, it was meaningless to go there. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll. After all, there were still many interesting places in the Heavenly Reaching City. After taking a stroll, he came to a very interesting place in the Heavenly Reaching City. Lin Fei had been to this place once, but he hadn't gone in to have a look. However, when he came here today, he found that many people had gone in. This was an octagonal tower. This octagonal tower was very tall. It actually had 100 floors. It was quite eye-catching in the Heavenly Reaching City. When he came here last time, Lin Fei had already noticed it. However, he didn't know the function of this octagonal tower. Today, he found that it was actually open. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Reaching Tower would open again today. In any case, I have to go in and have a try. That's right. If he succeeds, he will become an outer disciple of Heaven's Reaching Church. If he can reach a certain floor, he will become an inner disciple. We can't miss such an opportunity. That's right. Chapter 4440. Standing next to him, Lin Fei heard it clearly. This octagonal tower was actually called the Tongtian Tower. There were a total of 100 levels, which sounded quite meaningful. According to those people, it seemed that one could join the heavens-reaching church as long as he went up. Lin Fei really didn't know this news. After standing here and watching for a while, Lin Fei found that many people had come. Among them, some of the gods' favored ones who came with him also went in together. Lin Fei frowned slightly and realized that this was an opportunity. He even heard some people say that as long as they went up to a certain level, they could get rewards from the Tongtian Tower. This was a trial field for the disciples of the heavens-reaching church, but it seemed that no one had been able to go up to the end. Lin Fei instantly became interested. No matter what, let's go in and have a look first. If he was lucky, he might have a big harvest. Lin Fei was quite confident in his strength. Therefore, he went in without saying anything. After Lin Fei entered the Tongtian Tower, another ordinary person came outside. That's right. This person was very ordinary, wearing the clothes of a disciple of the heavens-reaching church. He appeared at the gate of the Tongtian Tower. He frowned slightly. Interesting. It's really interesting. Lin Fei, who was slapped by the heavenly lion, actually came to the heavens-reaching church. Is he going to join the heavens-reaching church? Fortunately, I have some means, otherwise, I really can't catch up with him. The ordinary young man was a disciple of the heavens-reaching church. Of course, he was not a real disciple, but a fake one. Of course, his impersonation was very good. This was his best skill, and his real identity was from the Dusk Tavern. This time, he came to deal with Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei had joined the heavens-reaching church, which made him realize that there was some trouble. Therefore, he could only keep an eye on Lin Fei. After all, the Dusk Tavern had an agreement with the 10 immortal sects, so he couldn't easily take action. Therefore, he didn't dare to take action. He just had to keep an eye on Lin Fei. Then, he could naturally kill Lin Fei. He was quite confident about this. After Lin Fei entered the Tongtian Tower, he discovered that it was extremely wide and spacious. It was actually a huge space. This caused Lin Fei to feel slightly surprised. I didn't expect the sky-reaching church to have such a profound foundation. They even have a large-scale space treasure. No wonder this octagonal tower is called the sky-reaching tower. It does have a profound foundation. After arriving here, Lin Fei found that it was very lively inside. There were also many powerful auras. Just now, Lin Fei sensed the power of a few people at the peak of the Golden Core realm. They were not in the hall, but upstairs. At that moment, Lin Fei saw what was happening in the Tower of Babel in the sky screen. Many monsters appeared in Tongtian Tower. If he wanted to enter the next floor, he would have to kill these monsters first. So far, the highest level was only the 10th level. It sounded very powerful. He was also a disciple of the heavens-reaching church. However, he was defeated on the 11th floor and was sent out. Even so, he had gained a lot of benefits. Everyone saw it clearly. After walking around for a while, Lin Fei understood the situation. The Tower of Babel was indeed very meaningful. It was the trial ground of the heavens-reaching church. It was said that the big shots of the heavens-reaching church had refined it. The monsters inside were not ordinary monsters, but demonic creatures of the spiritual realm. Not only were they strong in defense, but they were also very powerful. They were very difficult to deal with. Such demonic creatures were very difficult to deal with. Lin Fei stood there and watched for a while, and he could tell. These demonic creatures indeed required great strength to be killed. Therefore, those who could break into the last dozens of floors were definitely very powerful. Lin Fei decided to give it a try, according to the rules set by the higher-ups. As long as he could break into the 20th floor, he could join the heavens-reaching church and become an outer disciple. If he could break into the 40th floor, he would be an inner disciple. If he could break into the 60th floor, he would be a pro-disciple. As for the later floors, not everyone could break into them. So far, very few people had broken this record. The most powerful one had broken into the 90th floor. He was a real god's favored one. After joining the heavens-reaching church, he directly became the son of the heavens-reaching church. His strength also improved extremely fast. He had always been a legend in the heavens-reaching church. Now, he had become a giant in the spiritual realm. After that, no one had been able to break into the 90th floor. Only a few people could break into the 70th and 80th floors. Most of them stayed on the 40th and 50th floors. It could be seen that the disparity in strength was still a bit big. when Lin Fei was about to apply to break into the Tower of Babel. But a group of people came. This group of people was extremely powerful. Wherever they passed, people would avoid them. Lin Fei also stopped and heard a lot of people's words. I didn't expect this master to come. He is a great master at the peak of the Gold Core realm. He is going to break into the Tower of Babel. Northern Heaven Immortal is sure to make a move. If he can break into the 70th and 80th floors, I'm afraid he will break a record of the heavens reaching church. It goes without saying that Northern Heaven Immortal is a junior heavenly king of the younger generation. He can be ranked in the top 10. Lin Fei did not expect to meet a junior heavenly king here. After all, he had met a few junior heavenly kings down there last time. However, their strength was a bit weak. But the strength of Northern Heaven Immortal in front of him was really strong. His foundation was a bit deep and terrifying. No wonder the people around him were talking about him. As soon as Northern Heaven Immortal came, he caused a great sensation. Everyone looked at him. Obviously, they all knew about this junior heavenly king. Northern Heaven Immortal casually threw a few spirit stones and walked into the Tower of Babel. The person in charge of guarding the tower also had a smile on his face. Obviously, he also knew about Northern Heaven Immortal's ability. Then, everyone turned their attention to the sky. Because they could see Northern Heaven Immortal's moves from the sky screen. As soon as Northern Heaven Immortal entered the tower, he immediately attacked. They did not expect him to be an expert in close combat. He bombarded these demons with his fists and basically killed them with one punch. He advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a short period of time, he had reached the 10th floor. It had only been a short period of time. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Northern Heaven Immortal's strength is too strong. Killing the demons is so easy. I'm afraid he will break the record of the 90th floor. If he really breaks the record, our heavens-reaching church will have another saint. You should know that it is not easy to be a saint now. Without some strength, one will not be qualified. I guess the saints of our heavens-reaching church will feel the pressure again. Who doesn't know that becoming a saint will give them the opportunity to become the future sect leader of the heavens-reaching church? Northern Heaven Immortal's speed was getting faster and faster. In a breath, he directly rushed to the 40th floor. God knew how many people were shocked. Chapter 44-41. The Northern Celestial Immortal was indeed very powerful, and there were almost no devils that could stop his footsteps. After reaching level 50, his speed started to slow down. But it still caused a huge commotion. At the very least, in Sky Split Tower, no one had been able to reach the 50th floor so quickly in a long time. This Northern Celestial was definitely the one with the most potential in the past few decades or even centuries. After watching from the side for a while, Lin Fei had to admit that this Northern Celestial was indeed very strong. His close combat skills were especially strong, and he even cultivated a secret technique. He could buff his strength and explode with even more power. It was pure and domineering. Especially since these demons were close combat types, they really didn't have any advantage against Northern Celestial. No wonder he could easily pass level 50. Just as Lin Fei was about to go, another wave of people came. This group of people came in a menacing manner and caused quite a commotion. This was because this was also a minor Sky King. His influence wasn't any weaker than that Northern Celestial. This minor Sky King was called Ju Chen. Ju Chen wasn't a close combat expert. He was an expert at using transcendent artifacts. His transcendent artifact was nimble and agile. Furthermore, it was a crescent-shaped transcendent artifact. Like a ray of light, it struck the demonic creatures and instantly destroyed them. In a short time, it spread to level 30 and above. From the looks of it, his potential wasn't any weaker than that Northern Celestial. The appearance of two experts caused the entire heaven-reaching tower to become very lively. Lin Fei could even see quite a few people appearing on the upper floors, all of them praising him. The voice wasn't very loud, but Lin Fei heard it clearly. He had been worried that he would be too dazzling. Now it seemed like he really didn't need to worry. With Northern Celestial and Ju Chen here, what did it matter if he was a little dazzling? Of course. Lin Fei didn't plan on being too dazzling this time. His goal was just to get the treasure and he didn't want too much attention. He would let Northern Celestial and Ju Chen enjoy the limelight. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter Sky Split Tower, he suddenly frowned. However, he remained calm and collected. Just now, he felt a gaze fall on him, even though it was very obscure. Just a little. If it weren't for Lin Fei's quick reaction, he wouldn't have noticed it. Someone had their eyes on him. He stole a glance at him when no one was paying attention to him, and found that he was just an ordinary disciple of the heavens-reaching church. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. When did I become the target of the heavenly reaching church? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible. Soon, Lin Fei sensed that this so-called disciple of the heavens-reaching church was a bit unusual. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could clearly sense that this disciple of heavens-reaching church was definitely not a real disciple. He might be a fake one. This level was quite high. At the very least, no one present found it strange at all. I didn't offend anyone from the heavenly reaching church, but this person pretended to be from the heavenly reaching church and stared at me. Furthermore, there was a trace of killing intent. Could it be that someone hired an expert to deal with me? Lin Fei couldn't tell how strong the other party was. Clearly, the other party had used a treasure to seal his strength. This person was very strong. Lin Fei thought about it, and the only person who could target him was that heavenly lion nascent soul expert from Nanyun Prefecture. It wasn't that he didn't know where he found this expert from, but it seemed that this expert was quite strong. Lin Fei roughly guessed it, but he didn't think much of it. Anyway, this was the heavenly reaching church, and the other party wouldn't dare to make a move even if they had 100 guts. After he finished challenging the sky-split tower, the other party could only stare at him. Anyway, it was fine as long as he knew. Hence, after Lin Fei handed over the spirit stones, he entered the sky-split tower. The ordinary young man who came in later was the one from before. He had already stared at Lin Fei. He was very proud of himself. After all, with his stalking method and his disguise, no one would notice him at all. Inside, it couldn't be any more ordinary. He had already found Lin Fei, and the only thing left was to find an opportunity. Lin Fei can really run. He actually ran into the heavenly reaching church, and now he wants to challenge the sky-split tower. Does he really think he's more powerful than these two little heavenly kings? This assassin from the Dusk Tavern knew how powerful the demonic creatures in the sky-split tower were. It seemed easy, but once he encountered these demonic creatures, it wouldn't be so easy. He would most likely be eliminated. I want to see how many levels Lin Fei can pass. If he really thinks that he can compete with the two little heavenly kings just because he's at the peak of the Gold Core realm, he'll regret it. After Lin Fei entered the sky-split tower, he didn't attract too much attention. After all, for such an ordinary person to enter the sky-split tower, few people paid attention to him, especially at this time. Most people's eyes fell on Northern Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen. Both of them were little heavenly kings, and they were ranked at the top. After all, there were only 100 people who could become little heavenly kings in the spiritual realm, and any one of them was considered an outstanding person among the younger generation. Northern Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen were ranked in the top 50. They could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Therefore, everyone naturally paid attention to them. The elders in charge of the sky-split tower also secretly paid attention to them. The heavenly reaching church needed fresh blood, and Northern Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen were one of them. If they could pass through, it would be a great harvest for the heavenly reaching church. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he found that there were other challengers besides him. They were all targeted by the demonic creatures, and as long as they killed a certain number of demonic creatures here, they could enter the next level. As soon as Lin Fei landed, a demonic creature pounced on him. There were 4 demonic creatures in all directions, and they were using their most instinctive means. However, their instinctive means were really strong. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, and he swept out with his sword. In an instant, the 4 demonic creatures that pounced on him were killed. Although these demonic creatures had strong defenses, they had a flaw, and that was that their scales couldn't cover their entire bodies. There would always be a gap. Lin Fei's sword swept through the gap and destroyed their physical bodies, killing them instantly. The first 10 levels weren't difficult for Lin Fei, and he easily passed through them. After reaching the 10th level, there were fewer people and more demonic creatures, and the pressure instantly increased. Lin Fei relied on his life-taking sword, and no demonic creature could get close to him. Entering the 10th level. Entering the 20th level. Entering the 30th level. Entering the 40th level. Lin Fei's speed wasn't fast, nor was it slow. Although he couldn't compare to Northern Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen, many people's eyes lit up. Chapter 44-42. There were quite a few young disciples observing the heaven-reaching tower. Especially some elders of the heaven-reaching school. When they had nothing to do, they liked to come here to see what kind of talents could appear. Especially since the heaven-reaching tower opened once a month, it was very lively today. In a pavilion, several elders were drinking tea and chatting. They were having a good time. Their focus was on North Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen. After all, one of them had reached level 60 and the other 58. They were also getting closer and closer. They were all making bets, guessing who would be able to reach level 90. These elders of the heaven-reaching school had good eyesight. Half of them approved of North Heaven Immortal, while the other half approved of Ju Chen. They seemed to be about the same. At this moment, one of the elders said with a smile, "Look, there's someone here who actually reached level 45. It seems like he hasn't used his full strength yet. Which sect is this expert from?" In this attic, the elders of the heavens-reaching church could see everything clearly. The other party had easily entered the 45th level, and he had even used a sword technique. From the looks of it, this sword technique was very fast. He could attack the weakest point of the demonic creatures. This didn't just require eyesight, it also required a certain speed. On the contrary, none of the demonic creatures could block more than a few sword strikes before they were completely killed. This was the third young man whose eyes lit up. Speaking of which, they didn't really recognize him. He was too young. The elders of the heaven-reaching school all shook their heads. They really didn't recognize him. After all, there were quite a few people who came to the birthday banquet. There were also quite a few geniuses among the younger generation. Naturally, they couldn't recognize them all. As for why they knew North Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen, it was because they were both minor heavenly kings. There were 100 minor heavenly kings in the spiritual world. Everyone had a deep impression of them, especially those who were at the front. It seems like today's fight is going to be interesting. I wonder if this person can catch up to North Heaven Immortal and Ju Chen. I think it will be difficult to catch up. Although he seems to be hiding his strength, the demonic creatures behind him will only get stronger. It probably won't be that easy. No matter what, this person could be taken in as a personal disciple. He was qualified. This last sentence made a lot of sense. No matter who he was, as long as he passed these tests, he would gain the recognition of these elders of heaven's reaching church. There were even some elders who secretly pondered whether or not they should take him in. After all, this person was using a sword technique, and his sword technique was very fast. At this moment, Lin Fei was indeed hiding his cards. He was not going all out. These demonic creatures were not slow, and their defenses were strong. However, Lin Fei's swordsmanship was faster. The life-taking sword could strike at the weakest point of the body. He easily killed the demonic creature. It was a little time-consuming, but Lin Fei felt that it was the simplest and most convenient way. Just like that, Lin Fei unhurriedly passed through each floor. Very quickly, Northern Heavenly Immortal and Ju Chen were on the same floor. They entered the 70th floor together. This speed also slowed down. When they reached the 70th floor, Lin Fei also reached the 50th floor. He followed her step by step. This attracted everyone's attention. After all, there weren't many people who could keep up. Especially today, 3 people made it to the 50th floor in a row. This was definitely a rare thing. Sometimes, there might not be anyone who could make it to the 50th floor in a few years. But now, 3 of them made it to the 50th floor. 2 of them were even little sky kings. When Lin Fei was killing these demonic creatures, his life-sizer sword had reached the point of perfection. 60th floor. 70th floor. After reaching the 70th floor, the pressure suddenly increased. This was because these demonic creatures were harder to kill, and they seemed to know how to cooperate. So it was even more time-consuming. At this moment, Northern Heavenly Immortal and Ju Chen had already reached the 80th floor. It was very eye-catching. After reaching this floor, their speed became slower and slower. Everyone wanted to surpass each other, but in reality, they couldn't. The demonic creatures of Heaven's reaching tower weren't easy to deal with. The higher they went, the stronger they got. Now they finally experienced it. After Lin Fei reached the 70th floor, his speed became even slower. From start to finish, he didn't use much of his strength. It was good enough that he could barely block them. As expected, this Heaven's reaching tower isn't that easy to break through. At the 70th floor, The difficulty wasn't just a little high. If these demonic creatures worked together, they would probably have the strength of a nascent soul expert, and some could even reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage. These demonic creatures didn't combine, but the pressure they created wasn't much different from that of a peak nascent soul expert. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly see. After reaching this floor, he gave up and didn't do anything else. Lin Fei had already gotten the chance to join the heavens-reaching church. That was enough. As for the rest, he didn't want to be so ostentatious. Lin Fei wasn't like the two little Sky Kings, who had to determine a winner. After reaching the 71st floor, Lin Fei chose to give up and was directly sent out. When Lin Fei came out, there was a huge cheer. Very few people could make it to the 71st floor. So, Lin Fei was immediately known by everyone. For many people, it was more or less a pity. Lin Fei's face was also a little pale. Of course, it was an act. It was to let people know that his strength had reached the limit. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on passing the 70th floor and becoming a pro-disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church. I don't know if you are interested in joining our Heavens-Reaching Church. An elder of the Heavens-Reaching Church came over with a smile. Being able to display such a powerful sword technique and reach the 70th floor, he was already qualified to become a pro-disciple. It all depended on whether the other party was willing or not. Lin Fei was flattered. My lifelong wish is to join the Heavens-Reaching Church. Naturally, I am willing. Thank you, Elder. The Elder of the Heavens-Reaching Church laughed. Then come with me to register. You are a pro-disciple of the Heavens-Reaching Church. Our Heavens-Reaching Church doesn't have so many secular etiquettes. The Elder of the Heavens-Reaching Church took Lin Fei to the upper floor of the attic. After arriving at this upper floor, Lin Fei found that it was all the disciples of the Heavens-Reaching Church. There were no outsiders. They were all quite powerful. All of them looked at Lin Fei curiously. Lin Fei also wore a faint smile. Lin Fei could sense a lot of unfriendly gazes from the smiles on their faces. Lin Fei didn't care much. He had completed the first step. After joining the Heavens-Reaching Church, the rest of the things would be simple. He could think about how to get supreme treasures. This was the most important thing. If you didn't even enter the door, it would be a little difficult to get supreme treasures. Now he had a chance. Chapter 44-43. Lin Fei joined the Heavens-Reaching School. For someone with potential like Lin Fei, there was really a high-level elder who came out to welcome him. It was considered giving him a lot of face. Being able to make it to the 70th floor was not something that just anyone could do. Hence, Lin Fei easily joined the Heavens-Reaching School. He got an identity card. The only thing left was to arrange his residence. Of course, it wasn't in the Heavens-Reaching City, but in the core area of the Heavens-Reaching School. There was a cave abode specially prepared for direct disciples. An independent place to cultivate was one of the great benefits that a personal disciple had. However, at this moment, Lin Fei was still watching Bai Tianxian and Zhu Chen. The two of them were constantly killing demonic creatures, each wanting to surpass the other. In the end, the two of them were stuck on the 85th floor. For a moment, there was no winner. This made countless people sigh. One had to say that these two people made the elders of the Heavens-Reaching School extremely excited. It was rare for such experts to appear. After seeing them come out, Lin Fei lost interest and decided to take a look at his cave abode first. Junior brother Lin, this is your first time joining the Heavens-Reaching School and you made it to the 70th floor. There are still things you can collect in the Heavens-Reaching Tower. Follow me. A senior brother of the Heavens-Reaching School personally led the way. This was a deacon who was in charge of the Heavens-Reaching Tower. He was very polite to this junior brother Lin Fei. After all, he was on the 70th floor and had unlimited potential. In the future, he would definitely become a nascent soul expert. In the Heavens-Reaching School, nascent soul experts had a lot of potential. In the future, they might even have a chance to fight for the Void Transformation Realm. Although the chances were very slim, at least they would be qualified. Unlike them, it was already very good for them to break through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Fei walked behind the deacon's senior brother. They came in front of a treasury. Only then did they stop. This is where the treasures of the Heavens-Reaching Tower are stored. Follow me. The deacon's senior brother opened the array. He walked in. There were many things inside and there were a total of 3 floors. There were restrictions on every level. On the first floor, You can choose 3 items. On the second floor, you can choose 1 item. However, you only have an hour. You can think about it. Lin Fei had entered the 70th floor in order to obtain the rewards here. Now, it seemed that these rewards were quite good. Lin Fei was not interested in the other items. After all, he had the penetrating void weapon. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary weapons. Moreover, there wouldn't be any insightful void weapons here. The items that Lin Fei chose were very simple. They were things that were useful to the Tree of Life. Soon, he found 3 items from the Skirich tree, and their quality was not bad. All of them had shields. It had a certain defensive function. Of course, it was only suitable for Lin Fei to refine. After reaching the second floor, things were obviously much better. However, Lin Fei was still somewhat dissatisfied. He chose a 100,000-year-old worldly treasure. At the same time, he was impressed by the heavens-reaching church's generosity. To think that he could even choose these items. Usually, he wouldn't have the chance to do so. It seemed like the effects of this floor were not bad. If not for the fact that he was afraid of being too high profile, Lin Fei would have wanted to reach the last 90 floors to see what good items there were. The deacon's senior brother was also very curious. After all, the items that junior brother Lin Fei chose were really special. At the very least, he hadn't come across anything special before. Who wouldn't come here to choose something good? People like junior brother Lin Fei were definitely rare. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you sure you want to choose again? After all, this is a rare opportunity. Lin Fei smiled. I think that these 2 items are not bad. With these items, it will be much better to protect your life. If you lose your life, how can you cultivate? Don't you think so? When the senior brother heard this, he came to a realization. That was really the case. If you lose your life, how can you cultivate? He was full of admiration. When he came out, Lin Fei bumped into Bai Tianxian and Zhu Chen. At first, they didn't notice Lin Fei. The person next to them seemed to say something. Then, their gazes fell on Lin Fei almost at the same time. They had only reached the 85th floor, but this person could reach the 71st floor. Naturally, he wasn't simple. It was hard not to notice him. However, after taking a look, they didn't recognize him. Moreover, he wasn't one of the junior heavenly kings. The 2 retracted their gazes and brushed past each other. Lin Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. It was just that they didn't like him. Lin Fei naturally hoped that this was the result. It would be best if they didn't like him. After coming out of the heavens-reaching city, Lin Fei followed the deacon's senior brother to the core area of the heavens-reaching church. The core area was completely different from this place. There was a super formation set up. Even Lin Fei could feel the terrifying aura of this super formation. Such a grand formation could probably kill super experts. As expected, the 10 major immortal sects did have a strong foundation. This time it was really worth it. Maybe this time, he could make the Tree of Life shine with vitality in the heavens-reaching church. The area in front is where the personal disciples live. These spirit mountains are full of spirit chi. Junior brother Lin Fei can choose a cave abode as your cultivation place. If you break this identity token, you will be able to control the cave abode. Outsiders won't be able to enter. Mountains appeared in front of Lin Fei. These mountains were beautiful and rich in spirit chi. There were even flying birds. It was as if he was in a fairyland. Lin Fei could also feel a strong aura in these cave abodes. Most of them were the aura of nascent soul experts. As for gold core experts, there weren't many. The more abundant the spirit chi, the more experts there were. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the spirit chi. So, he went to a more remote place. He wanted to find a quieter place. This cave abode is fine. In the outermost area of this mountain, Lin Fei found a mountain. It was very inconspicuous. The spirit chi here was less than half of that there. It was very bleak. There were only a few people on this side. Lin Fei liked this kind of place. I like quiet. This is fine, Lin Fei said with a smile. This deacon's senior brother had never seen a heavens-favored one choose this kind of place. Since he could become a proud son of heaven, he naturally had his temper. A quiet place was good. Then I will register you first. After the registration, Lin Fei finally refined this cave abode. He had a place to cultivate in the heavens-reaching church. The deacon disciple also went back and told him something before he left. Tomorrow, you can go to the apprentice hall to be apprenticed to a master who will take you to cultivate. Chapter 44-44. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the heaven-reaching church. After all, the cultivation resources of the heaven-reaching church were very rich. Especially after Lin Fei registered the cave residents. The things that a pro-disciple should have were immediately sent over. It could be regarded as a big gift bag. Of course, this big gift bag was really not that important to Lin Fei. At the very least, Lin Fei regained his composure after a casual glance. He was thinking about how to find the treasure made by the heavenly tree. For example now, Lin Fei refined all the rewards that he got. His strength had improved a little again. Especially since his body was strong. It was quite a lot. After Lin Fei refined the treasure of the heavenly tree, his body had improved. It was still a great help to him. Having a strong physical body was the best way to protect one's life. Lin Fei was not a rookie, so he naturally knew one thing. That was, he had to have the ability to protect himself no matter what. So far, Lin Fei's strongest life-saving means was his body. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't easily break his body. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. It was a pity that there was still a long way to go from the nascent soul body to the insightful emptiness level. And this required more things, which was also the thing that annoyed Lin Fei the most. In the big gift bag, Lin Fei began to look for things that were useful to him. There was one thing that made Lin Fei's eyes slightly lit up. The Encyclopedia of the Heaven-Reaching Church. That's right. The name was very ordinary and very cliché, but it was very useful to Lin Fei. Let me see what is recorded in this encyclopedia. Lin Fei was still a little looking forward to it. Perhaps he might even be able to find out what he should do next from the encyclopedia. As for what to do next, Lin Fei still had a headache. If he joined the heavens-reaching church with sincerity, it would be another matter. Lin Fei didn't have any sense of belonging to the heavens-reaching church. He came here purely for the treasure refined by the heavenly tree. Apart from the heavens-reaching church, there was no other place where it could be found. Moreover, the 10 great immortal sects were backed by a huge mountain, so their cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Lin Fei began to flip through the pages. The content was indeed very comprehensive. It was related to cultivation realms. For example, how to cultivate from the golden core level to the nascent soul level. How to cultivate from the nascent soul realm to the hollow emptiness realm was recorded very clearly. Lin Fei didn't really care about this realm. After all, he had his own path to walk. For him, the realm was actually a dispensable existence. As long as Lin Fei's physical body continued to grow stronger, no matter how high his cultivation level was, he would still be able to kill him with a single punch. It was just that simple. After flipping through these useless things, his gaze soon fell on one of the contents. It attracted Lin Fei's attention. Tong Tian list? The higher they were, the more benefits they would receive. He could even enter the treasury to choose items. It's worth a trip. There was a list in the heavens-reaching church called the Tong Tian list. On the Tong Tian list, all disciples of the heavens-reaching church were ranked 100 in total. However, disciples of the heavens-reaching church who could make it to the top 100 could enjoy special benefits and a lot of resources. What made Lin Fei most excited was that as long as he could become an expert on the Tong Tian list, he could take on the tasks of the heavens-reaching church and exchange them for points. He could use these points to exchange for various treasures of the heavens-reaching church. It seems that I can take the path of the Tong Tian list. After seeing the Tong Tian list, Lin Fei knew what path he had to take. That was the Tong Tian list. He had to get on the Tong Tian list and then take on tasks to earn points. If he used these points to exchange for the treasures of the heavenly tree, he believed that there would be a lot of treasures of the heavens-reaching church. There were even some good things that were absolutely suitable for the divine tree of life. Regarding this, Lin Fei had already made up his mind a long time ago. For example, a series of things such as natural medicinal materials that had reached a certain age were absolutely top-notch. It was a pity that such things were too difficult to find. This was his last chance. It was a good thing to have the support of the 10 immortal sects. Lin Fei had to make himself stronger. Lin Fei didn't even bother to look at the things at the back of the encyclopedia. He just took a quick glance and didn't find anything that was worth Lin Fei's attention. Before getting on the list, Lin Fei had one more thing to do. And that was to find a master. This was the benefit of being a personal disciple. Of course, this master didn't only have one disciple, but a master had 10 to 20 disciples. That was already considered very good. To Lin Fei, it didn't matter whether he had a master or not. However, he still had to go through the process. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to take a look tomorrow and find a master. It was especially suitable for his own master. Of course, it was up to Lin Fei to decide whether it was suitable or not. It was just that he didn't need to care about him and let him be free. Forget about other things. As for the saying that a strict master produces an outstanding disciple, it wasn't applied to Lin Fei at all. He woke up early in the morning. Lin Fei could sense that many disciples on the surrounding mountains had started to cultivate. They were swallowing the essence of heaven and earth, and it was quite a spectacular sight. However, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Many of them were swallowing very strongly and formed many whirlpools. They were all talented people. Along the way, Lin Fei met quite a number of personal disciples. Although these personal disciples weren't wearing the heaven-reaching sex uniform, these people all had the heaven-reaching sex badge on their chests. It was obvious at a glance. And the quality of these badges wasn't low. Lin Fei could sense a defensive power from these badges. Of course, Lin Fei also had such a badge and he pinned it on his clothes. As for the other heaven-reaching sect disciples, they didn't have such a badge. This also formed a difference. Those who didn't have a badge were ordinary disciples of the heaven-reaching sect. Some badges were also different. If you looked carefully, you could still see the difference. Lin Fei came to the apprenticeship hall. The apprenticeship hall was very vulgar, but when he came here, Lin Fei, on the other hand, sensed a powerful aura. They were all at the Yuanying realm, and there were even many at the peak Yuanying realm. No wonder it was one of the top 10 immortal sections. After Lin Fei entered the apprenticeship hall, he went directly to the hall. He took out the identity token from yesterday. I want to be apprenticed. It was the first time for Lin Fei to come to the heaven-reaching sect, but he was already familiar with the way. Because there was a map of the entire heaven-reaching sect in the welfare bag. For a person like Lin Fei, it was easy to remember him. It turns out to be junior brother Lin Fei. It's not a problem if you want to be apprenticed, but I don't know who you're going to be apprenticed to. If you have no choice, why don't you take a look at these first? There are all the elders in our apprenticeship hall. There must be one suitable for you. For some reason, Lin Fei felt as if he was trying to sell his product. Chapter 44-45. Lin Fei was a little puzzled. In the end, he still took the other party's information. This was a thick book, and the records of all the high-level elders were recorded in it. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. It was quite impressive for a senior elder to accept a disciple as a personal disciple. However, Lin Fei had to find a suitable master. At the very least, one that was useless. Usually, he would go sightseeing. After a simple glance, he realized that there were quite a number of senior elders here. This made Lin Fei really embarrassed to choose, so he secretly passed a few spirit stones over. Senior brother, I see that there are quite a number of senior elders here. Why don't you introduce me to one? There are so many, it's really hard for me to choose. When the deacon's senior brother received the spirit stones, he was shocked. At first, he was a little puzzled. Now, he knew what to do. This junior brother Lin Fei was really interesting. Are you sure you want me to recommend you? This is a big deal. After all, having a good master will help your cultivation in the future. If I make a mistake, I'm afraid. Before the senior brother could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fei. Don't worry, I'm an easygoing person. How about this? You can choose a more leisurely elder for me. I'm used to peace and don't want to be affected by too many things. The deacon's senior apprentice brother put away the medium-grade spirit stones. In fact, he was also very nervous. This was the first time someone had given him a gift of medium-grade spirit stones. It would take him a long time to earn such a small amount of mid-grade spirit stones. When he heard Lin Fei's words, he immediately pondered. Junior brother. Wait a moment. Let me think about which one is better. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. Lin Fei smiled and said. After all, if Lin Fei were to choose, who knew who he would choose? But if he were to let this person choose, it would be much easier. After a moment, the senior brother opened the book and flipped to the last page. His gaze landed on the name of one of the elders. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei. How about this one? He's called Guang Yuanzi, an experienced elder of Heaven's Reaching Church. It's said that he's very old. However, Guang Yuanzi's favorite thing to do is to travel around. He can only stay in our sect for a few times a year. If you can choose him, it will be easy for you. Lin Fei smiled. He liked having such a high-level elder as his master. He wouldn't care about him, and there was nothing wrong with him. In that case, I wonder how many senior and junior brothers this elder Guangji Wanzi has? Lin Fei asked. The deacon's senior brother thought for a while and said, "It seems that there are only 2 of them, but these 2 senior brothers don't have much influence in our sect. It is quite sad, especially one of them. I heard that he suffered a big setback." There were only 2 senior brothers. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he didn't have to worry about people constantly bothering him. He could cultivate peacefully. And he could participate in the competition of Heaven's Reaching list. Then I'll choose Guang Yuanzi, senior fellow apprentice. It was the first time for this deacon's senior brother to meet someone like Lin Fei. Now that Lin Fei said that he was fine, it couldn't be better. Then I'll help you contact this elder and see if he's around. If he's not around, then I'll have to ask someone else to bring you over. After Lin Fei waited for a while, this deacon's senior brother said helplessly, "Junior fellow apprentice, I've just contacted this elder for you. He has already left the sect. It said that he went to travel. He has already known the news. You can go to the mountain where he lives by yourself. His disciples are there. Just go there and meet them. From then on, you'll be a subordinate of Elder Guangji Wanzi." It was the first time for Lin Fei to meet such a casual deacon's senior brother. Therefore, he declined an elder's offer to send him off. Then, he went straight to the mountain where Guang Yuanzi lived with the information. For example, these high-level elders lived even further inside and had their own mountain peaks. At this moment, he had a pass that allowed him to pass through the mountain. Lin Fei also rejoiced at his good luck. To be able to meet such a master, it was for the best that he had left Zongheng. Furthermore, he only had 2 disciples. What could be better than this? Not long later, Lin Fei found the mountain. This mountain was no different from the other mountains. However, there were layers of ripples that blocked Lin Fei's way. He took out the pass and instantly, a layer of light enveloped him. There was also a force that guided him into the mountain. The mountain was very quiet. It was so quiet that one would feel that they had come to the wrong place. However, Lin Fei felt 2 auras. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Guang Yuanzi really only has 2 disciples and no one else? Isn't this mountain a little too quiet? If that was the case, it couldn't be better. Just as Lin Fei entered, 2 figures flew out, one at the front and one at the back. They were both Guang Yuanzi's disciples. However, when they came out and one of them saw Lin Fei, his pupils constricted and his expression changed. "It's you. Why are you here?" he exclaimed. The person next to him was a little surprised too. "Junior brother Tianxing. Do you know this person?" "That's right." The person next to him was called Su Tianxing, one of the junior heavenly kings. He was someone who had been to Kunlun Mysteryland before. However, he didn't expect to bump into Lin Fei here. He was definitely right. This person was Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei also saw Su Tianxing. He was a little surprised. Previously, he had sent these 3 people away after collecting the items. He didn't ask about their origins. However, he didn't expect Su Tianxing to be a disciple of the Sky Reaching School. Thinking back to the words of the deacon's senior brother, he immediately understood. This Su Tianxing was that unlucky guy. No wonder he looked so gloomy. Lin Fei laughed out loud. "Greetings, senior brothers. I'm a new disciple who has just joined Master. My name is Lin Fei. It's nice to meet the 2 of you, especially senior brother Su Tianxing. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's probably been a few decades." Lin Fei laughed heartily as he walked up and looked at Su Tianxing. Su Tianxing was filled with anger. Of course, there was also a trace of fear. He knew Lin Fei's strength. Now that he was here, he was probably even stronger. However, on second thought, his strength was suppressed the last time he went down. Now that he was using his true strength, he shouldn't be afraid of Lin Fei. What kind of joke was this? I'm not your senior brother. I haven't settled the matter with you previously. Now is the time to settle it together. Su Tianxing snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a flying sword flew over. It slashed at Lin Fei. Chapter 44-46. After Su Tianxing made his move, the young man next to him, no, it should be a middle-aged man, was quite surprised. Wu Peng knew Su Tianxing's temper, and it was considered a good one. But he didn't expect that he would make a move at this time. This was clearly a disciple who had just become Master Guang Yuanzi's disciple. So why would he make a move? Of course, Wu Peng could not figure out why this young man would take Guang Yuanzi as his master. Who didn't know that their master loved to go sightseeing the most? It was rare to see him even once a year, so very few people would come to worship him. Even though his master was one of the 10 great elders of the sky-reaching church, no one was willing to be his disciple. Because they really couldn't learn anything, they could only stay in the sect for a few days in a decade. For the disciples who were cultivating, the rest depended on their own comprehension. They wouldn't be able to learn anything at all. In the past, Guang Yuanzi had many disciples. However, with the passage of time, all of them had come under other elders. Only the last 2 treasures were left. That Guang Yuanzi's master didn't have any objections to this. He even said that he was a person who liked to travel around and did not like to take in disciples. Since Guang Yuanzi was willing to become his disciple, he would reluctantly accept him. After these words spread, there were even fewer disciples who were willing to become Guang Yuanzi's disciple. After all, it wouldn't do if he couldn't learn anything. After all, who didn't want to go further? But if he had such a master, he would be in big trouble. So now there were only these 2 people left. Su Tianxing himself had the strength of a perfected golden core cultivator, so he had unlimited potential. Of course, he had only recently broken through to the great perfection stage. Previously, he was at the late-stage gold core realm. As for why he could snatch the mission, it was naturally thanks to the name of Master Guang Yuanzi. Unfortunately, after he went down, he did not complete the mission. Instead, he allowed Lin Fei to take everything away. So when he saw Lin Fei now, he felt even more angry and unwilling. No matter what, he had to deal with Lin Fei first. However, as soon as the flying sword appeared, it was sent flying by Lin Fei's sword. It was unbelievably fast. The flying sword flew back to Su Tianxing along its original path. But Su Tianxing couldn't take it back at all. The flying sword exploded with a powerful force, directly sending him flying. Su Tianxing was defeated in this exchange. The middle-aged man, Wu Peng, immediately stood in front of them. Junior brother, let's talk nicely. After all, we share the same master, don't you think so? Wu Peng was also shocked. After all, junior brother Su Tianxing's strength was still very strong. But now, junior brother Su Tianxing was not a match for the other party, and was even sent flying by the other party's sword. It was so fast that Wu Peng couldn't even see it clearly. Where did this expert come from? After Su Tianxing was sent flying, his blood and qi started to churn. He couldn't believe that he couldn't defeat Lin Fei. How was this possible? He had the strength of a perfected gold core cultivator. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, could he have reached the level of a perfected gold core cultivator? Su Tianxing, don't be so angry. After all, we're all old friends. If we were enemies, that sword just now wouldn't have been so simple. Lin Fei chuckled. To Su Tianxing, this smile was like the smile of a devil, unforgettable for the rest of his life. Lin Fei really didn't make a move. Su Tianxing's strength had increased, but he was still too weak in front of him. He was only at the perfected gold core cultivator, and he had just stepped into it not long ago. With such strength, Lin Fei could kill him instantly. This wasn't the time to use the void treasure. In front of Lin Fei, Su Tianxing was really too weak. Even Wu Peng was the same. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Now that they were in the same sect, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be ruthless. At this moment, Su Tianxing didn't think much of it. He felt that he had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. If he were to make a move, he still had many moves and treasures. But suddenly, he lowered his head and his gaze changed. Because it was enough to leave a sword mark on his clothes. It had already cut through his clothes. There was a faint mark left on his body. Even Su Tianxing didn't notice this mark. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's words just now, he wouldn't have looked at it. What he saw scared him out of his wits. Lin Fei already had the strength to kill him. This was exactly the same as when he was in the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei took out the pass to become his disciple. This is the pass that I just became a disciple of Master. Let me take a look. We'll be in the same sect in the future. As soon as the pass was taken out, Wu Peng checked it and knew that Lin Fei was really a disciple. Because only disciples could get this pass. If one wasn't a disciple, they wouldn't be able to get it at all. Welcome, junior brother Lin Fei. Our mountain finally has another person. Su Tianxing, come over too. Both of you are friends. Let's talk things over. Wu Peng acted as a middleman. After all, junior brother Lin Fei's strength was still quite strong. And they really needed a strong junior brother. At least, Wu Peng didn't think he could stop Lin Fei's attack. He himself was also a golden core great perfection cultivator, not a nascent soul realm master, unlike the other mountains. There were many nascent soul realm disciples. This was also the reason why their master was not in the sect. Speaking of which, it was more or less a bit sullen. Su Tianxing couldn't see the purpose of Lin Fei's visit, nor could he see through Lin Fei's strength. He was even more worried that Lin Fei would accidentally kill him. After all, he knew that Lin Fei came up from the bottom and had a primordial magic treasure on him, which was the most important thing. Wu Peng acted as a middleman, and Lin Fei naturally had nothing to say. Wu Peng was also very enthusiastic and took him to visit the entire mountain. Finally, he found a palace for him. Junior brother, you are new here. This palace is very clean. You can live in this palace in the future. Of course, Lin Fei had no objection to this. Wu Peng even asked Su Tianxing to stay and talk to Lin Fei. At least he wasn't too unfamiliar with it. Su Tianxing originally wanted to leave, but after Lin Fei gave him a look, he didn't dare to leave at all. Thus, he obediently stayed behind. After Wu Peng left, Lin Fei smiled faintly. Why are you afraid when you see me? I was merciful just now, otherwise, you would have died many times with my sword. What do you think? Lin Fei patted Su Tianxing on the shoulder. Su Tianxing almost collapsed to the ground. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 44-47. Su Tianxing was trembling with fear this time. He had nothing to worry about when his senior brother was here. But now that his senior brother was gone, he was really scared. Who knew what Lin Fei would do to him? But in the current situation, Su Tianxing really couldn't resist. He could only sit there obediently. Speaking of which, it's really a coincidence that we meet so soon. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the heavens-reaching church, and even a pro-disciple. But you don't look good. Lin Fei also sat down with a smile. Originally, Lin Fei thought that entering the heavens-reaching church was just a formality. He didn't expect to meet Su Tianxing here. In that case, it seemed that some things had become much simpler and easier. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Su Tianxing's heart skipped a beat. Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate. Su Tianxing could only say good words at this time. At least he couldn't offend Lin Fei. He himself was in the exceptional gold core realm, and it hadn't been long since he broke through, but now he was actually not a match for Lin Fei. Obviously, this guy's strength was at least at the peak of the exceptional gold core realm, or even at the extreme of the gold core realm. And the strength at the extreme of the gold core realm, he could compete with an expert at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Lin Fei said with a smile, You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not a scourge. We are now fellow apprentices. Since we are fellow apprentices, let's put the past aside, don't you think so? Su Tianxing couldn't understand Lin Fei's words, but he still nodded. Brother Lin is right. We are fellow apprentices now, and we really need to help each other. Lin Fei nodded satisfactorily and said, That's right. I came to Heaven's Reaching Church to be apprenticed to a master and become an immortal. Additionally, you're the first acquaintance I met. Don't you think it's your luck? From now on, I'll protect you in Heaven's Reaching Church. Su Tianxing suspected that he had heard wrong. Protect me? He also realized that with Lin Fei's protection, his life in Heaven's Reaching Church would be much better than before. One must know that this time, he had gone down to the Kunlun mystic realm to carry out a mission, but in the end, he had indeed suffered a huge setback. This fall made him unable to stand up for a while, But if he had Lin Fei to support him, the situation would be completely different. Thank you, Brother Lin, for reminding me. I will definitely follow you. From today onwards, I will follow you wherever you go. I, Su Tianxing, am your man. Su Tianxing chose to side with Lin Fan without hesitation. At this time, there was nothing better than this. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Su Tianxing's approach. Not bad, not bad. Since you're under my protection, when my strength increases in the future, there will naturally be benefits for you. Although this is the second time we've met, since you're my follower, I should at least give you a greeting gift, lest I, your brother, talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei threw out 100 medium-level spirit stones. Even though Su Tianxing had a small fortune, he was dumbfounded at the sight of these 100 medium-level spirit stones, and even his breath became rapid. One must know that it was not easy to earn 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Even his current net worth was only a few dozen medium-grade spirit stones. Poor. They were really very poor. Fortunately, he did not take the other storage ring with him last time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a greater loss. Now, this Lin Fei gave out 100 medium-level spirit stones. Such a person would definitely be a big shot in the future. If he followed him, he would definitely make a name for himself. Brother Lin, thank you for your gift. You're so kind to me. 100 medium-level spirit stones is equivalent to several years of earning for me. Lin Fei laughed and said, Isn't it just 100 medium-level spirit stones? If you follow me, you will have more spirit stones than you can imagine, even best-level spirit stones. It was Lin Fei's first time in the heavens-reaching church, and he was not familiar with the people and the place. If he had Su Tianxing as his guide, the situation would be completely different. With these 100 medium-level spirit stones, the following things became much easier. With Su Tianxing as his follower, Lin Fei learned more about the heavens-reaching church. Su Tianxing told him all kinds of big and small secrets. If he did not tell him, he would not have known. After listening to him, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the heavens-reaching church. It was more detailed than before, and he even knew the situation of Guang Yuanzi's master. I don't know why elder brother Lin became the disciple of our master. However, our master is a bit eccentric. It's a bit difficult for him to cultivate. Although we don't have a master in our heavens-reaching church, as long as we have enough spiritual stones and treasures, we can still improve our strength. I think elder brother Lin will have no problem. Lin Fei burst into laughter and said, I like what you said. Although our master is not here, I come here to cultivate. I heard that after getting on the heavens-reaching list, I can naturally get a lot of resources to improve my strength. Is it true? Lin Fei asked. Su Tianxing nodded and said, Oh, Brother Lin, you will definitely get on the heavens-reaching list. It's indeed the most powerful list in the heavens-reaching church. There are no less than 100,000 disciples competing for this list. It's very fierce. Fortunately, there will be a competition for the heavens-reaching list soon. I think Brother Lin will definitely have a chance to get on it. Lin Fei slightly frowned and said, Isn't it easy to get on the heavens-reaching list? And it requires a specific time. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. Su Tianxing explained, There is indeed a need for a designated time. Every year, there will be a change in the heavenly list, and every year, it will be very intense. I remember that the next heavenly list competition will be in 3 months, and at that time, it will be very lively. However, the number of disciples that can enter the heavenly list is very few, and the top 50 rankings will rarely change, and the ones who will fight for it will only be the bottom 50 rankings. Of course, this didn't matter to Lin Fei. There was not much difference between the top 50 and the bottom 50. He just needed to get on the heavens-reaching list. At that time, he could earn points to exchange for treasures. This was the path that Lin Fei needed to take at present. Su Tianxing, get out of here. What kind of man are you hiding in this nest? If you don't come out, I'll arrange someone to scold you at the door. I'll let you make a fool of yourself for 10 days or half a month. When Lin Fei frowned, suddenly a sharp voice with a trace of arrogance and despotism came from the top of the mountain. When Su Tianxing heard this, he frowned and his face darkened. Why is this damned bastard here again? He's such a bully. Chapter 44-48. When the voice sounded, Wu Peng was the first to go out. He was the first to go outside and saw a group of people outside. When he saw this group of people, Wu Peng's face sank slightly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The strength of this group of people was not weak, and the leader was a disciple of the sky-reaching sect at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, he looked at Wu Peng arrogantly. Wu Peng, ask your junior brother Su Tianxing to come out. If he doesn't come out, I will scold him. He owes me a lot of spirit stones. It's been almost a year. Is he not going to pay me back? That's just too unreasonable. It turned out that this group of people came to ask for money. The last time he was here, Su Tianxing made a bet with this person, but he lost and owed a lot of spirit stones. In the end, he couldn't pay them back. He hid in the mountain and didn't go out. Today, he was finally blocked. Wu Peng didn't like this person very much, but his master was powerful. And Wu Peng himself was in the nascent soul realm, which was one level higher than him. The only fortunate thing was that for direct disciples like them, the mountain peaks that their masters were at were not places that outsiders could enter. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. You have to go to junior brother Su Tianxing for this matter. What do you mean by blocking the entrance of the mountain like this? Wu Peng didn't want to offend the person in front of him, so his words were not so harsh. Instead, it was a bit restrictive. The person who came was called Su Zhending, which also had the word Su in his name. However, this Su Zhending was not the same as Su Tianxing. As for why there was a conflict between Su Zhending and Su Tianxing, because the two of them had always been opponents. They came from the same place. After a long time, it was naturally hard to tell who would win. I don't care where Su Tianxing is. If he doesn't hand over the spirit stones today, I'm going to start scolding him. I'm going to scold him for 10 days and 10 nights, or even half a month. Wu Peng naturally didn't want this to happen. If that was the case, then they would really lose their reputation in the sky-reaching sect. Maybe they would become a big joke. How many spirit stones does my junior brother owe you? Tell me, I will give them to him. Su Zhending laughed and said, You pay for him? Can you afford it? 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the previous 50, it's a total of 130 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding on the debt, it's now 200 mid-grade spirit stones. When Wu Peng heard this, his face darkened again. If it was a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones, then he could still afford it. However, 200 middle-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. It was definitely not something he could produce in a short amount of time. After all, the disciples of the sky-reaching church were not rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were not that easy to obtain. They were not like those disciples with powerful backgrounds who could casually take out hundreds or even tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. For them, it was not easy to earn even a single middle-grade spirit stone. You can't take it out, right? Let Su Tianxing come out himself. Su Zhending laughed. At this moment, two figures flew out. One of them was Su Tianxing. Su Zhending, you're too much. I didn't say that I won't return your mid-grade spirit stones. But in such a short time, it has risen to 200 mid-grade spirit stones. You're too much. Su Tianxing opened his mouth and scolded. Su Zhending snorted coldly. Now that you've returned the money, you've already passed the deadline. Naturally, the spirit stones will rise. I'm already giving you face by giving you 200 mid-grade spirit stones. If you're not a disciple of the sky-reaching church, it's already 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Tianxing was also angry when he heard this. However, he did not dare to go out. Su Zhending was an expert at the early stage of the Yuanying realm. If they really fought, he would not have any chance of winning. He could only be beaten up. On the way, Lin Fei also learned what was going on. It's just 200 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei laughed. Wu Peng next to him was also a little surprised. It was 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Did Lin Fei have a powerful background? From his tone, it seemed that he could casually take out 200 middle-grade spirit stones. Su Zhending looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? You said 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you think you're rich? Lin Fei laughed and said, I don't have much, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. It's just 200. Here you are. Lin Fei waved his hand, and 200 mid-grade spirit stones flew out. Su Zhending and the people behind him also saw it at a glance. It was really 200 mid-grade spirit stones. They did not expect this guy to be so agile. Su Zhending was a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have called for 300 or 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Now he was really at a loss, but he had to put away the mid-grade spirit stones first. However, when he was about to put away the mid-grade spirit stones, a burst of power instantly broke out. It directly hit Su Zhending's body. Layers of ripples appeared on the armor on his body. In an instant, he was knocked back. The people behind him did not get any benefits either. One by one, they were hit by the spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the group of people outside was knocked out one by one. They could no longer see anyone. As a disciple of Master, someone dared to curse in front of our door. Naturally, we have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, who would take us seriously? Lin Fei snorted and laughed. Wu Peng also felt comfortable. He did not expect junior brother Lin Fei to be so strong. He used mid-grade spirit stones to repel these people. Especially Su Zhending, who was an expert in the early nascent soul realm. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you at the peak of the gold core realm? After all, it was not easy to reach the peak of the gold core realm. Even in the sky-reaching school, there were not many of them. However, any one of them was very eye-catching. He did not expect that Lin Fei next to him would be at the peak of the gold core realm. Lin Fei said with a smile. Yes, I am at the peak of the gold core realm. That's why I came to the sky-reaching school to go further. As a fellow disciple, what I can do is to protect Master's face. After all, he is also one of the 10 great elders. Lin Fei said seriously. As soon as his voice fell, Su Zhending flew back. His face was livid. How dare you plot against me? Just now, he was attacked by dozens of mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. Wave after wave of energy caused him to be battered and exhausted, and he almost lost his balance. This time he was angry. No matter what, he had to teach this kid a profound lesson. Oh, you are quite good at talking. You said that I plotted against you. When did I plot against you? Didn't I just give you mid-grade spirit stones? You couldn't catch them. Who can you blame? It's also your fault. Lin Fei said with a smile. If you still think that 200 is not enough, then I will give you 50 more. Lin Fei waved his hand. Another 50 mid-grade spirit stones flew out. Chapter 44-49. There was no surprise. This time, Su Zhending still couldn't withstand the attack of these spirit stones. He was sent flying again. However, compared to the last time, Su Zhending was even more miserable this time. Because there was blood all over his body, all of which were pierced by the spirit stones. He was in a daze. He stared at this person. He couldn't believe that there was such a powerful opponent under Guang Yuanzi. Who are you? I don't remember Elder Guang Yuanzi having someone like you. Su Zhending was indeed a bit sullen. This person didn't even fight, but he was injured by the other party. Especially when he was a nascent soul realm expert. This was the most unacceptable. But he didn't know this person. If you ask me if my face feels good, it definitely doesn't feel good. Lin Fei didn't speak, but Su Tianxing said, Senior brother Su Zhending, this is our new disciple called Lin Fei. What do you think? You're a nascent soul realm cultivator, but you're not his opponent and you're even injured. How did you cultivate? I have to say a few words to you. Don't come here for no reason in the future, or else you'll suffer. At this time, Su Tianxing was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. He had suffered a lot in Su Zhending's hands. But now, he could finally hold his head high. Following Brother Lin was really different. It was awe-inspiring. He didn't even dare to think about it before. Lin Fei, so you're the guy who passed the Tower of Babel. Su Zhending immediately thought of this person. After all, many people went to the Tower of Babel, but there were definitely very few who could go beyond the 50th floor. And this kid in front of him had gone through a lot of floors. Although he wasn't as dazzling as the two little kings, he had some strength. He didn't expect him to be so strong that even he wasn't his opponent. This made it hard for Su Zhending to accept. So it's Lin Fei. I'll remember you. Let's have a good fight next time. At this time, it was difficult for Su Zhending to make a move. After all, he was in front of Guang Yuanzi's mountain. If he really made a move, he would really lose face. Therefore, Su Zhending gritted his teeth and left. Brother Lin, you are so powerful. Su Zhending bullied us because he was in the nascent soul realm. He suffered a loss this time. Even Wu Peng, who was next to him, laughed and said, "Yes, it's so satisfying. I haven't seen Su Zhending angry for a long time. It seems that he won't dare to come again." Wu Peng was thoroughly convinced by Lin Fei as well. To be able to make Su Zhending leave on his own accord was definitely something rare. Moreover, his strength was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. People like him were worthy of Wu Peng's respect. Because in Tong Tian Tower, the most important thing was strength. If your strength isn't enough, then everything else will have to be pushed aside. But if you were strong enough, you would be respected. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You must be joking. You are my senior fellow apprentices. As my junior fellow apprentices, since I have such strength, I will definitely help you vent your anger. In the future, we should work together so that we can stand firm in the sky-reaching church and not be bullied by anyone. After all, our master is one of the top 10 elders." Lin Fei said seriously. The news that Su Zhending came to Guang Yuanzi to pick on Su Tianqing and suffered a loss in the end could not be concealed at all. After all, many people around saw it. Especially when they saw that Su Zhending had been sent flying by a spirit stone and had even been injured. This news immediately spread among the pro-disciples. After all, there were quite a lot of gossips. Until now, they were still a little surprised. As a pro-disciple, Lin Fei, who had just joined, had a bad temper. He actually dared to hurt Su Zhending. Everyone knew that Su Zhending had a strong background. In particular, many of his senior fellow apprentices on the mountain peak were in the Yuaning realm, and they were extremely powerful. Therefore, Su Zhending had a good time in Tong Tian Tower. Even though he was not a junior heavenly king, other junior heavenly kings had to greet him politely. Unexpectedly, he suffered a loss because of Lin Fei's disciple, Guang Yuanzi. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. Maybe he would take revenge on them. Of course, Lin Fei was not interested in these things. After becoming a disciple of Guang Yuanzi, Lin Fei began to learn about the sky-reaching church. As his underling, Su Tianqing had been running around and looking for quite a number of books. Therefore, in just half a month, Lin Fei did not go out at all. On the contrary, he got to know more about the sky-reaching church. Su Tianqing also became more confident. Of course, he was still a little flustered. After all, Su Zhending was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he would inform Lin Fei immediately if anything happened in the sky-reaching church. Half a month later, Lin Fei had a very clear understanding of the sky-reaching church. It could be said that there was nothing he did not know. "Elder brother Lin, I just received a message. It seems that Su Zhending is up to something." Su Tianqing pushed the door open and came in hurriedly. Lin Fei put down the book in his hand. What happened? Su Tianqing not only collected these books for Lin Fei, but also inquired about them. Therefore, he knew the news in the sky-reaching church very well. Just now, he learned something that annoyed him. After half a month, Su Zhending finally took action. It would not be a big deal if it happened at other times. However, Su Zhending plotted against elder brother Lin at this time, which made Su Tianqing very dissatisfied. He came back to tell Lin Fei at once. "I just got the news through my people." Su Zhending assigned a difficult task to Lin Fei through his connections. It can be said to be a hellish task. He deliberately made Lin Fei fail that test. At the mention of the test, Lin Fei knew what was going on. As a personal disciple of the sky-reaching church, he had to go through 3 practical tests. Moreover, each trial was quite difficult. Only after going through 3 practical tests could he become a real personal disciple. Otherwise, he would be knocked down and become an inner disciple. His status would also be affected. Therefore, any personal disciple would attach great importance to these 3 practical tests. They would never take them lightly. "It seems that you know what my task is. Tell me about it. I want to know what kind of gift Su Zhending gave me." Lin Fei was very calm. Su Tianqing admired Lin Fei's calmness. If he were in Lin Fei's shoes, he would have been flustered. Su Zhending is very vicious. He asked elder brother Lin to go to the demon desert to kill 5 demon leaders. Don't you think it's annoying? I want to argue with him. Chapter 4450. Of course, Lin Fei knew about the demon desert. In the entire spiritual realm, it was a dangerous place. Demons lived in this place. These demons were transformed from demonic beasts. In other words, the demonic beasts were more powerful. They evolved from talented demonic beasts. These demons were similar to humans. They had the ability to cultivate. At the same time, their defense was very strong. In the same realm, the demons were stronger. The leader of the demons was equivalent to a nascent soul expert. Killing 5 leaders of the demons was indeed not a small matter. It was no wonder that Su Tianxing was so annoyed. This was not an ordinary task. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a hellish task. It seems that Su Zhending thinks highly of me. He actually arranged such a task for me. Lin Fei laughed. Brother Lin, this task is too difficult. How about changing it to another one? This is a task with a slim chance of survival. After all, there are thousands of demons in the demon desert. There are even demon generals and demon kings. Each of them is not easy to deal with. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. If Su Zhending can arrange a demon task for me, he can also arrange a second task for me. I think this task is better. I heard that after completing the assessment task, you will get points as a reward. Su Tianxing nodded. Yes, as long as you complete the assessment task, you will get points as a reward. There are many points for such a task. At least 1,000 points. Usually, there are only dozens of points. In the sky-reaching church, it was very difficult to get points. Usually, there were only a few to dozens of points. Some of the more difficult ones only had 100 points. It was absolutely rare to see a task with 1,000 points. It could only be obtained during training. I have to thank Su Zhending for giving me such a task. Well, I will go and accept the task now. He had not left the mountain gate for half a month. Lin Fei also felt that it was time to go out and exercise. He could also experience the power of the spiritual realm. Therefore, Su Tianxing accompanied Lin Fei to the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall was the place to accept tasks. After Lin Fei showed his identity card, he got his task. It was indeed a quest to kill 5 demon leaders, and it was indeed a very difficult quest. The reward was 1,300 points, which was 300 points higher than what he had expected. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After coming out of the Merit Hall, Lin Fei ran into Su Zhending. This guy seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, with a proud smile on his face. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, I heard that you're going to take an experiential learning task. You'd better be mentally prepared. This experiential learning task is very dangerous. You might die. Many disciples of our heavens-reaching church have died in this experiential learning task. Ever since Su Zhending returned last time, he couldn't take it lying down. After pondering for a while, he decided to take revenge. Of course, this kind of revenge could not be done openly, so he used this kind of method. To let Lin Fei die on his own, there was no one more satisfying than him. The demon desert was a dangerous place. Although there were many good things in that place, few people would go alone. Because it was not worth it. If anything went wrong, he would die there. This time, Su Zhending had used his connections to change Lin Fei's quest. Killing 5 demon leaders seemed easy, but in fact, it was very difficult. This was the first gift that Su Zhending had given to Lin Fei. He would not let Lin Fei return to the heavens-reaching church unless he died outside. Su Tianxing was very annoyed when he saw Su Zhending. Su Zhending, you're really awesome. I really despise you for using this kind of method. Su Zhending laughed. I don't understand what you're talking about. I just heard that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei had taken a mission, so I came to remind you. After all, we're all disciples of the heavens-reaching church. What do you think? When Su Tianxing wanted to say something, he was stopped by Lin Fei. Actually, I really want to thank you. There are not many experiential learning tasks like this. Do you know that? After completing a task, I get 1,300 points, which are enough to exchange for a lot of good things. How should I thank you? Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Zhending with a smile. Su Zhending originally had a smile on his face. However, when he saw Lin Fei's expression and that smile, he instantly felt as if he had punched cotton. This made him very unhappy. Why aren't you afraid? There are 5 demon leaders. That was the strength of the nascent soul realm. Not to mention going there, the leader of the demon race and the demon warriors were enough to make them suffer. If you want 1,300 points, you have to be alive. I believe that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei can come back. After all, you're a genius who is not inferior to the junior heavenly king. Although you don't have the potential of Ju Chen and Bai Tianxian, I still think highly of you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll definitely keep it in mind. When I finish the task, I'll definitely thank you. Su Zhending was getting more and more unhappy. He snorted and left. He decided to let Lin Fei know how powerful he was, so he decided to give the second gift to Lin Fei in advance. After receiving the task, Lin Fei left the heaven-reaching church. This was also the first time he went out since he came. He took out the supreme flying ship of the heaven-reaching church. This was a flying treasure that could be propelled by spirit stones. It was still very fast. This was much better than flying by himself. It was also very convenient. Lin Fei sat on the sky-piercing flying ship and headed straight for the Demon Desert. The Demon Desert was 3 counties away from the heaven-reaching church. It was quite a distance. It would take more than half a month to get there. This was also because the supreme flying ship was fast. Of course, it could also be teleported through the transmission formation, but it was too expensive. One teleportation cost 1,000 medium spirit stones. Although Lin Fei didn't care about these spirit stones, he still felt that it was better to tour the spiritual realm. After passing through a county, Lin Fei had to pass through a forest. No, it was a huge mountain. This mountain was called the 100,000 Mountains. It was also a dangerous place. There were also many demons living here. Lin Fei had read the ancient books and records. Naturally, he knew that the spiritual realm seemed calm, but it was actually turbulent. Not to mention anything else, the biggest opponent of the cultivators in the spiritual realm was the demons. Although the humans had occupied 10 counties, the demons were not simple either. They had also occupied a large territory. It was almost equivalent to the size of a dozen counties. The demons and the humans had been living in harmony. There was not much movement. It was rumored that the powerful figures of the spiritual realm and the demons had made an agreement after a great battle. After arriving at the 100,000 Mountains, Lin Fei had to be careful. Chapter 4451. Just below the 100,000 Mountains. In an inconspicuous valley, someone was using a treasure. He could see everything in the sky clearly. Brother Tiger, this is the guy. He's worth 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I didn't expect him to really come. There were quite a few demons in this valley. These demons looked like normal people, but they had devil chi on them, which was very eye-catching. At this moment, these demons could see everything clearly through the sky. Especially one who looked like a rat demon, who was talking. The one called Brother Tiger was a tiger-type demon. That's right, it's this guy. I heard he's a new disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. His name is Lin Fei. He's going to the Demon Desert this time, but we're lucky enough to meet him halfway. Let's kill him first and get the reward. This tiger demon was called Hu Lai. He was a tiger-shaped demon in the 100,000 Mountains. And the strongest ability of a tiger-shaped demon was its great strength. They were even invulnerable to swords and spears. What these duck demons liked to do the most was to accept all kinds of bounties. The targets of the rewards were basically experts of the human clan. Such an expert of the human clan was worth 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which was indeed a lot. It was worth it for them to come out and do it. With 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, they could buy a lot of things. Therefore, the demons had always been very enthusiastic about killing the disciples of the Sky-Reaching School. Of course, in addition to the disciples of the Sky-Reaching School, they would also kill the disciples of other sections. As long as they did not have a particularly powerful background, they would not cause too much trouble. After all, the disciples of any sect had to go through a trial before they could grow up. And if they did not go through the trial, it was useless. Therefore, the disciples who went through the trial would encounter all kinds of dangers. The number of people who died at the hands of the demons was uncountable. For the higher-ups of all the sects, this was already something that they could turn a blind eye to. Everyone was clear about it. Let's do it. Let's drive this guy down first. No matter how powerful he is, he can't stop us. Hu Lai laughed. At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the sky, suddenly felt that something was wrong. The power of 10,000 tons was like the pressure of a mountain. It crushed down from the sky. The pressure caught him off guard. The sky-piercing flying ship swayed for a moment before plummeting to the ground. There was a loud rumble. It smashed into a forest. Lin Fei frowned slightly as he stepped out of the sky-piercing flying ship. He couldn't control the flying ship in time. The sky-piercing flying ship would be rendered useless. It smashed directly onto the ground. This was something that he had not expected. Perhaps someone had set their eyes on him. The mountain-like pressure once again crushed down on Lin Fei's body. His feet sank slightly, and the ground began to crack. This is a demon's mystique. I must have encountered a demon. Lin Fei's mind worked very quickly. He immediately understood what was going on. He had encountered a fiendish demon expert. Only a fiendish demon expert would have such an ability, because some powerful fiendish demons had fiendish demon mystiques. These divine abilities were all augmented with various attributes. For example, Lin Fei felt that he must have encountered a fiendish demon and been attacked by the demon's mystique. Stop hiding. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, then show them. Otherwise, I'll be leaving. Even though he was being suppressed by the demon's mystic ability, although he was being suppressed by the demon's mystique, it wasn't much pressure to Lin Fei. This bit of pressure couldn't cause any harm to his physical body. He just wanted to see what kind of demon was ambushing him. After all, his trip to the demon desert was considered a secret. There were very few people who knew about it. Now that he was being targeted by a demon, it proved that there was something fishy going on. Lin Fei immediately suspected Su Zhending. This guy really had some tricks up his sleeves. One move wasn't enough. To think that he had set up another move and used this demon. No wonder he heard Su Tianqing mention that anyone who went out for training would meet with danger. And there were countless cases of people from the same sect plotting against each other. Now he finally understood. It seemed like the competition within the 10 great immortal sects was intense. To encounter such danger in just a training trip, it was really a training trip. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, 20 to 30 figures rushed out. Lin Fei instantly felt waves of demonic energy. He was very sure that these were demons. The fiendish demons that rushed out surrounded Lin Fei in an instant. Kid from the sky-reaching church, you're unlucky to have barged into the 100,000 mountains. Kill them for me. Hu Lai laughed as soon as he came out. He waved his hand. The demons behind him all pounced on him. Unlike other experts in the spiritual realm, demons were melee fighters and had different weapons in their hands. They directly slashed at Lin Fei. The power that was crushing Lin Fei didn't restrict them at all. So in the next second, these knives and axes were about to fall on Lin Fei's body. And these weapons seemed to be very sharp. This kind of fighting style was really rare. At the very least, if one's body wasn't strong enough, one would suffer a big loss in a head-on clash. So you're the only one that's stronger. I thought there would be more. You're so disappointing. I wonder how many spiritual stones you can get for killing me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei stood tall and straight, and a beam of sword light swept out. The weapons were sent flying, and the fiendish demons fell to the ground in unison. None of the demons could stand up. The smell of blood filled the air. You actually killed all my subordinates. Hu Lai was shocked. These were all the elite subordinates that he had brought with him. But what happened? They were all killed with one slash. Was this guy really that strong? Hu Lai also began to doubt whether there was a problem with his information. This wasn't a golden core at all. He was stronger than a golden core. But no matter what, this guy killed his subordinates, so Hu Lai had to do something. As for the price of killing you, I'll definitely tell you when you're dead. Hu Lai directly pounced on him. At the same time, the pressure on Lin Fei's body increased a lot. It came crashing down with a rumbling sound. Hu Lai was using a pair of gloves. There were spikes on the gloves and they were quite extraordinary. After the punch arrived, a series of tiger silhouettes appeared, pouncing towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that it was this tiger demon that was attacking him. The one that used the demon's god powers was this tiger. I don't have this sky-reaching flying ship and I still lack a mount. You're good. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. Hu Lai was furious. Chapter 4452. With a single strike, the fierce tiger demon experienced the true terror of life and death. He used all his mystiques but still couldn't block the slash. He was sent flying with one slash. The sword will landed directly in his body. One after another, they exploded like mountains weighing tens of thousands of tons. Hu Lai couldn't even stand and returned to his original form. It was a tragic sight. "Spare me, Senior, don't kill me, I surrender, Hu Lai spat out. He had no choice. The other party's sword technique was too strong. With one slash, he broke through all his defenses. He couldn't resist at all. He almost died. This also made him curse the person who posted the bounty countless times. This was simply digging a huge hole for him to jump into. For a moment, he felt that he had been tricked by another demon of the same race. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Lin Fei had indeed only used one slash, but this slash wasn't something that this demon could block at all. "Tell me where you came from and how much the bounty is this time. If you hide anything, I'll chop off your head. I haven't eaten a tiger in a long time, so I can have a good taste of it." Hu Lai was so scared that his face was trembling. Don't kill me, my meat is too old, it's not tasty at all, I will tell you now." Hearing Hu Lai's words, Lin Fei finally understood. Someone actually offered 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a bounty on him. It was really a big deal. After all, 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones weren't that easy to earn. He didn't expect to find a demon to do it. Unfortunately, this demon was a little weak and wasn't a match for him at all. Even if there were 10 or 8 of such tiger demons, Lin Fei would still kill them with one slash. After all, Lin Fei's foundation was still very strong. "Where did you get the bounty mission from?" Lin Fei asked. Hu Lai said, "My bounty mission was accepted by the Dusk Tavern. The Dusk Tavern is the #1 assassin organization in the spirit world. As long as it is a mission, they will accept it. I received the mission from the Dusk Tavern." Hearing the words Dusk Tavern, Lin Fei also understood. After all, he had read many books, and one of them was about the Dusk Tavern. At the same time, he also understood one thing. The gays he had met back then might have been sent by the Dusk Tavern. Because he killed the son of the Heavenly Lion, then the Heavenly Lion nascent soul expert might pay the price to kill him. Unfortunately, after coming out, Lin Fei did not feel any signs of being watched. Otherwise he could still go and ask. Lin Fei flipped over and sat on Hu Lai's body. "If you don't want me to kill you, that's fine. But you'll have to give me some contribution points. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to skin you alive." Hu Lai was so scared that he shivered and shook his head repeatedly. Don't kill me. I know where there are good things. I promise it's what you need." Although Lin Fei was going to the Demon Desert on this trip, it would be best if he could get some good things on the way. For Lin Fei, as long as his strength could continue to improve, this was the key. So if this tiger demon could make a contribution to him, then he would naturally spare his life. On the other hand, if he couldn't make this contribution, then Lin Fei didn't mind killing this tiger demon. "I know a place with a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb, but it is occupied by many demons. I guess Senior must need this thing." Hu Lai didn't care so much about it in order to survive. He had to get the enemy out first. Lin Fei was really surprised when he heard that there was a 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. This spiritual world was indeed worthy of being called a spiritual world. There were actually 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs, which was rare. However, on second thought, these Hu Lai lived in the 100,000-year-old mountains and even occupied a huge territory. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's not that easy to find a 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. If you're lying to me, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and roast it to eat. It's a great tonic." Lin Fei chuckled. This caused Hu Lai to tremble in fear. "Senior, don't worry. I only found out about that place secretly. Not many people know about it. Those guys have been guarding there. I heard that they will only pick it when it's ripe. I calculated the time and it's not far from ripening." Lin Fei believed Hu Lai's words this time. In this life and death crisis, he wouldn't lie to himself at all. Then, this 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb definitely existed. There was no way to lie about this. Hu Lai led Lin Fei all the way through the 100,000-year-old mountains. And this time, Lin Fei came out for training. The mission had 3 months, so it was more than enough. No matter how strong those demon leaders were, they could be solved in a few days. Therefore, he had to get the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb first. Then, he would look around to see if there were any good things. After traveling through the 100,000-year-old mountains for a few days, There was an area of black fog in front of him. After seeing the area of black fog, Lin Fei knew what this place was. This was the so-called forbidden area. There were many such places in the spiritual world. As for how the forbidden area was formed, everyone said that they didn't know. Some people said that this was a forbidden area left by the dead experts. Because they were too strong, it was difficult to digest their strength, so it formed a forbidden area. There were even rumors that there were still experts alive in the forbidden area. But so far, there were no experts in any forbidden area. But to be able to see a forbidden area here, Lin Fei also knew that there were probably 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herbs inside. Senior, the treasures of heaven and earth are in here. I only found out that they are in here when I accidentally barged into this place. Hu Lai had been very careful these past few days and was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that a sword would fall and destroy it. The person in front of him was really too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist for a while. He regretted taking on that mission. But now he had to survive first. This was the most important thing. Since it's in this forbidden area, then you can lead the way. Lin Fei came down from Hu Lai's body, and Hu Lai turned back into his demon form. It was just that he looked a little weak. Senior, follow me. This place is a little hard to find. After entering the forbidden area, Lin Fei felt that the power of this forbidden area was actually penetrative. It could bewitch people. But Lin Fei's body was very strong, and it was difficult to penetrate. It was a piece of cake for him to handle it. Not long after, they reached the depths of the forbidden area. There wasn't much danger in this forbidden area. Of course, other than the strong penetrative power of the energy, there was really nothing else. Senior, it's inside. There are traces of them outside, and there are also formations. We have to be careful. Chapter 44-53. Lin Fei could indeed sense the existence of an array formation in front of him. This array formation was extremely obscure. If he wasn't paying attention, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Lin Fei casually tossed a rock over and the array formation shot out a wind blade. It split the rock apart immediately. Moreover, the power of this wind blade was extremely great. Only after sweeping through that small area did it vanish into nothingness. This was indeed a rather powerful array formation. Furthermore, Lin Fei didn't think that it would be easy to block off a wind blade like this. If anyone were to go up, they would be surrounded and attacked by dozens of wind blades in the first exchange. This was something that Lin Fei was fairly certain of. However, since he was already here, Lin Fei didn't intend to return empty-handed. Therefore, he was prepared to see just how capable this array formation was. He took a step forward. Hu Lai, who was following behind, also gathered his courage. After all, the last time he was here, he was nearly killed by this array formation. If not for the fact that his physical body was stronger, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Lin Fei didn't try to destroy this array formation. Instead, he casually walked in. Just as he had imagined, the moment he entered, a sky full of wind blades came slashing at him. Every single attack landed on Lin Fei's body. When these wind blades were about to come into contact with Lin Fei, they were blocked by a series of ripples. Those ripples were filled with elasticity. It wasn't something that these wind blades could break at all. Just like that, Lin Fei passed through it effortlessly. Hu Lai, who was behind, was a little stunned by what he saw. How could a human's fleshly body be so strong? He wasn't even afraid of these wind blades. On the other hand, he was the one who was tormented badly the last time around. He was nearly killed here. Just wait outside. Remember, you have to send me to the demon desert. If you leave, I don't mind giving you a stab and letting you experience the feeling of death. Lin Fei looked at Hu Lai indifferently. You can wait outside. Remember, you have to send me to the demon desert. Hu Lai nodded his head. Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely be outside. I won't let anyone barge in. Hu Lai was extremely serious. He had seen how powerful this senior was. It would only take them a few minutes to kill him. Whoever thought that he was a new disciple of the heavens-reaching church was absolutely wrong. This was not the combat power of a golden core cultivator at all. Lin Fei walked in just like that. And Hu Lai really didn't dare to leave, because he didn't have the guts. Although Hu Lai could have taken a gamble at this moment, he gave up in the end. After all, this senior would not kill him. That way, he would be able to leave alive, which was better than being hunted down by the other party. The 100,000 mountains were huge, but he was not confident that he could hide from the other party. Thus, he obediently waited at the back. After Lin Fei entered the passage. Then he walked forward. All sorts of traps were thrown at him, but Lin Fei resolved them all. The deeper he went, the more his tree of life moved. Clearly, he had also sensed the existence of the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. Lin Fei should be even more certain of what Hu Lai said. There was indeed something he wanted in there. Hu Lai is a bit smart. He has good eyesight and knows what he wants. This was a common problem among the cultivators in the spiritual realm. As long as it was an aged medicinal herb, it would be a good thing. It could be used to refine all kinds of elixirs. The older it was, the harder it was to find. It was definitely very rare to find a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb as easily as Lin Fei did. After passing through this passageway, Lin Fei saw another passageway in front of him. It was like a spider web. However, with the guidance of the divine tree of life, Lin Fei was able to easily determine which path to take. Then he walked in. Soon, he smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance. It was a sign that it was about to mature. There were sounds coming from the front. It seems that we only need to wait for 2 or 3 days. This medicinal herb will be very mature and we can sell it at a high price. At least 1 million medium spirit stones. It's not easy. We didn't waste our time waiting for 3 months. When the time comes, we won't sell it for 1 or 2 million medium spirit stones. At the end of the passage, there were obviously 3 voices. Lin Fei heard it clearly. There were indeed people guarding inside. It was not far from ripening. Hu Lai did not lie to him at all. If he came 2 or 3 days later, he would have missed the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. Lin Fei also felt a wave of relief. Who is it? Just as Lin Fei walked forward, another formation was activated, and like an autumn wind, it landed on Lin Fei's body. There was a cold snort from inside. 3 figures rushed out at random. They locked onto Lin Fei. He is a disciple of the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei had a medal on his chest, so the 3 fiendish demons recognized him immediately. Their faces couldn't help but darken. After all, he was one of the top 10 immortal sects. At this moment, there were disciples of the heaven-reaching church here. They naturally wanted them to hand over the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. That was absolutely unacceptable. After all, it was worth 1 or 2 million medium spirit stones. It was not easy for demons like them to earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. Therefore, they did not want to be disturbed by anyone. I want the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. If you don't want to die, you can leave. This is the chance I'm giving you, Lin Fei said faintly. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance. The 3 demons had set up a lot of tricks here. But they did not expect that this person could actually break in. After looking at each other, they made their move in an instant. The 3 fiendish demons charged at him. One of them directly spat out a mouthful of black fog. This black fog was accompanied by a black ball. Wherever the black ball passed, the void began to corrode. This ability could be considered not bad. Lin Fei glanced at it coldly. Don't blame me if you don't know what's good for you. With a flash of sword light, the black ball was split open. That demon took a few steps back and blood flowed out. He had suffered a backlash. When the other 2 demons saw this scene, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had not seen how to make a move at all. Their companion was actually seriously injured. That was a demon's Niden. Ordinary means could not break it, but they did not expect it to be split open by this person's sword. I'll give you one more chance. Are you leaving or not? Lin Fei said coldly again. The 2 fiendish demons looked at each other again, then retreated. If we can't get the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb, don't even think about getting it. It turned out that they were going back to destroy it. How could Lin Fei let them succeed? After letting out another cold snort, his figure was even faster than them. At the same time, another sword light slid past them. Even that hard shell could not withstand Lin Fei's sword. With 2 thuds they fell to the ground. Who can destroy something I've taken a fancy to? Chapter 44-54. Lin Fei killed 2 fiendish demons with 1 strike. It was a piece of cake. These two fiendish demons weren't very strong. His physical body's defense was decent, but it was nothing in front of Lin Fei. At the same time, he saw the 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. The remaining fiendish demon was already vomiting blood. When he saw that his two companions were killed with one strike, he simply lay on the ground and didn't dare to move anymore. It was really terrifying. When did the Sky-Reaching School have such an expert who used the sword? He actually killed two of his companions with one strike. Even if his two companions were surrounded by experts in the Golden Core Perfected Realm, they wouldn't be able to kill them. But the person in front of him was terrifying. He might as well pretend to be dead first. Lin Fei saw that the medicinal herb was really not ripe. Although it could be picked at this time, the effect would be very different. So in the end, Lin Fei stopped and didn't pick it. It would be a pity and a waste if he really picked it. He might as well keep it for another 2 or 3 days. Stop pretending. You can go out and call Hu Lai in now. When the fiendish demon heard Hu Lai's name, his heart shook. He finally understood the reason. It turned out that Hu Lai had betrayed them. Now, even if he was unhappy and annoyed, he had to get through this first. And Hu Lai had been outside. When he saw the fiendish demon that came out, he knew what was going on. Hu Lai, you're good. You actually schemed against us. Hu Lai smiled bitterly. You can't blame me for this. Who asked me to meet such a person? If I didn't give you a useful clue, I probably wouldn't have the chance to stand here now. We're about the same. Aren't you still alive and well? Although Hu Lai didn't see the other two, he knew that they were definitely dead. With the strength of this senior, he definitely wouldn't leave the other two fiendish demons alone. So the best conclusion was that the fiendish demon had been killed. Hearing Hu Lai's words, the fiendish demon that came out had nothing else to say. He also understood what was going on. This really couldn't be blamed on Hu Lai. He wants you to go in. Hu Lai followed the demon in and stood in front of Lin Fei. Hu Lai, your clue this time is not bad. You've given me something I'm satisfied with. Hu Lai lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. This is what I should do, as long as Senior is satisfied. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with these 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herbs. After all, it was quite old. Although there were older ones, they were definitely not easy to find. To be able to find a medicinal herb worth 500,000 in this place was not an easy thing to do. I've never been polite to an obedient fellow like you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei threw out 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones are nothing, but you deserve them. Hu Lai had never thought that he would be able to receive such benefits. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Even the demons at the side were tempted. After all, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. This Hu Lai was really lucky. He was not killed and could even get 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Senior, feel free to tell me if you have any instructions. Hu Lai was smart at this moment. He also knew that these 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were not that easy to get. Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Not bad. You're a little smart. I quite like these herbs. If you can help me collect them in these 100,000 mountains, these spirit stones won't be a problem. The same goes for the demon beside you. As long as you can help me collect these herbs, everything will be fine. Moreover, I can also give you benefits. Of course, it's fine if you know the news. Lin Fei did not have time to waste too much time in these 100,000 mountains. He could leave 2 spies in these 100,000 mountains. At least he could still receive news in the future. After all, this was also a way. He could not always rely on the Sky-Reaching School, so Lin Fei decided to open up a new route. Hu Lai and the demon beside him were slightly stunned. They did not expect this to work. However, it sounded quite easy and there was no need to take any risks. Of course, you may feel that these mid-grade spirit stones alone are not enough. However, since you're working for me, there will always be some good stuff. Lin Fei flicked his finger and a drop of life energy was directly injected into Hu Lai's body. Hu Lai was quick-witted, and he actually became excited. In the blink of an eye, his body became much bigger. It turned out that he had actually broken through a realm just now. Now he was almost at the nascent soul realm, which was the so-called leader of the demons. Because the strength of the nascent soul realm was similar, it was the leader of the demons. and above it was the void realm of the demons. The fiendish demon at the side was also a little envious as he watched. He actually broke through in such a short time. When did the disciples of the sky-reaching school have such means? If it was him, he would also be tempted. As long as you work for me well, it's okay to help you improve your strength. What do you think? Hu Lai knelt down. I, Hu Lai, will be Senior's man from now on. I will do whatever Senior wants me to do. Isn't it just collecting herbs? I will definitely help you find them and won't miss a single place. 100,000 Mountains might not have many things, but it had a lot of herbs. Hu Lai was also very straightforward. Although he also had some strength, it was too difficult to break through. Especially for the demon race, it would take a long time. But now, a special energy actually made his strength break through in an instant. Although he had been stuck in this realm for some time, he might not be able to break through at this time. Therefore, he was very grateful to Lin Fei in front of him, so he volunteered. The demon beside him also knelt down immediately. I am also willing to work for Senior, I will not let you down. The life energy was extremely rich. Even a drop could benefit the demon endlessly. Of course, for him, there was not much difference between one drop and one drop. After all, his immortal divine body was too powerful. If he wanted to recover, a drop of life energy could not satisfy him. He needed a lot of life energy, so he still needed someone to collect it. After waiting for 2 days, the heaven and earth herb finally matured, and was directly taken away by Lin Fei. It was also refined at the first moment. Lin Fei would not keep such things. After all, it was hard to guarantee that someone would notice it, so it was better to let the Tree of Life refine it. As expected, after being refined, the Tree of Life underwent many changes. A 500,000-year-old heaven and earth herb still had a certain effect. Chapter 44-55. Lin Fei set off after making the necessary arrangements. Of course, the mount was still Hu Lai. After all, this guy was very familiar with the demon desert. If he didn't go, who would go? Who asked him to destroy Lin Fei's sky-reaching flying ship? The speed of the sky-piercing flying ship was fast, but its quality was a little lacking. Lin Fei felt that he could complain when he returned. How could he use it with such poor quality? No wonder many disciples of the sky-reaching school bought their own flying ships. And these flying ships were not cheap. The worst one cost hundreds of thousands. And the better ones cost millions or even tens of millions. That was worth a lot of money. Right now, Lin Fei only had a few million middle-grade spirit stones. He wasn't considered to be very wealthy. Some powerful magic treasures cost millions or even tens of millions. Lin Fei still had a long way to go to get rich. Fortunately, he had opened up a path. It depended on whether Hu Lai and the others could help him do it. He believed that after seeing his means, whether it was Hu Lai or the other person, they would all be serious. It was too difficult for demons to improve their strength. Although humans and demons were not allowed to collude. Especially the 10 great immortal sects. Lin Fei didn't care about this. On the surface, they seemed to be above board. In fact, there were still many people who secretly cooperated with demons. These were all things that he turned a blind eye to. Lin Fei just hoped to get more medicinal herbs. After having Hu Lai as a mount, half a month passed. Lin Fei finally came to the outside of the demon desert. After passing through a large stretch of forest, a demon desert shrouded in dark clouds appeared in front of them. A demonic aura soared to the sky. Even before entering the demon desert, Lin Fei could feel that there were many experts in the demon desert. No wonder Su Zhending would use this method. He wanted him to die in the demon desert. Of course, in front of him was the demon desert. This demon desert was divided into the periphery, the middle area, the advanced area, and the core danger area. The danger in each layer was different. Hu Lai had already transformed into his human form and spoke. The leader of the fiendish demons that you want to kill is in the high-class area. You need to pass through the outer area and the middle area. Hu Lai was very clear about this place, and his explanation was clear and logical. Seems like this demon desert is quite interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly. All right, you can go back now. When you get some heaven and earth herbs or important clues, you can send me a message. Remember, don't send it unless there's nothing important. Hu Lai nodded his head seriously and then left. Now that he was a loyal follower of Lin Fei, as long as he did things well, it would be easy for him to improve his strength. He had never thought that it would be so easy to increase his strength, unlike them who had spent a long time to increase their strength. If they were unlucky during this period, they might even be killed by human experts. That would be the biggest loss. Now, working for the Lord was truly relaxing. It was safer to work in a demon's territory. Lin Fei looked at the fiendish demon desert and floated down. It was time for him to properly deal with this demon. He wanted to see if there was anything good in here. Now, the only things that interested Lin Fei were these treasures. To improve his strength. As for the others, he really wasn't interested. Those in front are disciples of the Sky-Reaching School. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, a group of people came from afar. There were 6 people in this group, both men and women. They weren't dressed like the Sky-Reaching School, but they seemed very enthusiastic. Lin Fei glanced at them and recognized them. They were also from the 10 immortal sects. After all, the Demon Desert had always been a place for training. Hence, many people from different forces would come here to train. Of course, they all came in groups. There were very few people like Lin Fei who went alone. So they are disciples of the Sky Immortal Sect. The Sky Immortal Sect's influence among the 10 immortal sects was no weaker than that of the Sky-Reaching School. This was because the Sky Immortal Sect sent out more immortals than the Sky-Reaching School. It was said that the Sky Immortal Sect had the means of immortals. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, it was fine as long as they were very powerful. Lin Fei was quite surprised to see people from the Sky Immortal Sect in this place. Of course, it was just a surprise. At the moment when Lin Fei stopped, those people also came up. Taoist friend from the Sky-Reaching School. I wonder if you are also entering the Demon Desert to train. If so, why don't we team up? I heard that the Demon Desert hasn't been very peaceful recently. A young man with an imposing appearance came up and cupped his hands. Lin Fei didn't know much about the situation in the Demon Desert. I'm not too sure about that, but I don't really care about forming a team. I'm used to working alone. Lin Fei had always liked to act alone. This way, he could reduce the exposure of secrets. When the disciples of the Sky Immortal Sect heard this, they were a little surprised. This was the first time they heard a disciple of the Sky-Reaching School say such a thing. After all, the Demon Desert was different from other places. Once they entered, they would be surrounded by demons if they weren't careful. It was very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, once they met the disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, they would basically enter the Demon Desert together and work together. However, such a situation was really rare. We will meet again if fate allows it. Just as they were about to come back to their senses, Lin Fei had already turned into a stream of light and entered the Demon Desert. This guy is interesting. He entered the Demon Desert just like that. I'm afraid he's another arrogant guy. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The disciples of the Sky Immortal Sect shook their heads and decided to look for him again. Their strength was all right, but it was still very difficult to enter just like that. When Lin Fei entered the Demon Desert, he saw black fog floating in the void. This black fog was actually corrosive. With a flash of sword light, the surroundings became an absolute vacuum. This Demon Desert is really interesting. No wonder the disciples of the Sky Immortals don't dare to enter without permission. Just as Lin Fei had this thought, more than 10 figures rushed out from the sand below. They were all demon bandits. As soon as they came out, they attacked Lin Fei with a flash of sword light. They were extremely fast. Only the sword light could be seen. Their figures could not be seen. It was still very powerful. However, when these sword lights landed on Lin Fei, they were all blocked. After a round of sword light, these demon bandits could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's sword at all. They fell one after another. The strength of these people in the outer region is not weak. They are actually almost at the golden core level. They are even better at sneak attacks. I have to be careful. Chapter 44-56. Lin Fei walked through the Demon Desert. From time to time, demons would appear. However, these demons were very weak, so it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength at the peak of the Golden Core realm, it was more than enough to deal with these demons. He passed through the periphery. Then it was the middle area. Then, he entered the high-level area. The high-level area was still a bit big. The only difference was that the black fog was stronger. Many of them had the strength of the Golden Core realm. It was seeping in all the time. Even if one used sword intent to defend, it would constantly consume one's energy. No wonder everyone is so afraid of the demon desert. It's really not a good place to stay for long. After arriving at the high-level area, Lin Fei found that the biggest difference was that there was more black fog. At the same time, these demons were in groups of 30 to 50. For example, Lin Fei had killed a group of 30 to 40 demons. These demons were really a bit different. They were very strong. Although they were all at the Golden Core realm, their defense was very strong. Especially since these demons knew all kinds of cooperation methods, it was really hard to resist them. Of course, Lin Fei killed them with a few swords. But it was also obvious that he was capable. No wonder the experts from the Sky Immortal sect would ask him to team up with them. It was really hard to guard against them when they came in. Often, when they weren't paying attention, a demon would appear. These fiendish demons were very strong, and Lin Fei had to give it to them. Now, what Lin Fei had to do was to find the leader of the demons. After all, it was still a bit difficult to deal with 5 of them. The high-level area was bigger than he had imagined. Hence, Lin Fei decided to find a lair first, which was where the demons gathered. He would start at a place with more demons. That way, he would know where the leader of the demons was. He couldn't just search blindly. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Fei didn't dare to fly into the sky. Instead, he kept moving in the desert. His movement technique came in handy. Not long after, he found a place with a strong aura. Obviously, there was a strong demon there. Lin Fei went over without saying anything. As expected, the closer they got, the more demons there were. It seemed that they were still patrolling. Lin Fei also saw a huge mountain with many demons on it. Clearly, this was a stronghold. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of demons, but he was afraid of not being able to find the whereabouts of the demons. However, before they even got close to the mountain, they saw many demons running out in unison. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What's going on? It can't be that someone beat us to it, right? It wasn't easy for him to come across such a place. Lin Fei didn't want to be beaten by others. No matter what, he had to understand the situation first. When Lin Fei got close, the demons scattered in all directions. In the direction of the mountain, there were a few figures fighting. There were fiendish demon experts among them. This aura was very strong. At the very least, it was at the level of the leader of the demons. If Lin Fei wanted to kill the leader of the fiendish demons, he still had 5 more of them. This place was so huge, and it wouldn't be easy to find one. So he definitely couldn't let others take advantage of him. Without saying a word, Lin Fei charged up the mountain. At this moment, on the mountain, there was a rough city made of stone. However, the city was filled with the corpses of demons. There was a leader of the demons holding 2 blades, defending against the attacks of a human expert. That human expert's methods were quite strong. Magic treasures kept smashing down. It was a pure act of violence. However, this demon used his 2 blades to block time and time again. Young man, you want to kill me with your strength? It won't be that easy. Let me show you what the chain blade technique is. The leader of the demons was a bull demon. He had 2 horns on his head, and when he swung his blades, it was like a huge tornado that covered over. The young man snorted coldly. Killing you is easy. I'm just warming up. He raised his hand, and a mysterious floating light appeared, forming a huge fixed word. It froze the leader of the demons with bull horns. The moment the magic treasure smashed down, it was smashed into a pile of mud. See, killing you is so easy. When the demon with bull horns died, there was a round core on the ground. This was the inner core of the leader of the demons, which was also known as the demon core. Who is it? Just as the young man was about to retrieve the demon core, his eyes turned cold. He smashed the magic treasure over, and the entire void turned into a layer of ice. At the same time, Lin Fei charged out from the ice. Kacha kacha. I didn't expect you to kill the leader of the demons. Lin Fei recognized the leader of the demons the moment he came up. He felt that it was a pity. To think that he was a step too late. Someone beat him to it. When the person saw that Lin Fei was holding onto a magic treasure, he recognized Lin Fei's emblem as well. So it's a disciple of the heaven-reaching sect. You're quite bold. It seems like you want to snatch the demon leader from me. Lin Fei chuckled. So it's an expert from the heaven-reaching sect. You really have quite a lot of people here. I met a batch outside, and now I've met another one here. That's right. This young man was actually a disciple of the Heaven Immortal sect. He seemed to be even stronger since he dared to come in alone. At least for now, this was the first person that Lin Fei had seen who had made it to this high-class area. No wonder he had the strength to kill the demon leader. The young man glanced at him indifferently. You're only at the Golden Core realm and you're able to make it here. That means you're quite capable. But now, scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't bother me. This young man was an early-stage nascent soul realm expert. Of course, he wouldn't be interested in someone at the Golden Core realm. It was already quite difficult for him not to attack. Initially, Lin Fei had been prepared to leave as well. However, when the Tree of Life caught sight of the Yao core, it seemed as though it had taken an interest in it. This was something that hadn't happened before. It seemed like the demon core of the demon leader would be helpful to the growth of the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was naturally interested. As the saying goes, whoever sees it has a share. My original target was the demon leader. Since you killed the demon leader, I'll take the demon core. It's useless to you anyway. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all. Because the most important thing to kill the demon leader was to take back the demon core. That would be the best proof. As for the other things, they didn't count. Therefore, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. When the expert from the Heaven Immortal sect heard this, he was a little surprised. You actually dare to target my demon core? It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Lin Fan had wanted to avoid the other party. But it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. Chapter 4457. The expert from the Sky-Reaching sect was infuriated. This disciple from the Sky-Reaching sect really had a temper. He actually dared to snatch his monster core. He didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, he decided to teach this disciple a lesson. No one had ever dared to snatch the monster core in front of him. He had spent a lot of effort to get it. Just as the expert from the Sky-Reaching sect was about to make his move, Lin Fei had already made his move. He dashed towards the monster core. He grabbed at the monster core with his 5 fingers. The expert from the Sky-Reaching sect's face darkened. He used a spell and a lotus flower bloomed, wrapping around Lin Fei. The lotus flower disappeared as quickly as it came. A torrent swept out with the lotus flower as the center. It crushed Lin Fei's body. This could be considered a very powerful technique. However, Lin Fei's body was unbelievably strong. That attack didn't budge in the slightest. His hand had already grabbed the monster core. This made Song Fan even more furious. An arc of light slashed at Lin Fei's arm. However, layers of ripples appeared on Lin Fei's arm and he deflected the arc of light. His arm didn't budge at all. The monster core was retrieved by Lin Fei and landed in his hand. I'm sorry. I've got the monster core. It seems like your strength isn't that great. You have to cultivate well in the future. Otherwise, if you meet someone strong, your days will be tough. Lin Fei smiled and kept the monster core. He didn't let the Tree of Life refine and absorb it. Song Fan felt a chill down his spine. The monster core was snatched under his nose and he was even mocked by the other party. It seems like I have to show you my true strength so that you know who is the strongest. Song Fan was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to do such a thing in front of him. This disciple from the Sky-Reaching sect was the first, even though they were all from the 10 great immortal sects. The relationship between the Sky-Reaching sect and the Sky-Reaching sect was all right. However, even if it was all right, it couldn't hide Song Fan's anger. No matter what, he had to beat this guy up until he could rest for 7 or 8 years. Not everyone could provoke Song Fan. Fix it for me. A gigantic word appeared. The void froze and the entire void became quiet. This was Song Fan's trump card. It could subdue all living things. Those who were weaker than him were instantly frozen. After that, it was time for him to unleash his killing move. After the gigantic fix word appeared, Song Fan summoned a fire dragon that coiled around him. Everywhere the fire dragon passed by, the void began to collapse slowly before melting away and turning into a black hole. He did not believe that this kid could withstand the attack of his immobilizing spell and fire dragon roar. Whoosh! The figure was completely destroyed by the fire dragon. Song Fan's anger was completely vented. You want to fight with me? Why don't you take a look at your strength first? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice was heard. Your immobilizing spell is quite effective. However, its power isn't that great. Even I can't be frozen. It seems like you haven't learned it well enough. Leave it to me. After Lin Fei laughed out loud, he went in front of Song Fan. He spread open his fingers and sent a slap straight at Zhang Xian. Song Fan looked at Lin Fei in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Fei to break free from his immobilizing spell. That's impossible. How could you break free? You're just a golden core cultivator. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Song Fan's entire body was slapped to the ground. A crater appeared on the ground, and with this slap, cracking sounds could be heard. It was unknown how many bones had been broken. Song Fan was stunned by the slap. He felt as if his entire body was falling apart. That slap had seriously injured him in an instant. The person who attacked him was a young man and a disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. He found it hard to believe. Lin Fei came to Song Fan's side and stepped on his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. I told you that you would be fine if you gave me the monster core. Why did you have to show off? Are you stronger or am I stronger? Look at you now. You're like a dead dog. Song Fan kept struggling, but he was suppressed by the other party's foot. Even though there was a glow on his body, it was still shattered. I'm from the Sky-Reaching Church. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to pay the price even if you're from the Sky-Reaching Church. Lin Fei was someone who wasn't afraid of threats or intimidation. He was very interested in the immobilizing spell. It was quite useful. Since you're not going to listen to me, I'll have to do it myself. Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Why would he be afraid of this guy? He punched Song Fan's head and killed him instantly. Anyway, Lin Fei had no taboos and he wasn't really a disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. So what if he killed a disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church? Let me see if you have anything related to the immobilizing spell. Lin Fei opened the storage ring domineeringly. After searching for a while, he laughed. This guy actually left behind the cultivation method of the immobilizing spell. It turned out that the immobilizing spell was a powerful secret skill in the Sky-Reaching Church. It wasn't easy to cultivate. Song Fan was quite talented and had mastered the fixed body art. With this fixed body art, if he met someone weaker, he would be able to freeze them in place with one move and then kill them. However, it consumed a lot of energy. Usually, he wouldn't use it easily. He was lucky to have met Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to break it. They were both in the Golden Core realm, but how could they be stronger than Lin Fei? Furthermore, Lin Fei's physical body was not something that Song Fan could hold down. Looks like I, the leader of the Yaoma demons, managed to obtain a secret technique before killing them. Lin Fei started to comprehend it without saying anything. Although it was difficult to cultivate, it wasn't as difficult as Lin Fei. Only 6 hours had passed since the beginning. Lin Fei started to cultivate the immobilizing spell. The power it displayed was stronger and lasted longer than Song Fan's. If Song Fan knew about this, he would probably crawl out of the Yellow Springs. This guy killed the demon leader. It seems that I can only continue to look for him. Lin Fei shook his head slightly and activated the Tree of Life to sense. He was able to sense a few directions with his senses. The southeast direction was the busiest. Lin Fei headed in that direction without saying anything. Since he was looking for someone, he had to find someone stronger. It would save him a lot of trouble. It would be best if a few demon leaders gathered together. Chapter 4458. Along the way, Lin Fei saw quite a few fiendish demons. However, these fiendish demons were only average in strength. He didn't think much of them at all. He wasn't interested in these things. What he needed to find now was the leader of the fiendish demons. However, this leader wasn't going to be easy to find. Apart from the mountain at the beginning, no other fiendish demon leaders appeared. Fortunately, the Tree of Life didn't change its direction. Therefore, Lin Fei felt more and more assured. He believed that there would be a surprise waiting for him ahead. Half an hour later, Lin Fei finally realized that something wasn't right. Because there were so many fiendish demons here. So many that Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the wrong place. It seemed that the number of fiendish demons here had suddenly increased. He had already killed quite a few groups of fiendish demons. However, these fiendish demons seemed to be patrolling the area, densely packed. No matter how many Lin Fei killed, they would arrive in no time at all. This caused Lin Fei to frown slightly, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Looks like there should be a fiendish demon leader ahead. However, if I just kill my way in like this, I'll alert the enemy. I might as well go and see what's going on first. Lin Fei decisively retreated. After confirming that there weren't any fiendish demons around, he immediately used the transformation art. This was a high-level secret art. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. Lin Fei could only use it after he recovered his strength. It consumed too much energy. As Lin Fei chanted the incantation, his entire body began to transform. At the same time, not only his soul, but his entire body was filled with the aura of a fiendish demon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had turned into a fiendish demon. Even if other fiendish demons came, they wouldn't be able to tell that this was a real fiendish demon. It was a fake one. It's been a long time since I used it. Looks like this transformation art is pretty good. At least it's not outdated. Lin Fei looked at it from top to bottom and was very satisfied. With this identity, he could definitely go in and take a look. If there wasn't anything major, he could just kill all the fiendish demon leaders. If anything were to happen, he could still take advantage of the demon's identity. Lin Fei felt that he was too smart. Once again, Lin Fei blended into the group of magical beasts. But this time, there was no movement from the group of fiendish demons. These demons could not see through Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei was now a bona fide fiendish demon. Unless it was those top experts, no one would be able to see through him. As for the possibility of encountering a top-notch powerhouse, it was almost impossible. The deeper Lin Fei went, the more demons he saw. There were a lot of them. It's everywhere. They were densely packed all over the place. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. There were at least 100,000 fiendish demons here. Just thinking about it was a little scary. If a Golden Core expert encountered these 100,000 fiendish demons, they would be torn to pieces directly. It was no wonder that the fiendish demon desert had always been the domain of the demons. It really wasn't a place that just anyone could barge in. It was even more impossible to go alone. Lin Fei was also glad that he did not barge in forcefully just now. If he had, it would have taken a lot of effort to kill these 100,000 fiendish demons alone. He might even have exposed his foundation. If he was targeted by the top experts of the demons, it would be a little over for him. The identity of the fiendish demons was different. The deeper Lin Fei went, the higher the level of the fiendish demons. It was difficult for Lin Fei to go in. Fortunately, he finally saw what the situation was in front of him. It turned out that there was a big stone platform in front of him. There was a huge cage on the stone platform. There were many experts in the cage. These experts were all trapped. Not far away from them, Yi Shiwen's expression changed. The ground cracked. A blood-colored tree of God grew out. There were fruits hanging on it. These fruits swayed with the wind and made a weeping sound. It made one's scalp go numb and one's mind tremble. If it was someone weaker, they would have been defeated by this sound. Lin Fei was different from ordinary people. Therefore, his tolerance was still acceptable. But he was also attracted by this tree. He finally understood why the Tree of Life had such a huge reaction. Perhaps it was because of this tree. After all, the Tree of Life was the #1 tree. The other trees were no different from the Tree of Life's underlings. Initially, Lin Fei thought that there would be many demon leaders here. But it seemed like these demon leaders weren't the strongest. Lin Fei had already seen many demon leaders. There were at least 20 to 30 of them. However, these demon leaders weren't the strongest. This was because there were whole void demons above them. Lin Fei was very sure that these were whole void demons. This was because whole void demons had a unique aura. This was unique to the Hollow Realm demons. In the words of the spiritual realm, this unique aura was the aura of the Great Tao. Only those who had cultivated a Great Tao could be called whole void experts. Why were some whole void experts so strong? It was because they had cultivated a powerful Great Tao, and some of them had even cultivated 2 or 3 Great Tao. At the end they would merge. They would become stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't force his way in. To think that there were whole void demon experts. Moreover, there were a total of 3 whole void demon experts. This was definitely a rare sight. especially since this was only a high-class area. No one would believe it if he told others. Just as Lin Fei was guessing what tree it was, the Tree of Life actually sent a message. Lin Fei was a little surprised. So this was called the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. This Heavenly Ghoul Tree wasn't ranked very high. It was just around the 100th place. However, it was still very strong. This was because these trees could give birth to powerful sky ghosts. However, the Heavenly Ghoul Tree in front of him was too weak. However, these Heavenly Ghoul Trees could give birth to Golden Core experts. If they absorbed and refined all the sky ghosts, they could instantly create an whole void expert and understand the great Tao of Sky Ghost. This message was sent to Lin Fei by the Tree of Life. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about the background of this Heavenly Ghoul Tree. It seemed like it had a rather impressive background. The demons sure have some tricks up their sleeves. To think that they would plant a Heavenly Ghost Tree here. They are trying to create a Cave Void Demon. However, this Cave Void Demon seems a little strong to be able to bring along a great Tao of its own. No wonder there are 3 Cave Void Demons guarding this place. Seems like they are taking this seriously. Lin Fei also received another piece of news. If the Tree of Life could devour this Heavenly Ghoul Tree, the situation would be completely different. If it could strengthen the Tree of Life, Lin Fei's undying god body would also recover 1/5 of its original strength. This was definitely a huge improvement. Chapter 4459. This discovery made Lin Fei extremely excited. This Heavenly Ghoul Tree was really a good thing. Now, Lin Fei had to think of a way to snatch this Heavenly Ghoul Tree. According to the news from the God Tree of Life, as long as he uprooted this Heavenly Ghoul Tree, the God Tree of Life would absorb and refine it completely. However, snatching this Heavenly Ghoul Tree did not seem to be an easy task. Didn't they see the 3 whole void demons? With the 3 of them around, they would definitely be the most troublesome to deal with. Lin Fei felt that it was better to wait for an opportunity to strike. After all, this Heavenly Ghoul Tree was not fully mature yet. This was especially so for the sky ghosts. This Heavenly Ghoul Tree would be at its weakest after they descended to the ground. As for the people locked up in the prison, Lin Fei was not in the mood to rescue them. It had nothing to do with him. All he wanted now was this Heavenly Ghoul Tree. Everything else could be put aside. Experts from the human race were constantly being thrown down the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. An invisible whirlpool seemed to form around the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. Any expert that was thrown into the whirlpool would be sucked dry, leaving nothing behind. This made Lin Fei secretly take a deep breath. This Heavenly Ghost Tree actually had its own strength. It was probably as strong as an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Although it was not very strong, ordinary people would not be able to take down this Heavenly Ghoul Tree. As more and more people were fed, the sky ghosts on the Heavenly Ghoul Tree became more obvious, as though they were about to mature. It seems like this Heavenly Ghoul Tree will mature soon. I have to make some preparations and see if I can snatch this Heavenly Ghoul Tree when they are not paying attention. This was also Lin Fei's only chance. Once this opportunity passed, the Heavenly Ghoul Tree would recover from its weakened state. At that time, it would be even harder to deal with. Who asked the God Tree of Life to be so weak? Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have to go through so much trouble. The 3 whole void demons looked grim. Of course, there was also a hint of joy on their faces. No one knew better than them that when the Heavenly Ghost Tree matured and gave birth to a Heavenly Ghost, it would allow a demon to advance by leaps and bounds and become a whole void demon. If a whole void fiend demon were to devour this Heavenly Ghost, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, reaching the strength of a great whole void demon. The insightful Emptiness Realm was divided into 3 small realms. The first realm was called the Minor Hollowness Realm. As the name suggested, it meant that one had grasped the Great Tao. As for the second realm, it was the Great Hollowness Realm. At this realm, one would have completely mastered the Great Tao. As for the third realm, it was the Heavenly Hollow Realm, also known as the Heavenly Hollow Realm. After reaching the level of Tian Dongshu, it was no longer as simple as a Great Tao. In order to enter the Heaven Paradise, one must have 2 Great Taos. Only after merging the 2 Great Taos would one be able to step into the next Great Realm. When it came to the Heaven Insight Realm, it was extremely difficult. Not everyone could make a breakthrough. Most people were stuck at the Great Insight Realm. It seems like no one can stop the rise of us demons this time. If another Heaven Paradise appears, we will be able to attack those cities. One of the monkey-faced demons laughed. The other snake-faced fiend demon also laughed. That's because after we have the heavenly cave void, we will be experts with 2 great das. Then we can attack. This is the strongest weapon of war. At this time, we have to be more careful in case the experts of the human race come over. After all, we have discovered a heavenly ghost tree here. Although we have sealed off the news, it is hard to guarantee that experts will not come in. The 3 whole void demons were not talking loudly. Of course, the people around them could not hear them. However, Lin Fei heard them clearly. His heart skipped a beat. These guys actually want to build a war machine. No wonder they want the sky ghost. In other words, the demons already have a vessel that can cultivate a heavenly hollow without a will. If it's not a war machine, what else can it be? That's right. Lin Fei had seen such war machines in ancient records before. Therefore, he understood how frightening these war machines were. If they had such a heavenly insight realm expert, it would be a great weapon to attack those big cities. At the very least, it would not be easy for the human race to kill such a heaven paradise expert. They might have to pay a huge price. Since the demons could nurture a heaven paradise war machine, they could nurture a second one. This was because the heavenly ghost tree was not like other trees. It required a long time to grow. As long as there was enough blood essence, the heavenly ghost tree could continue to grow and give birth to another heavenly ghost. This was the most troublesome thing to deal with. The sobbing sounds were getting louder and louder. It reverberated endlessly in the air. At this moment, without any warning, a ray of light shot over. The monkey-faced demon laughed. Finally, someone is here. A ray of light blocked the ray of light. Instantly, the sky was filled with sparks as it landed in the midst of the demons. Countless demons were incinerated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Even the demons beside Lin Fei suffered heavy losses in the blink of an eye. The scene was a little chaotic. Ho Tianxing, do you really think we don't know that you are nurturing heavenly ghosts here? Today, we will destroy this heavenly ghost tree. Let's see how you can nurture a war machine. A sharp voice came from between the heavens and the earth. A flying boat flew over. As soon as the flying boat appeared, it spat out countless flames and landed in the midst of the demons below. In the blink of an eye, the demons suffered heavy losses. Not a single demon survived. Lin Fei took the opportunity to get closer to the heavenly ghost tree. He also saw the flying boat in the sky. He was stunned for a moment, then shocked. It was a flying boat that cost 10 million spirit stones. No wonder he had such a combat attack method. Because only flying boats that cost more than 10 million spirit stones had the ability to attack. This was definitely something that only the rich could afford. Lin Fei could only watch. Fortunately, he was already close to the heavenly ghost tree and a few demon leaders. So that monkey-faced demon is called Ho Tianxing. I heard that he is an expert in the great hollowness realm. Ho Tianxing's information quickly appeared in Lin Fei's database. After all, when he came from the demon desert, Lin Fei had read some information. Some of them were about the experts in the cave area. Among them, Ho Tianxing was one of the more famous ones. No wonder he was here. If I'm not wrong, that snake-faced demon should be called the Black Cloud Demon, and the other one is called the Heaven Eye Demon. Chapter 4460. Lin Fei recognized the 3 insightful void demons immediately. After all, the 3 insightful void demons were very capable. Therefore, it was normal for him to recognize them. On the other hand, the human experts seemed to be very strong too. They were also insightful void demons. Lin Fei immediately realized that he might have a chance to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree. Because this was the best opportunity. It would be best if he could snatch and absorb the heavenly ghoul tree before it matured. Lin Fei kept moving forward. The heavenly ghoul tree was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the 3 insightful void demons did not notice the situation at all. They were all looking at the flying boat. At this moment, 4 experts rushed out of the flying boat. These 4 experts were all at the insightful void realm. The lineup of 3 men and 1 woman was not small. However, one could see one thing from the side. That was, the insightful void demons were indeed very strong. They had sent out 4 insightful emptiness realm experts. It seemed like this was the only way they could fight against 3 experts. So it's you, Tian Kuei. I didn't expect you to bring your team here. It seems like the sky-reaching church is going to intervene in this matter. Ho Shangsheng recognized a burly man among the 3 men and 1 woman. The insightful Void Realm expert named Tian Kue was an expert from the Sky-Reaching Church. The other three were all at the small insightful Void Realm. Compared to the three demons, they seemed to be about the same. Lin Fei also understood when he heard the two words Tian Kue. He was an elder from the Sky-Reaching Church. He heard that Elder Tian Kue was a vengeful person. Throughout his life, he loved to search for demons the most. It could be said that he was on the road to search for demons. He was not in the sect all year round. Lin Fei did not know much about the insightful Void Realm experts of the human race. After all, he knew very little about the experts in the cave area. It was good enough that he knew about Tian Kue's insightful Void Realm. The people from the other sects didn't know them, but they were sure that the other three insightful Emptiness Realm experts were from the 10 great immortal sects. Since you know that I, Tian Kue, am here, I advise you to surrender and let me destroy the heavenly ghost tree. You fiendish demons won't be able to do that. Tian Kue's voice was very clear and resonant like a large bell. Ho Shangxing laughed. If you want us to give up on the heavenly ghost tree, then you need to have the means to do so. Elder Tian Kue waved his hand, and in an instant, the four of them moved. He directly attacked. More than a dozen experts rushed out from behind them. These experts were all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and they immediately pounced toward the heavenly ghost tree. It turned out that they were here to restrain Ho Shangsheng and the other two fiendish demons. The remaining Yuanying stage masters were the main combat power this time. After all, it was extremely difficult to determine a winner between insightful Emptiness Realm experts so quickly. But it was different between nascent souls. At this moment, Ho Shangxing also waved his hand. Go and hold them back. Once the heavenly ghost tree matures, they won't be able to do anything. He also went up to meet them. The insightful Emptiness demon and the four insightful Emptiness experts clashed. It looked like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The Yuanying stage masters also faced the familiar leader of the fiendish demons. It was a shocking scene. Rays of light flashed past. The fiendish demons were slashed to the ground, unable to block the attacks at all. Their strength was on a completely different level. Lin Fei was also attacked by a few rays of light. However, this was nothing to him. On the contrary, he was getting closer and closer to the heavenly ghost tree. It seems like the heavens are helping me this time. Who would have thought that the heavenly ghost tree would be in front of me? Although its defense is strong, if I were to attack instantly, there is a high chance that I could snatch the heavenly ghost tree away. With the divine tree of life absorbing it instantly, even they wouldn't be able to react in time. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the heavenly ghost tree. He could feel the unique aura of the heavenly ghost tree and the excitement of the divine tree of life. At this moment, Lin Fei did not make a move. This was because a nascent soul full circle expert had summoned an earth wall in front of him, trapping the heavenly ghost tree. This was to prevent anyone from getting close to the heavenly ghost tree. Lin Fei was cursing. He was about to get close to the heavenly ghost tree, but he was blocked by an earth wall. Moreover, this earth wall seemed to have a strong defense. It seemed like it would be difficult to break through it. This made Lin Fei rather unhappy. Other than that, a series of earth spikes pierced through the ground, turning the entire area into a zone of death. No demon could get close at all. The moment they did, they would be pierced through by the earth spikes and die. From the looks of it, it seemed like a human expert was suppressing the leader of the fiendish demons. Lin Fei could tell that this was only a temporary advantage. Once the fight dragged on, they would lose their advantage. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He would make use of this opportunity to kill 5 of the leaders of the fiendish demons first. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble when he returned. Since he knew how to transform, there was nothing to worry about. Even though these whole void human experts were strong, it was still rather difficult for them to see through his tricks. At the very least, Lin Fei could not guarantee that they would be able to see through his tricks. At the very least they would not have the chance to. Instantly, Lin Fei was near one of the leaders of the fiendish demons. The leader of the fiendish demons seemed to be guarding the place. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to suddenly kill him. A cold flash of light shot out. It was unbelievably fast. With a single strike, the leader of the fiendish demons was killed. After all, Lin Fei was very strong. Moreover, he was caught off guard. This was not something that the leader of the fiendish demons could defend against. This is bad. The human expert is too strong. He killed the leader of the fiendish demons with a single strike. After Lin Fei killed the leader of the fiendish demons, he threw the blame to the human expert. No one could see clearly that it was Lin Fei who did it. Lin Fei's life-taking sword was most proficient in speed. Coupled with his movement technique, it could be said that he could kill people in an instant. No one could detect it, especially in such a chaotic situation. Moreover, the leader of the fiendish demons did not realize it at all. The leader of the fiendish demons was still a little afraid of those human experts. There was actually an expert among them. He was very wary of them. Lin Fei moved through these fiendish demons and took the opportunity to kill. 1 fiendish demon, 2 fiendish demons, 3 fiendish demons. In the blink of an eye he killed 5. These fiendish demons did not expect Lin Fei to make a move among them at all. And the people present did not expect that there would be a different fiendish demon among them. They were really caught off guard by the attack. In an instant, 5 fiendish demons died. And Lin Fei was also moving. He mixed in with these fiendish demons and no one really noticed him. Lin Fei also knew that his mission was considered completed. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4461. The death of 5 demons was quite a big commotion. Not only were the humans confused, but the demons were also confused. After all, it was not normal for 5 demon leaders to die in the blink of an eye. But no one noticed who did it. The nascent soul realm was indeed strong, but Lin Fei's speed had increased a lot. No one could see that it was Lin Fei who did it. Moreover, Lin Fei was also a demon now. It was even harder to see through him in the crowd. So after a short moment of confusion, the demon leader suspected that it was a human expert. There was a hidden expert among the demons. They became even more cautious. Although the humans couldn't see through it, they realized that it was the elder's trick. Their fighting spirit became even stronger. The situation became even more intense. Lin Fei took the opportunity to move around and kill the demon leaders again. After all, 5 demons were not enough. He had to kill a few more. He knew that the demon cores of the demons were good stuff. They could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. Lin Fei's wealth was still too little. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill a few more demons. In this way, the strength of the demons was greatly affected. The nascent soul realm experts on the human side were all excited. This time, they felt a great sense of achievement when they dealt with these demons. They didn't feel any pressure at all. This was something that was impossible normally. The demons were slowly losing ground. The insightful emptiness realm experts who were still fighting also noticed the situation below. Ho Shengsheng frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Could it be that there was another expert? After all, it was obvious that the demons were losing ground. The combined strength of these nascent soul realm experts was still very strong. And Tian Kuei and the other 3 were holding them back. It was difficult to defeat them for a while. They could only hold on. This was the worst situation. Tian Kuei was also very relieved. If they could delay for a little longer, they would definitely be able to destroy the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. Once the Heavenly Ghoul Tree was destroyed, they would not have to worry anymore. At the very least, it would be impossible for the fiendish demons to have Tian Dongshu's war weapons for a long time. After Lin Fei killed the 9 fiend demon leaders, he did not attack anymore. This was because there were too few demon leaders left. If they attacked again, they might be discovered. Lin Fei didn't want to be discovered, so he moved closer to the Heavenly Ghost Tree. At this time, the cries of the Heavenly Ghost were getting louder and louder, forming an invisible means of attack. Lin Fei was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He had already come to the side of the wall, but he didn't use his sword. After all, it was too easy to arouse suspicion. Instead, he used brute force to smash the earthen wall. With a punch, ripples appeared on the earthen wall. With a loud rumbling sound, Lin Fei punched out consecutively, creating a huge hole. He charged straight at the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. The sudden scene made those experts at the peak of the Yuanying realm a little surprised. No one knew what he was trying to do. Quick, stop him. This guy might just be a vessel. We can't let him get away with it. A series of techniques attacked him, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. Such an opportunity was too rare. He had to take advantage of the fact that everyone was busy to get the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. As he approached the Heavenly Ghoul Tree, whirlpools formed around him, seemingly trying to destroy Lin Fei's physical body. It was a very strong force. Previously, Lin Fei had already calculated that this force had the strength of a dongshu. Of course, this dongshu was very strong. However, it only caused a few cracks to appear on Lin Fei's body. After the cracks appeared, streams of blood flowed out. Lin Fei immediately activated the God Tree of Life. After the life energy circulated, his fleshly body instantly recovered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was already close to the heavenly ghoul tree. That force couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. When the demons saw this, they cheered. On the other hand, Ho Shengxing frowned. No, there's something wrong with this demon. Our vessel isn't this demon at all. The other two black clouds and the Heaven's Eye demon noticed the situation as well. After all, their vessel hadn't even made a move yet. How did a demon appear out of nowhere? Moreover, this demon was terrifyingly strong. To think that his physical body could actually withstand the blood-colored whirlpool attack of the heavenly ghoul tree. That was unbelievable. Quick, stop him. This guy wants the heavenly ghoul. Ho Shengxing couldn't escape at all. He could only use his full strength to increase his strength and share some of the pressure. And the black cloud demon charged down directly. This heavenly ghoul tree isn't something you can touch. Scram. The huge shadow punched down. Lin Fei raised his hand to block, but his blood boiled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent was too strong, much stronger than the heavenly ghoul tree. It didn't injure Lin Fei too badly. He had already reached the side of the heavenly ghoul tree and grabbed it with both hands. Rise for me! With a loud rumble, the heavenly ghoul tree released ripples that landed on Lin Fei's body. Each time it landed, a huge wound would be left on Lin Fei's body. 1, 2, 3. A total of 13 wounds. Each wound made Lin Fei feel as though he was bathed in fresh blood. No one dared to look at him. At this moment, Lin Fei had finally pulled the heavenly ghoul tree out. Although it was strong, Lin Fei's life force came in handy as well. Drop by drop, it landed on his body and actually formed a balance. Ho Shengxing and the others were in disbelief. No demon had ever been able to withstand the power of the blood-colored whirlpool, especially when it was a killing move. It was unimaginable. Even they might not be able to withstand it. They didn't expect the other party to pull the heavenly ghoul tree out. When Tian Kuei saw this, he was shocked as well. No one had expected a demon to rush over here at this moment. It seemed like he wanted to take advantage of the situation. This was different from what they had imagined. What shocked them even more was that in the next second, the heavenly ghoul tree disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. Before their eyes, he had completely disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei kept the heavenly ghoul tree and dashed out. He knew that it was no small matter to tame the heavenly ghoul tree. The leaders of the fiendish demons also came back to their senses. Quick, stop this guy. He snatched the heavenly ghoul tree. Chapter 4462. The leader of the demons, who was trying to stop Lin Fei, was sent flying by Lin Fei's punch the moment he made his move. A ripple-like force swept across the demons, severely injuring them in an instant. At this moment, Lin Fei did not kill them because he wanted to leave this place first. After all, snatching the heavenly ghoul tree in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping their faces, be it the demons or the humans. They would not allow him to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree. Hence, it was inevitable that they would chase him. From the moment he made his move, Lin Fei was already prepared. If he had not made his move then, he would not have had another chance. Now, all he had to do was to escape. The rest would be very simple. The moment Lin Fei unleashed his movement technique, he seemed to turn into a blur. All the fiendish demons that stood in his way could not stop him at all. They were instantly killed by Lin Fei's punch. Wherever he went, no one was a match for him. Such ruthless and domineering methods made the fiendish demons feel a pang of heartache. They finally understood why so many of the leaders of the demons had died just now. Perhaps it was this guy who did it. Stop him. We must stop him. We cannot let him escape. One of the leaders of the demons shouted. Many of the fiendish demons worked together to surround him, not giving him a chance to leave. At this moment, the insightful emptiness experts of the human race and the demon race in the sky looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding. They gave up on attacking and focused all their attacks on this person. What the hell? There's actually such an expert hidden among us fiendish demons. Whose subordinates are they? He actually managed to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree away from this demon. The Black Cloud demon's face turned cold. He had actually not managed to kill the other party after taking a blow from him. He felt a little embarrassed. I really don't know what kind of expert has appeared among us demons. Maybe this guy is an old monster. I can feel the aura of a demon from him. The Heaven Eye demon had also caught up. No matter what, we have to keep him here. If he escapes, we will be in trouble. Ho Shangsheng and the other two fiendish demon experts chased after them with grim expressions. On the human race's side, Tian Kuei also frowned. He didn't expect such a powerful demon to appear at this time. Brother Tian Kuei, where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. He can even withstand a palm strike from Black Cloud Heretic Devil. His fleshly body is quite strong. At this time, Tian Kuei also couldn't recognize this demon's origin. I don't recognize this demon. He doesn't have the aura of an insightful Void Realm cultivator, but his physical body is ridiculously strong. I'm afraid his physical body is infinitely close to an insightful Void Realm physical body. Such a demon is really rare. Even an insightful Void Realm demon might not have an insightful Void Realm physical body. We have to kill him, especially since he could easily keep the heavenly ghoul tree. That is the biggest problem. The four insightful Emptiness Realm experts knew that the heavenly ghost tree was very important. If they didn't destroy it, it would be a great help to the fiendish demons. If the heavenly ghost tree really produced a weapon of war like the insightful Void Realm, they would have a headache. If they didn't destroy it this time, it would be difficult. Next time, it would be even more difficult. It wasn't easy for them to obtain this information. Lin Fei moved very quickly. After breaking through the encirclement, he actually managed to charge out. None of the surrounding fiendish demons could catch up to him. The fastest one was Tian Kuei. Magic treasures came crashing down, causing the earth to shake. Wounds appeared on Lin Fei's body. After all, these were insightful Void Realm experts. Lin Fei was still lacking compared to them. His biggest advantage was his fleshly body. Coupled with his speed, he was able to put some distance between them. I don't care who you are. Leave the heavenly ghost tree behind and we can spare your life. Ho Shangsheng chased after him. Lin Fei didn't reply. He kept moving left and right. He had already pushed his speed to the limit. The wounds on his body were also healing. That was the only way he could maintain his greatest advantage. The divine tree of life was also absorbing and refining the heavenly ghost tree. Although the heavenly ghost tree struggled in the beginning, the divine tree of life was the #1 divine tree. Once it suppressed the heavenly ghost tree trembled. One by one, the heavenly ghost tree was refined. Lin Fei could see it clearly. Thus he felt more at ease. As long as he refined the heavenly ghost tree, the divine tree of life would definitely grow a lot taller. He might even get something special. However, the pursuers were getting closer. Lin Fei frowned. He had to put some distance between them first. Turning around, he cast a fixed body art. A huge fixed character appeared in the sky. It came without any warning. In an instant, Ho Shangsheng and the other two, who were closest to him, stopped in their tracks. This caused the expressions of Ho Shangsheng and the other two to darken. They realized that they were in trouble. Tian Kuei and the others, who had caught up, saw this scene. Without a word, their Dharma treasures landed on Ho Shangsheng and the other two. How long would they have to wait for an opportunity to severely injure them? Therefore, Ho Shangsheng and the others were really at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the fixed body art only lasted for the blink of an eye. However, this blink of an eye was extremely dangerous for Ho Shangsheng and the others. All of them cursed under their breath. They could tell that this was the fixed body art. It was a very powerful secret technique among the demons. It wasn't easy to cast this secret technique. It was too taxing. Yet this guy could cast it. Moreover, he could even freeze them in place. Although it only lasted for 2 short breaths, it was enough to make them realize how terrifying it was. If they were to fight one-on-one, they could be killed at any moment. With this thought in mind, they didn't dare to get too close. As for the humans, they were starting to take things seriously. After all, even Ho Shangsheng and the others were frozen. What more the Dongshu of the humans? In terms of physical strength, he was no match for them. He immediately put some distance between them. They didn't know how many times he could cast such a powerful fixed body art. However, if they continued to follow him, it would be a headache. If Ho Shangsheng and the others took the opportunity to get close to them, they would be in big trouble. After all, demons were experts in close combat. They were long-range attackers. Therefore, even now they had to put some distance between them. Only when they were a certain distance away would they be the safest. Lin Fei turned around and snorted coldly. You want to catch up to this old man? Then come at me. In any case, I have plenty of immobilizing techniques. If you want to be immobilized by me, you can try. If this old man uses a killing move, I can definitely kill you. Chapter 4463. Lin Fei's cold aura, coupled with the terrifying fixed body art, really made the insightful Void Realm demons and human insightful Void Realm experts feel a certain degree of fear. After all, no one wanted to be injured by the fixed body technique. Even if it only lasted for a few breaths, they might be killed by the demon if they were not careful. Ho Tiansheng and the other two fiendish demons had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. After all, they had just been ambushed. Tian Kuei and the others were happy for once. However, this made it even more difficult for them to deal with the demon. He could even use such a secret technique, and he wasn't at the insightful Void Realm or nascent Soul Realm. However, the fixed body technique was ridiculously powerful. They had to think about it carefully. Was he really going to catch up with them? What should we do now? This guy actually learned the fixed body technique, and it's so powerful. The Black Cloud Demon was having a headache. He looked at the wounds on their bodies. They were all left by the insightful Void Realm human. He was being serious. The Black Cloud Demon really didn't want to chase this guy anymore. After all, this guy wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew if he could use the fixed body technique again? He didn't dare to take the risk. Ho Tianxing said coldly, this guy definitely has a powerful background. However, it won't be easy for him to use the body-fixing technique. The body-fixing technique consumes too much energy, so he can only use it a few times. We'll just have to keep chasing him. I don't believe this guy can last that long. Ho Shangxing decided to continue chasing. However, he didn't attack anymore. He chased from afar. Tian Kuei and the others did the same. They were more eager to kill this demon than Ho Shangsheng and the others. After all, who knew what use the heavenly ghoul tree had? What if he found another way to cultivate? That was the scariest thing. Therefore they had to chase after him. Lin Fei turned around again. He used the fixed body technique. Even the air froze. Fortunately, they weren't very close. Although they were affected, they recovered in the blink of an eye. He secretly rejoiced that he did not continue to chase after them. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. You can chase me as much as you want. Anyway, I can still use the body freezing art several times. You can come at me as much as you want. When I freeze you, Mr. Ho and the others won't mind killing you all. So will Ho Shangxing. Lin Fei chuckled. This voice was very cold, so cold that it made them feel fear in their bones. Lin Fei wanted to scare them and buy time for himself. The divine tree of life's rate of refining and absorbing was very fast. However, it also required some time. When the time limit was up, Lin Fei's strength could rise again. Especially his physical body, which could become even stronger. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear them. Even if he couldn't win, he could still fight to a draw and leave calmly. Tian Kuei was a little anxious as he followed behind. How long would it take for him to follow behind like this? Most importantly, this was the Fiendish Demon Desert. Fiendish demons would appear from time to time. The commotion here had already spread. When the time came, there would be more and more fiendish demons. That would be even more troublesome. After all, the Fiendish Demon Desert was very famous. Even insightful Emptiness Realm experts had to be careful when they came to the Fiendish Demon Desert. There were 4 of them, but this was the base camp of the Fiendish Demon Desert. Naturally, Ho Shangxing did not intend to continue following them. He also did not intend to attack them. However, he also sent a message to the fiendish demons in front of the desert to stop this guy and exhaust his strength. The more the better. Tian Kuei, didn't you want to destroy this heavenly ghoul tree? Now, the opportunity is here. Hurry up and do it. Aren't you very powerful? I'll give you this opportunity. Ho Shangxing was very angry. However, he also knew that there was another way to vent his anger, which was to provoke Tian Kuei and the others. As experts of the human clan, Tian Kuei and the others definitely wanted to destroy this heavenly ghoul tree. After all, an insightful emptiness realm weapon of war was quite a headache. Now that it did not fall into the hands of Ho Shangsheng and the others, but into the hands of an unknown fiendish demon, it was also a big problem. If they did not destroy this fiendish demon, this trip would have been in vain. The fight just now would have been meaningless. They had not paid any price yet. If this dragged on, it was hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to severely injure this fiendish demon. At the very least, they had to capture this fiendish demon. Only then would they have an opportunity. The magic treasures attacked again. However, it was much more powerful than before. Other than that, Tian Kuei also sent a message. You guys help me keep an eye on Ho Shangsheng and the others. I'll use my big magic treasure to capture this person first. Only then will we have an opportunity. Tian Kuei could already sense many auras heading their way. This was because they would reach the core region. There were not many things in the core region except for demon leaders and insightful emptiness demons. This was also the reason why they did not dare to come down previously. Because they could still handle the high-level regions. However, once they reached the core region, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Map of Heaven and Earth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth and released the map of Heaven and Earth. The mountains, sun, and moon appeared and instantly enveloped the sky above Lin Fei. When the map of Heaven and Earth appeared, Ho Shangsheng's expression changed. Quick, stop them. We cannot let them capture this fiendish demon. Ho Shangsheng recognized it immediately. This was the map of Heaven and Earth. This was something he had not expected. The fact that Tian Kuei had brought the map of Heaven and Earth with him was no small matter. The map of Heaven and Earth was an insightful emptiness treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure that specialized in trapping people. As long as one was weaker than the map of Heaven and Earth, it would be sucked into the map of Heaven and Earth. Instantly, Lin Fei felt a huge force landing on him and was slowly sucking him into the map of Heaven and Earth. Lin Fei felt it for a moment and gave up resisting. He allowed the map of Heaven and Earth to be sucked in. He knew that it was already a spatial treasure. He could use this time to refine it. Once the Tree of Life was refined, it would be easy to break the map of Heaven and Earth. Don't forget that he had the heavenly sword in his hands. At that time, he would be able to cause a huge impact on the map of Heaven and Earth. Even his physical strength could break the map of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, Lin Fei gave up resisting and was sucked into the map of Heaven and Earth. Of course, he still resisted. Even if he wanted to put on an act, he had to do it properly. Tian Kuei's face was a little pale. After all, the map of Heaven and Earth was not him. It was meant to be used at the crucial moment. It seemed like it was finally going to be put to use. He kept it. Let's go. Chapter 44-64. Tian Kuei used the Heaven and Earth map to take him in. This gave Ho Shangsheng and the rest a huge headache. He didn't expect that even though the kid wasn't strong and his speed wasn't slow, he was still taken away by someone using the scroll of the universe. If they left now, it would be troublesome. At the very least, it would be too late for them to stop them. They could only watch helplessly as they escaped. It would be very troublesome to kill each other, let alone to keep them here. Hence, Ho Shangsheng and the rest really could not stop them after fighting for a while. They could only watch helplessly as they escaped. Damn it, we were so close. I did not expect Tian Kuei to bring the Heaven and Earth map with him. Is he not afraid of leaving it in the demon desert? Ho Shangsheng was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The Black Cloud Demon and the Heaven's Eye Demon were the same. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, not only had the heavenly ghoul tree been stolen, even the mysterious fiendish demon had been captured. This was the most troublesome thing. Ho Shangsheng found it hard to explain himself this time. The current situation was really beyond their expectations. If it was anyone else, it would be fine. But this person was a demon. This was a little hard to explain. Ho Shangsheng could clearly guarantee that the other party was a true demon expert. He might even be a hidden existence. There must be something wrong with us. We have to investigate and report it. Tian Kuei and the rest used some tricks and finally escaped. But they were also on tenterhooks. After all, Ho Shangsheng and the other two were not easy to deal with. Especially when they were in the demon desert. Who knew if there would be an expert coming? That was the most important thing. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. There were no high-level Hollow Realm demons in the Demon Desert, and they could leave the Demon Desert safely. Only when they were millions of miles away from the Demon Desert did they heave a sigh of relief. They should not be able to catch up now. Tian Kuei also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the situation this time was really too different from what he had imagined. If he had not brought the map of the universe with him, he would have suffered a great loss just now. Brother Tian Kuei is still the best. He brought the map of the universe with him and kept that fiendish demon. If it were any other time, we could only watch helplessly as the fiendish demon left. Luck, this is really luck. Tian Kuei also laughed. But now we still have to move forward because it's really not safe here. Although it was millions of kilometers away, it was still quite close to the Demon Desert. At the very least, it would be safer to travel tens of millions of kilometers. The four of them moved forward again. After traveling for tens of millions of kilometers, only then did they heave a sigh of relief. This time, they shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Moreover, the outside world is no longer the domain of the magical beasts. We can kill them at any time. In a deserted valley, Tian Kuei and the other three finally stopped. One by one, they sat cross-legged, took out elixir pills, and ate them to recover the energy they had expended on the journey. They had to ensure that their strength was restored, especially Tian Kuei, who had expended the most energy. After all, he had to control the map of the universe. The map of the universe had to suppress the fiendish demon. Once there was no one to suppress it, it was very likely that the fiendish demon would escape from the map of the universe. This was something that Tian Kuei did not want to see the most. It was not easy for him to catch this fiendish demon. Now he wanted to know where this fiendish demon came from. It could even keep this heavenly ghoul tree. This was really a trick. While Tian Kuei and the others recovered their strength, Lin Fei, who was in the map of the universe, was not affected much. The map of the universe had an invincible force that suppressed him, making him unable to move. It was as though his entire body was imprisoned. However, as long as Lin Fei used his physical strength, he could break free from this restraint. However, he did not do so. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested. He did not struggle. He allowed the map of the universe to suppress him. At the same time, the tree of life in his body was also refining the heavenly ghoul tree frantically. The efficiency was getting faster and faster. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He even felt that Tian Kuei should have brought him out of the Demon Desert. It could be considered a good deed. Now it all depended on time. He had to absorb this heavenly ghoul tree first. Even if they let Lin Fei out, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Just like that, time passed. It might have been an hour, or 2 hours, or even longer. Lin Fei felt that someone was checking on him. He did not need to guess to know that it was Tian Kuei. Only he would check on him like this. He was probably worried that Lin Fei was struggling. After a round of checking, beams of power that looked like rays of light bound Lin Fei. Then, Lin Fei came to the valley. And the map of the universe had been hanging over his head. It turned out that the map of the universe was used to suppress him. You are quite powerful, fiendish demon. You can actually use such a powerful fixed body skill. However, no matter how powerful you are, you were still caught by us. One of the insightful void human race experts snorted coldly and stared at Lin Fei. She was sizing him up from head to toe. Lin Fei knew that he had been brought out. To be honest, he was quite grateful to these people. Not only did they help him complete the task, but they also obtained the heavenly ghoul tree. It wouldn't be long before his strength skyrocketed. You guys are quite powerful. Not only did you suppress me, but you also brought me out. You even managed to escape from Ho Shengsheng and the others. You are indeed insightful void experts. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. And Tian Kuei was also sizing him up. However, after sizing him up, he did not find anything. This was because they did not know this fiendish demon. He clearly looked to be in the golden elixir realm, but he gave off a dangerous aura. If they were not suppressed by the map of the universe, they would have to be careful. I don't care who you are. Now that you are in our hands, I advise you to tell us the truth. Also, hand over the heavenly ghoul tree. This thing must be destroyed. Tian Kuei's voice was very cold. It seemed like he would attack Lin Fei if he did not hand over the heavenly ghoul tree. After all, they were now 4 insightful void experts. It would be easy for them to deal with a golden elixir realm expert, especially when their strength was suppressed. They could do whatever they wanted to do. If I say that this heavenly ghoul tree is not with me, will you believe me? Lin Fei laughed. Naturally, Tian Kuei and the others would not believe him. To them, this heavenly ghoul tree must have been kept by some means. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this heavenly ghoul tree. Chapter 4465. They didn't expect this demon to be so daring. Didn't he know what was going on? The 4 insightful emptiness realm experts could easily deal with this demon. I don't care where you come from or what your background is. You're in our hands now. Either you hand over the heavenly ghoul tree and tell us everything honestly, or we'll use our tricks. You should know that once we use our tricks, it'll be your nightmare. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, what I said was the truth. Why don't you take a look and see for yourselves if I have something like the heavenly ghost tree on me? I left it in the demon desert. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too shallow and you can't tell." The 4 insightful emptiness realm experts looked at each other. They had a bad feeling about this. If what this guy said was true, then it would be really troublesome. But they clearly didn't feel it. "You are lying. You must be lying. You definitely didn't leave it in the demon desert," the only female insightful emptiness realm expert said coldly. The flying sword in her hand landed on Lin Fei's neck. "If you don't talk, I'll chop off your head. No matter how strong your fleshly body is, I think you'll die after I cut you 7 or 8 times. Lin Fei looked a little scared. Are all the insightful emptiness realm experts of the human race so overbearing? Especially since you are a woman. You should at least accept your temper. Don't you think so? His words angered the female insightful emptiness realm expert. She raised the sword in her hand and said, "I think you are tired of living." Seeing that they were about to make a move, Tian Kuei quickly extended his hand and stopped them. "Since he doesn't want to talk, let's use our secret technique. I want to see what secrets are hidden in his head." Tian Kuei couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to use the secret technique to investigate the background of this demon. After all, this demon's background was not simple. "Wait, I think there's something I need to tell you. After all, you've done good deeds for once. I'm very grateful to those who do good deeds." Suddenly, Lin Fei said seriously. These words made them blink. Good people? They never thought of themselves as good people, but the current situation didn't seem quite right. It was obvious that the 4 insightful emptiness realm experts were in control of everything. Was there anything that was not within their control? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Lin Fei smirked. "Actually, it's better for me to have the heavenly ghoul tree than anyone else." Lin Fei suddenly trembled, only to see the map of the universe above his head shaking non-stop. Following that, he sent another palm strike. Tian Kuei cursed inwardly. "Hurry up and stop him. This guy is trying to escape." The female insightful emptiness realm expert slashed with her sword. It transformed into rays of sword light and enveloped Lin Fei. The other 2 insightful emptiness realm experts didn't hold back either. They immediately unleashed the power of the Great Path. One was the Great Tao of Earth. The other Great Tao was gravity. They enveloped Lin Fei's body one after the other. As for Tian Kuei, he directly controlled the map of the universe to crush it. At this moment, however, Lin Fei's palm strikes came crashing down. Bang! 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 The map of the universe received countless palm strikes and was sent flying by one palm strike. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Tian Kuei's mouth. "I said that you are good people. Naturally, I won't kill you." Just now, the divine tree of life had refined the heavenly ghoul tree. A large amount of life energy returned, instantly healing a large part of Lin Fei's body. This made Lin Fei's strength skyrocket again, because he could use the power of the immortal body. Although the power of the golden elixir was still weak, the power of the immortal body was very strong. It was so strong that it was hard to imagine. Therefore, he sent the map of the universe flying with one strike. With a light stomp of his foot, a ripple of energy swept across the energy. They collided with each other and collapsed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the pressure on Lin Fei lessened. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Let's have a good fight in the future when we have time." Lin Fei dashed out in the blink of an eye. His speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, there was only an afterimage left. Furthermore, the afterimages spread out in all directions. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the real body. It was as if every afterimage was real. Damn it! This guy is going to run. The 4 insightful emptiness realm cultivators couldn't accept this. By the time they reached the outside of the valley, the figure had completely disappeared. They didn't even know where he went. This was what made them feel the most helpless. Tian Kuei said, "Let's split up and look for him. We must capture this demon. He must have a big secret." Tian Kuei's face was rather gloomy. It wasn't easy to capture this demon. He didn't expect him to escape in the blink of an eye. It was unimaginable that he was so strong. Now, they suspected that this guy had the strength of an insightful emptiness realm cultivator. What was even more frightening was his speed. There was simply no one who could catch up to him. After the 4 of them chased after him. They chased for a long time. They had searched a radius of at least a few thousand kilometers. But they still couldn't find him. When they gathered together, their faces were a little ugly. This was the first time a demon had escaped from the 4 of them. Was that person's speed really that fast? But they really couldn't find any trace of that person. This doesn't seem to be a simple matter. "We have to be careful," Tian Kuei said coldly. At this moment, Lin Fei was right under their noses, deep underground. He wasn't breathing at all. He didn't even have any aura. He was no different from a piece of soil. This was one of the benefits of having a strong physical body. Lin Fei hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. This heavenly ghoul tree came at the right time. Even if they search for tens of thousands of kilometers, they won't know that I'm right under their noses. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He stayed underground just like that. After half a month, Lin Fei finally came out of the ground. The 4 of them were gone. At this moment, Lin Fei's body was filled with a strong aura. With such a strong aura, one would know that this person was very terrifying. Now, I finally have a way to protect myself in the spiritual realm. Be it in terms of physical body or speed, they can't catch up to me. Even insightful emptiness realm cultivators can't catch up to me. I can only eat the soil behind me. Chapter 4466. Lin Fei was pretty satisfied with his gains this time around. Especially since his physical body had improved as well. Even though he hadn't cultivated any great Tao, his physical body was strong enough to withstand the attacks of the great Tao. Just like now, apart from being strong, he was still strong. The first training mission was considered completed. Lin Fei could return to the sky-reaching school with a clear conscience. He was concerned about the points there. When he returned, he could exchange for missions and get points. That was quite a lot. 1,300 points could be exchanged for a lot of things. However, just as he was about to move, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He saw a figure appear. It turned into a black cloud and shrouded Lin Fei's head. He saw a figure holding 2 sabers and slashing over. "I found you. To think that you would be hiding here. I have underestimated you. This time, you won't be able to escape." It turned out that the black cloud demon wasn't willing to give up. He had been searching the area non-stop. He was the only one who didn't give up. He really found something when he searched. Just now, he felt an aura appear. Even though the aura was really obscure, he could sense it clearly. The black cloud demon also rushed over at the first instant. No one knew where he was hiding. The black cloud demon couldn't help but admire him. To be able to hide for so long. He was so close to escaping. Luckily, he found him at this moment. As long as he could restrain this guy, the rest would be simple. The other party wouldn't be able to leave at all. He had already informed the other demons. Even though this place was a little far, as long as he could restrain this kid, he would definitely be able to capture him. At that time, he would interrogate this demon to find out where he came from. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in his demon form. He didn't expect the black cloud demon to be so persistent. To think that he would actually search this place and coincidentally be targeted. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled. Just in time. He could test his strength. He punched out. A huge black fist wind turned into a whirlpool and covered the 2 sabers. The power of the 2 sabers didn't land on Lin Fei at all. On the other hand, the heart of the black cloud demon shuddered. Wave after wave of terrifying power directly swept his body. Even his physical defense was slowly being torn apart. This left the Black Cloud Demon in disbelief. Although he knew that this guy was strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. His twin blades hadn't even reached him when he was trapped by his opponent. What do you think? Are you surprised? Since you dare to come and capture me, you should be prepared to be captured by me. After all, an insightful Void Realm demon is quite powerful. Compared to the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, Lin Fei was simply dismissive. However, if it was an insightful Emptiness Realm expert, it would be a different story. Moreover, this person's strength was at the minor Hollowness Realm. He could be considered a Hollowness Realm expert. It was also a demon. Lin Fei was quite interested. In a flash, he appeared above Zhang Xian's head. He spread open his palm and a burst of energy came crashing down. There was a loud rumbling sound. This power came crashing down like a torrent. It was pure physical strength. Lin Fei didn't use any other power. He just directly smashed down with a loud rumble. The Black Cloud Demon's twin blades danced continuously to block the power of the torrent. However, the more he blocked, the more he realized that this demon was terrifyingly strong. It wasn't something that he could block at all. His twin blades also slowly bent. The power struck his body and instantly, he felt like he was being attacked by tens of thousands of attacks. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his entire body smashed onto the ground. Even though his twin blades finally landed on his opponent's body, all he saw was a faint white mark. The Black Cloud Demon was shocked. This is definitely an insightful Void Realm or even higher. How is this possible? Before this, he had injured his opponent with a single palm. How long had it been? This was totally impossible. After the Black Cloud Demon smashed onto the ground, God knew how many wounds were left on his body. He couldn't take it anymore. Following which, Lin Fei punched down once more. This time, the Black Cloud Demon couldn't block it at all. Even though he was at insightful Void Realm, Lin Fei's physical strength wasn't that easy to block. Even though he didn't have the support of the Great Tao, his strength was still really strong. Especially in close combat, the Black Cloud Demon didn't have any advantage at all. Lin Fei waved his hand once more and the power turned into a shackle that locked onto the Black Cloud Demon's body. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find another place. Lin Fei instantly disappeared into the void and the endless astral winds came tearing at him. However, these astral winds didn't pose any threat to Lin Fei at all. Just like that, Lin Fei brought the Black Cloud Demon away. Not long later, Ho Shengxing brought the demon to this place. He saw the traces of fighting on the ground, but he didn't see the Black Cloud Demon. His expression was a little weird. We're a step too late. We don't know who won and who lost. Ho Shengxing looked around and really couldn't find any clues. He could clearly feel that the Black Cloud Demon had attacked. There were also traces of the demon. Damn it! Just a little bit more time and he actually slipped away. They had spent a lot of time and energy but still couldn't find the demon. Now they were even too late. They couldn't even find the Black Cloud Demon. He Yun's strength is quite impressive, especially his Black Cloud escape. It's impossible for anyone to catch up to him. I reckon he's chasing after that guy. That seemed to be the most plausible explanation. They knew He Yun's strength well. As for the demon, even though he wasn't a golden core cultivator, he was pretty strong. However, since he hit his face like that, there might be something wrong with his strength. Therefore, the demon definitely couldn't defeat He Yun. Hence, he used a secret technique to escape. Let's look around. Maybe we can be of help. While they were looking for He Yun, Lin Fei had already brought the Black Cloud Demon hundreds of thousands of miles away. That wasn't the end. After running for a while, they were 1,000,000 miles away and burrowed into the ground. Once the seal of power was activated, all information was cut off. He really didn't believe that Ho Shengxing and the others would be able to catch up. Lin Fei's physical strength was so strong now that he could use some techniques. For example, the seal of power and the seal of power. These could only be used when one's strength reached a certain level. This was the first time he had used it. It was quite effective. Chapter 4467. The Dark Cloud Demon was completely dumbfounded. He was an insightful Emptiness Realm expert and had even cultivated a Grand Tao. Of course, his Grand Tao was not very useful. His Grand Tao was just an ordinary Grand Tao. It was used for escaping. That was his Black Cloud escape. Unfortunately, he hadn't even been able to use it before it was taken down by someone else. It was like a huge slap to his face. If he had known that this guy was so strong in close combat at the beginning, the Dark Cloud Demon would have used the Black Cloud escape technique to escape. He would not have been so pitiful to be captured by this guy. Furthermore, his opponent had a secret technique that could turn this power into power shackles, sealing his power for the rest of his life. It was like a monarch. This was what scared the Dark Cloud Demon. Since when did such a secret technique exist? Even he had never seen it before. Now, we can have a good chat. What do you think? Lin Fei looked at the Dark Cloud Demon with a smile. He didn't expect to receive such a huge gift before he left. That was right. In Lin Fei's eyes, this was a huge gift. An extremely huge gift. Normally, he would not encounter such a thing. If the Dark Cloud Demon hadn't been careless, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lin Fei to take it out. I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that Ho Shengsheng and the others will come. But you better give up. They will not be able to find this place. So, you can only behave yourself. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. Although you are very strong, you are nothing in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and took out the insightful emptiness weapon. Do you see this sword? This sword is extremely sharp. It can easily cut you into dozens of pieces. When the Dark Cloud Demon saw the insightful emptiness weapon, he sucked in a cold breath. Guan Yu was already so strong with his bare hands. If he were to be caught off guard and hit by this sword, wouldn't he suffer a big loss? This fiendish demon was simply too terrifying. The Dark Cloud Demon was indeed a little frightened. A Dongshu weapon. Even amongst the fiendish demons, only a few of them possessed Dongshu weapons. This was because they were simply too hard to come by. Basically, only Heavenly Insight Emptiness Realm experts would possess Dongshu weapons. Who would have thought that this fiendish demon would already possess a whole void weapon? What do you want to know? I'll tell you. The Black Cloud Demon had a temper. But after encountering a fiendish demon that he was even more afraid of, he completely lost his temper. Because fiendish demons were never easy to talk to. In a moment of unhappiness, he directly chopped down with his sword. His physical body couldn't withstand it at all. At that time it would really be over. Lin Fei smiled. That's more like it. If you're honest, you might be able to see the sun tomorrow. If you don't, then it'll be difficult to see the sun tomorrow. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth. Lin Fei took out the piercing sky godly sword in order to provoke the Black Cloud Demon and let him know. Even if the fiendish demon's body was strong, it was only a matter of minutes. I'm quite interested in your demon desert. Tell me everything you know. As Lin Fei spoke, he took off the Black Cloud Demon's ring. Who knew how much wealth this guy had? The Dark Cloud Demon could only watch helplessly as the ring was snatched away. He couldn't resist. After explaining the situation, he didn't stop at all. As he spoke, Lin Fei would ask him questions. He didn't have time to think at all. Hence, he could only tell everything in full detail. From start to finish, he spoke for about 4 hours. Lin Fei finally understood the general situation of the demon desert. It was much more terrifying than he imagined. Luckily, he didn't enter the core area. Otherwise, he would have suffered. Lin Fei just wanted to know the situation of the demon desert. Of course, there was also the most important thing. Where else do you know of such a heavenly ghost tree? Lin Fei asked. He wasn't interested in anything else. For example, just now, he glanced at the Black Cloud Demon's ring. There really wasn't anything good. He could be considered a pauper. There weren't many things that Lin Fei was interested in. Hence, Lin Fei could only count on the heavenly ghost tree. Since there was one, there could be a second one. Hence, Lin Fei had to figure it out first. My lord, you're really making things difficult for me. I don't know of many heavenly ghost trees like this. This is the only one. Ho Shengsheng and the others found out about it with great difficulty. In the end, it was snatched away by you. Lin Fei asked many times. He was sure that this guy really didn't know about the heavenly ghost tree. Then, other than the heavenly ghost tree, where else do you know of such trees? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei waved the Dongshu weapon in his hand. This thing won't be polite. When the time comes, it'll stab you here and there. It won't be easy to fix. Hearing this, the Black Cloud Demon was scared out of his wits. If it's something else, then I do know. There are other trees like the Heavenly Ghost Tree. Let me think. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He knew this guy would definitely figure it out. There aren't any better trees than the Heavenly Ghost Tree. But I know of a tree that's not as good as the Heavenly Ghost Tree. It's called the Heavenly Demon Tree, but it's very well protected. Lin Fei really didn't know about the Heavenly Demon Tree. But hearing that these Heavenly Demon Trees were slightly worse than the Heavenly Ghost Tree was still a big gain. This was much more valuable than those 10 or 20-year herbs. Then tell me about the Heavenly Demon Tree. I want to know. It was fine if he didn't know. Now that he knew about the Heavenly Demon Tree, Lin Fei naturally didn't want to hold back. He wanted to listen to the situation first. The Black Cloud Demon didn't dare to hesitate and quickly told him what he knew. It turned out that the Heavenly Demon Tree was in the core area of the Demon Desert. It was heavily guarded. I heard that the biggest use of the Heavenly Demon Tree is to cultivate the great Tao of the Heavenly Demon after swallowing it. Once that's done, you can summon heavenly demons. Lin Fei listened very seriously. He didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Tree to have such a use. It seemed like it had many uses. So Lin Fei decided to study it carefully. After all, he still had a lot of time. If he could get the Heavenly Demon Tree, that would be great. His strength would be able to increase by a large margin again. The Black Cloud Demon heard the change in the other party's expression, and knew that the other party had his eyes on the Heavenly Demon Tree. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. No matter how strong this guy was, could he take the Heavenly Demon Tree away? Forget it. Chapter 4468. In the end, Lin Fei did not go to the Demon Desert. It was not right for him to go to the Demon Desert at this time. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go back to the Heaven-Reaching Church and finish the task first. He would get the 1,300 points and exchange them for something. When he came back, he would deal with the Heavenly Demonic Tree. Anyway, the Heavenly Demonic Tree was in the Demon Desert and could not run away. Therefore, he would get twice the result with half the effort if he went there now. Moreover, he would not be targeted by others. As for the Black Cloud Demon, it was even simpler. Lin Fei had set up a trap for it directly. Even if the Black Cloud Demon had some ideas, it could not break Lin Fei's trap at all. At first, the Black Cloud Demon had planned to go back and break the trap secretly. However, it did not expect that after Lin Fei performed a little trick, the Black Cloud would suffer unprecedented pain. It could not bear the pain at all. It felt like it was dying. In this way, the Black Cloud Demon completely accepted its fate. She no longer dared to have any other thoughts. She obediently listened to Lin Fei's words and did whatever he wanted. What you need to do now is very simple. Keep a close eye on the Heavenly Demon Tree. When I come to the Demon Desert, report to me. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, the one I left on you can easily take your life. Even if you are thousands of miles away, I can still kill you. After Lin Fei let the Black Cloud Demon go, he was sure that the Black Cloud Demon had no way to break the trap. And the Black Cloud Fiend Demon also left obediently. After the Black Cloud Demon left, Lin Fei also left. He had to go back to the Heaven-Reaching Church. However, after passing through 2 prefectural cities, Lin Fei felt that he was being watched. The stalker was quite powerful. At least, he could not be sensed for a while. Interesting. Really interesting. I did not expect someone to be watching me at this time. Is it Su Zhending's man? The first person that came to Lin Fei's mind was Su Zhending. Besides him, no one could ambush him at this time. No. And the people from Dusk Tavern. Lin Fei thought of another person. After all, he had been targeted by someone at that time. However, that person's methods were quite powerful. And at this time, it seemed very likely that they would target him. After Lin Fei flew for a while, all of a sudden, a powerful force pressed down on him, catching him off guard. Following that, streaks of light shot over. The power of the explosion hit Lin Fei's body like a torrent. Wave after wave was really hard to resist. Lin Fei was instantly hit. At this moment, the streams of light from below continued to bombard upwards. These streams of light all contained destructive power and were extremely powerful. It turned out that this was shot by a crossbow, and it even used the power of the Great Tao. Clearly, it was a priceless treasure. And now, they were all used to deal with Lin Fei. In an instant, the scene became very lively. There were a total of 10 people below, all dressed in black, and they looked excited. After all, such a sneak attack on a pro-disciple of the sky-reaching church gave them a sense of accomplishment. It seems that Lin Fei is not as powerful as I thought. He actually came back from the demon desert. Unfortunately, he was still ambushed by us, a man in black said coldly, with a hint of pride in his tone. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had really used a lot of means. Now it seemed that these means were still effective. They did not make their efforts in vain. He did not believe that Lin Fei could survive such an attack. After all, this was not an ordinary means. It was embellished with the power of the great Tao. It could be said to be a real trump card. The price of such a bow and arrow was not cheap. It was worth 10,000 medium spirit stones. Not everyone could have such a bow and arrow. It was not so easy to get the goods. This was also one of the means of Dusk Tavern. Such a scene lasted for a total of half an hour. It could be said that it was overwhelming. Fortunately, they had already set up a formation. No one could perceive it at all. So, Lin Fei would definitely die this time. No one could stop it. The man in black kept staring at the sky. No one could escape. In other words, Lin Fei was hit at that moment. He had no chance to resist. Therefore, Lin Fei had probably been blasted into pieces by now. The man in black waved his hand. Everyone stopped. Such extravagant behavior was really rare. It seems that we can call it a day and finish the task. As soon as the man in black's voice trailed off, a figure appeared in front of them. He just stood there quietly. You guys are not bad. In order to kill me, you used such means. Fortunately, I, Lin Fei, have some means. Otherwise, I would have been smashed to pieces by you guys. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. He raised his hand and a sword light came out. As soon as this sword light appeared, it was a dazzling radiance that crushed everyone's bodies. A shield appeared in front of the man in black in an instant. It enlarged infinitely. However, the shield was cut open by the sword with a cracking sound. The sword light landed on him. In the blink of an eye, all the men in black were dead. None of them survived. You guys are brave. It's a pity that you don't know what I'm capable of. So, you can only blame your bad luck. Lin Fei's strength was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, after he swallowed the heavenly ghoul tree, his physical body became even more powerful. Although these crossbows had the power of the Great Path, these great powers were not at their peak. However, this great power was not at its peak. A little bit of it was indeed a terrifying weapon against an ordinary person. However, in front of Lin Fei, these things were really nothing. So, Lin Fei easily dealt with them. He even let them attack for half an hour. After making sure that there was no one else, they only showed up. Lin Fei had no intention of leaving anyone alive. These people were from the Dusk Tavern. It was normal for them to face them. Fortunately, they left a lot of things, which allowed Lin Fei to make a small profit. In particular, there were a lot of bows and arrows. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and took all of them. Anyway, it was a waste to keep them. It was better to let him take all of them away. Then, the sword light swept over and smashed all these people into pieces. Then he left. He believed that the man from the sky-reaching church must still be guarding. So, Lin Fei had to meet him. He could not let him be happy in vain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not encounter anything else. Soon, he returned to the sky-reaching church. The sky-reaching church was very big. They did not care much about a personal disciple like Lin Fei completing the mission. So, Lin Fei completed the mission easily. He obtained 1,300 points. Chapter 4469. He completed the first training task. Lin Fei got 1,300 points. He planned to exchange the 1,300 points for rewards. But Lin Fei decided to forget it and record it. After all, he still had 2 training tasks. Only by completing the 3 training tasks could he become a personal disciple of the heavens-reaching church. After completing the first training ground mission, he could rest for a period of time before starting the second mission. For Lin Fei, this break was quite useful. At least he could find another target, like the heavenly demonic tree. As soon as he came out of the place where he handed in the task, Lin Fei was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a burly guy. He stood there casually, but his heavy aura seemed to be connected with the earth. Not far from him, there was another person standing. Lin Fei was most familiar with this person. It was Su Zhending. Su Zhending said with a faint smile, "Junior brother Lin Fei, we meet again. Congratulations on completing the first training task. You are really lucky. Who doesn't know that the demon desert is full of dangers? I didn't expect that you could come out of the demon desert." Su Zhending did not expect that Lin Fei would come out of the demon desert. When he learned that Lin Fei had handed in the task and came out, Su Zhending could not take it lying down. He was happy for nothing again. Lin Fei said with a smile when he saw Su Zhending, "Yeah, I also feel that I am very lucky. I didn't encounter any trouble in the demon desert and came out easily." Su Zhending tried his best not to be angry. "This is my senior brother. I heard that you are very strong, so I want to have a chat with you. Let's change places." Su Zhending said with a smile. This time, Su Zhending did not just come to see Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was not unlucky, Su Zhending would never be able to calm down. This time, he specially asked his senior brother to come. His senior brother was not good at anything else, but his defense was rare. It was impossible for him to defeat someone of the same realm. Since the demon desert was not going to work, Su Zhending thought of something else. No matter what, he had to deal with Lin Fei. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm Su Zhending's senior brother Yi Dazhuang. Nice to meet you." Of course, Lin Fei had no interest in getting to know Yi Dazhuang. However, this guy really lived up to his name. He was really tall and sturdy, and he even seemed to have some magical abilities. Let's leave the conversation here. After all, I still have a lot of things to do. Lin Fei had no interest in chatting with Su Zhending. Su Zhending laughed and said, "I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei has any thoughts about these points?" Lin Fei might not have any interest in other things, but the points were really interesting. Yi Dazhuang said, "If junior brother Lin Fei wants to obtain more points, why don't you follow me? If you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain quite a few points. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by." Lin Fei was not afraid that these two people would show off. He thought about it. "Then lead the way. I also want to see what these points are all about." Su Zhending and Yi Dazhuang flew forward. Lin Fei followed them. The Sky Reaching School was very big, and there was more than one place like Sky Reaching City. Fortunately, he had read the ancient books before, so he did not care much about this situation. This city was obviously much smaller than Sky Reaching City. Su Zhending was very familiar with this place. This is called Sky Reaching Second City. Only people with a certain status can come here. Outsiders have no chance at all. Lin Fei didn't make a sound. He just followed behind. Finally, they came to a huge courtyard. However, when they entered the courtyard, they found it very lively inside. It was completely different from the outside. This is the first place that our Sky Reaching School's disciples come to the most. Because you can buy anything with points here, and you can also use points to trade. It's a place for us disciples to communicate with each other. Yi Dazhuang said. After that, they entered the hall. It turned out that there was an underground square under this courtyard. This square was very large and very lively. When Lin Fei came in, he saw a lot of things placed here, which were dazzling. The Sky Reaching Tower seemed to be similar, but it seemed that points were used here. However, what caught Lin Fei's attention most was a place like an arena in the middle. At this time, there were two people fighting on it. There were layers of ripples. A lot of people were watching from below. In less than a blink of an eye, one of them was defeated. He was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. After seeing the scene on the arena, Lin Fei understood what was going on. Perhaps Su Zhending was thinking about his points. 1,300 points were not a small amount. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He was really short of points at this time. The more points he got, the better it would be. Junior fellow apprentice Lin, this is a place for us to learn from each other. However, it's a bit different from other places. We stop here. If you want to go up there to fight, you have to use points as a wager. You and I have conflicts. How about going up there to fight? Su Zhending looked at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei thought it was something important, but he really liked this kind of thing. Are you sure you want to learn from each other? I don't think you're strong enough. Yi Dazhuang laughed. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, you're really straightforward. Of course, My junior fellow apprentice Su Zhending is no match for you. But this time, I'm ready to learn from you. I'm willing to pay 1,300 points. Let's go up there to learn from each other. How about it? Whoever wins can take the points. Lin Fei really wanted to tell Su Zhending that he was a good man. He actually gave him such a gift. 1,300 points. That would be earned for a long time. Lin Fei could even see that when Yi Dazhuang said 1,300 points, he more or less cared about it. One could imagine how difficult it was to earn points. Maybe Su Zhending contributed a part of the 1,300 points. Are you sure you want to fight me with 1,300 points? If you lose, it'll be really painful. Lin Fei said seriously, I think we should forget about it. Yi Dazhuang had never seen such a thick-skinned person. They haven't even fought yet, but he already thought that he was defeated. Did he really think that he was very powerful just because he was a personal disciple? Yi Dazhuang's earth defense was quite strong. Yi Dazhuang, am not that easy to defeat. I'm only asking you, do you dare? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Since someone is giving me points, I definitely won't have a problem. Chapter 4470. For Lin Fei, coming to this place was really the right choice. He really wanted to earn some points here. After all, 1,300 points might seem like a lot, but in fact, it was really not a lot. If he could get another sum of money from Yi Dazhuang, that would be the best. Lin Fei saw that this seemed to be a good place to earn points. If Su Zhending hadn't brought him here, he would really have missed the opportunity. Su Zhending was really a good person. It was really rare to see such a good person. When Su Zhending saw Lin Fei agree, he let out a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, you will regret it one day. No one knew how strong Yi Dazhuang's defense was. He was simply like a meat shield. Coupled with his close combat skills, he was simply a mess. He was already ranked at the top among those in the same realm. Only a strong force could defeat Yi Dazhuang in a head-on attack. There were really not many people like him, unless it was those saints. Even the chosen might not be interested in making a move against him. Hence, Yi Dazhuang's influence in this circle was not small. When they knew that Yi Dazhuang was going to fight in the arena, they were all a little stunned. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. He must be crazy. Everyone wanted to see who wanted to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. Everyone knew that Yi Dazhuang's defense was a mess. It was no different from a meat shield. In addition, the area of the arena was so small. Once they exchanged blows, there would be no advantage at all. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. Hence, almost no one would go to fight with Yi Dazhuang. Because there was no need. As long as you went up, you would definitely lose. Who do you think is going to fight with Yi Dazhuang this time? I think there is an 80% chance that he will lose. What 80%? He will definitely lose. Who doesn't know Yi Dazhuang's ability? After going up on the stage, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Until Lin Fei went up on the stage. This made them slightly stunned. For a moment, they didn't recognize this young man. Who is it? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Of course you don't know him. This is a fierce fellow that managed to rush through Sky Split Tower's 60th and 70th floors. I heard that his name is Lin Fei, and he has become a disciple of Guanji Wanzi. That's right. That's the one who became Guanji Wanzi's disciple. In that case, he will regret it. No wonder he dares to fight Yi Dazhuang at this moment. He has probably been fooled to the point of no return. In everyone's opinion, this Lin Fei had been duped. Although Lin Fei's previous performance in Tongtian Tower was very good, Lin Fei was still able to defeat him. He was a far cry from Northern Sky Xian Ju Chen. Clearly, not many people remembered him. Right then, there were also many people gathered in the square. Among them were Northern Heavenly Immortal and Ju Chen. Both of them had their own circles. When they had nothing to do, they would come here to sit for a while. They were quite surprised to see Lin Fei. They had quite an impression of Lin Fei. Of course, it was just a vague impression. He didn't think much of it. Although there were quite a few levels between them, the difference between them was still quite huge. Just like them, they had become saints in one go. In addition to the short period of cultivation, they had improved by leaps and bounds. The two of them were already at the hollowness realm. Their cultivation speed was quite fast. Although they were only at the small hollowness realm, they were already top-notch existences in the small hollowness realm. This was where their foundation lay. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he could feel many gazes landing on him. He didn't really care. Yi Dezhuang looked over. Use all your skills to attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to attack later on. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he had already left 1,300 points on the stage. Yi Dezhuang did the same as well. At that time, whoever won or lost, the points on the other party's card would be swiped. It was very simple. It was also very fair. At the very least, he didn't have to worry that the loser would go back on his word. Senior brother, since you are so polite, if I don't attack, I would be letting you down. Lin Fei chuckled and slashed with his sword. The sword transformed into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Yi Dezhuang's body. With this attack, layers of scales appeared on Yi Dezhuang's body. The scales covered his entire body, making him look no different from a rock. Lin Fei knew that this fella had a defense. When the sword light landed on his body, sparks flew. This defense was indeed very strong. Even the people on the ground were shocked. Senior brother Ye's defense is even stronger now. That's right. I heard that this cultivation technique is a fusion of the demon clan's cultivation technique. It's most proficient in defense. That fella is probably a little dumbfounded. However, this sword technique is really strong. When Lin Fei attacked, everyone saw the strength of his sword technique. Lin Fei only used a little of his strength to test the waters. With this test, he knew that Yi Dezhuang's defense was really strong. If this is all you have, then you are going to lose today. Yi Dezhuang hooked his finger. Su Zhending, who was below, also had a smile on his face. This time, no matter what, he wanted to make Lin Fei suffer a big loss. It would be best to let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 years. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes in a spar. After all, no one could guarantee that they would have perfect control of their strength. Su Zhending didn't believe that Lin Fei could survive under Yi Dezhuang's strong defense. His attack now was nothing more than a joke. Lin Fei attacked again. It was still the same sword light. However, he still couldn't do anything to Yi Dezhuang. Yi Dezhuang laughed. It seems that you are going to lose today. Yi Dezhuang moved too. His whole body moved over in an instant. This kind of movement was not the same as usual. It was like shrinking a small area. Lin Fei knew at first glance that this should be the ability to shrink the ground to an inch. However, his shrinking the ground to an inch seemed to be higher and more powerful. Lin Fei blocked it with his sword light and saw Yi Dezhuang's fist smashing down. After the punch came down, one after another, the ripples were like sharp awls as they directly attacked. The sword light that Lin Fei displayed was constantly broken. Lin Fei took a step back, and the sword intent around him appeared even more. However, to Yi Dezhuang's surprise, his punch didn't reach the end. Just like that, his strength was drained. It was a little surprising. No wonder Su Zhending was not this guy's opponent. This sword technique was really good, but of course that was all.